fine. He admonished himself for worrying. He didn't have time to think about things he couldn't change or unlikely scenarios. Sneaking into a heavily armed and highly populated town in the middle of the night to recapture his son was challenge enough for him without letting his train of thought run wild. After a few more yards, Jack was finally through the field and came to the back of a building along one of the town's outer streets. He slipped in between two homes and looked around, gauging his whereabouts and listening for signs that he had been discovered. No alarms had been raised, and there was no gunfire to signal his detection, much to his relief. He ran through the yards behind the unoccupied houses at the edge of town until he arrived at the building he had targeted for his diversion. The cinder-block building was low, only 1 story high, with a flat roof and only 2 windows at the front on either side of the entrance. Earlier in the day, he'd watched foraging and scavenging teams as they returned to town and came to this building to drop off their newfound loot. Given that the town had allocated 2 armed guards to watch the building throughout the day, he made the reasonable assumption that the building was their central food storage facility. He crept along the edge of the building until he rounded the back. Then he found a single door without a knob, exit only. Alongside the door were several cords of wood lining the back wall. The wood was covered with tarps, presumably in an effort to keep them dry. A chopping block sat nearby, as did a wheelbarrow, a few lengths of rope, and a small pile of discarded tires. Jack had considered setting the firewood ablaze as a distraction. It would likely burn the building to the ground and draw everyone's attention, but he quickly dismissed the thought. There were a lot of innocent people in this town who had nothing to do with his son's capture. There were also children here. They didn't deserve to have their food stores taken from them. Once he had seen this cache of material behind the building while scouting, he instantly knew of a better approach. Peering around to make sure the coast was clear, he grabbed one of the tires and used the chopping block as a boost to shove the tire over the edge of the back wall and onto the roof. He did the same with a section of rope, tossing it as quietly as possible. After that, he climbed on top of the wood and swung himself over the wall as well. He inched along until he came to a large metal air conditioner. It was here that he emptied his backpack and set out everything he brought with him in a pile in front of him. The moon cast a shadow to the side of the air conditioner, and Jack stayed within it to keep from being seen. Crouching, he slowly assembled a large pile of dry tinder and sticks on top of the air conditioner's metal casing. He then laid several bits of cardboard on top of the tinder bundle and put the rubber tire on top of it all. From a small cloth bag among his things, he removed a handful of hardened pine resin bits, a quick way to start a fire if you ever got lost, and stuck one end of the rope deep in the center of the tinder bundle, the other end trailing out the top. He smeared chunks of the resin into the rope along its length and along the edges of the tire. Once he set the rope alight, it would burn like a fuse with the help of the resin, and after a short delay, ignite the bundle of tinder. Also spotted with the resin, the rubber tire would produce a large amount of thick, acrid smoke and a bright flame visible from a long ways away. If there was one thing that was certain to capture the attention of the entire town, giving the appearance that their food stores were on fire was bound to do the trick. Of course, building the fire atop the metal air conditioning unit should protect the building from catching fire, but by the time they realized that, Jack would have already made his move. He took his pocket knife, along with his flint and steel set, from his backpack. He pulled up his pant leg and, using the knife, scraped away a large, fluffy piece of cotton from his sock. He put the ball of cotton next to the makeshift fuse and struck his flint and steel together. The spark ignited the cotton ball on the first strike, which in turn lit the fuse. It burned more slowly than he thought it would, so he stuck it further into the tinder pile, still giving himself plenty of time to reach the other end of town before it was set ablaze. He scurried across the roof and climbed back down using the cord of firewood stacked against the back wall. The moment his feet hit the ground, he started off for the far side of town, hugging close to the deep shadows next to the buildings. He reached the far side within a few minutes, just in time to avoid a sentry with a kerosene lamp walking by on his rounds. The lamp produced a wide swath of light for several yards in every direction. Thankfully, there weren't more people with lanterns, or he would have a hard time of staying concealed. After the sentry walked by, Jack located the building where Kenny was being held. The building looked to be an old schoolhouse, probably more than a century old. It was dark inside, and he couldn't see a thing. Jack snuck around the side and peered out front where the 2 guards had been earlier. 2 new men sat in nearly the same location as the previous 2, looking just as disinterested in their duty. Jack crouched down in the shadows next to the building and patiently waited, praying that his diversion would work. Soon enough, a bell rang out in the night, and cries of alarm could be heard.
"The food storage building is on fire! Hurry up or we'll lose it all!"
a voice yelled. People ran down the street, banging pots and pans with wooden spoons, raising the alarm. Jack watched them run by, tugging their boots and coats on as they scurried toward the sound of the bell. The guards at the front of the building were thoroughly enraptured by the commotion. Jack took this as his opportunity and slipped around the backside of the schoolhouse just underneath a window. He then removed his overcoat and pressed it over the window and punched clean through the window pane, creating a muffled crunching sound beneath his coat. He pulled his jacket away and cleaned the remnants of glass from the window pane, then reached inside and unlocked and opened the window. He slid the window open and pulled himself through, listening intently for noise inside the pitch-black room as his eyes adjusted to the darkness.
"Who's there?"
a voice whispered. He recognized it as Kenny's voice, and a wave of relief went through him. "Kenny, it's me, Dad. Are you okay?"
"Dad, I'm all right. How'd you find me here?"
Now that his eyes had adjusted to the darkness, he could make out Kenny across the room, sitting tied to what was left of the chair. He rushed over, tugging at the knots binding him. The knots wouldn't easily come undone, so he used his pocket knife to cut through the ropes.
"What happened, Dad? They said you killed somebody,"
Kenny asked, rubbing at his wrists where the ropes had cut into his skin. "We can talk about that later. First, let's get out of here. Follow me," Jack said. Jack led Kenny to the window and helped him down, and then climbed through after him. He crept to the side of the building and watched for a break in the foot traffic. Seeing an opening, he dashed across the main street and down a quiet side street, walking swiftly away from the old schoolhouse where Kenny had been held. "Just act normal and keep walking until we hit the woods at the edge of town," Jack said. They went unchallenged as they made their way across town to the edge of the field bordering the garbage dump. From here, it was just a short walk across the field, and then they would be in the woods, where it would be much easier to lose any pursuers. The weight of this nightmare was finally almost lifted from his shoulders. As he stepped out between the last 2 buildings, a voice called out behind him.
"Hey, what are you doing? It's past curfew,"
a voice demanded. A kerosene lantern was lit, casting a bright circle of light in the darkness. "Keep going, Kenny. Don't stop moving until you're in the woods. I'll stall them," Jack whispered.
"Dad, no, I'm not leaving."
"Just go, Kenny," Jack said. He gave Kenny a shove from behind to keep him moving, and then spun around, stepping in front of Kenny's path as he walked away to cover his retreat. "Sorry, guys, I forgot all about the curfew. I'm just dropping off my mud bucket at the dump. Kinda stinks real bad, you know? I had beans for lunch and the wife couldn't sleep with it in the house," Jack said. The lantern drew closer, and the man holding it lifted it higher, illuminating Jack's face. The second guard, a taller man missing several teeth, stood there with his mouth hanging open, squinting suspiciously at Jack.
"What's all that black stuff on your face? Is that coal all over you?"
the man with the lantern asked. Suddenly, he looked over Jack's shoulder and spotted Kenny, pointing his finger with agitation.
"Where's he going? Hey, Bill, there's 2 of them. One of them is getting away. Grab him,"
the man with the lantern ordered, pointing at Kenny. The toothless guard's eyes widened with surprise as he spotted Kenny beating a hasty retreat and heading toward the woods. Casting a nasty look at Jack, the guard started off in Kenny's direction. Jack held his arms up with his palms open and stepped into the path of the toothless guard. "Hold up a second. He's just dropping off the mud bucket, like I said. Don't get jumpy now." He was having none of it, unconvinced by Jack's ruse. He scowled and pushed past Jack to give chase to Kenny. Jack balled up his right fist and punched the toothless man in the jaw. He fell to the ground, his eyes as big as saucers, reeling from the blow. The guard with the lantern fumbled with the rifle slung over his shoulder and dropped the kerosene lantern to the ground in the process. He pulled the strap over his shoulder and nearly had the weapon in his hands. Jack sprung forward and tackled him. He grabbed the gun at both ends, his arms spread wide, preventing the man from pointing it at him. He pulled his head back and rammed his forehead hard into the guard's nose. The guard released his grip on the rifle and went slack, knocked senseless by Jack's headbutt to his face. Jack stood up, rifle in his hands, and turned to watch Kenny disappear into the woods, barely illuminated by the light of the lantern at Jack's feet. He turned around, ready to deal with the two guards on the ground, when all of a sudden something hard smacked into the back of his head with a sickening thud. Stars exploded in his vision, and he reeled as if drunk. Jack fell to his knees and then slumped over onto the ground. In the corner of his vision, a man walked toward him with a club in his hand. He raised the club high, and then there was darkness. Chapter 12. In the middle of Wheeler's town square, Chief Howell looked at the chaos around him. People ran screaming and shouting through the main street, disappearing into houses and buildings as they fled from the gunfire. Others lay in the street, clutching at their wounds, bleeding and begging for help. He'd taken too long to respond to the group of outsiders that appeared in their midst. At first, he thought he would only inflame the situation as the argument unfolded between the angry stranger and Wyatt. He couldn't hear what they discussed, but took note at the shot the man fired into the air. He should have stepped in then, but instead he waited and watched. Then the stranger shot Wyatt, and all hell broke loose. Rifle fire rang out from the rooftop of a department store a couple of blocks away. The store's brick rooftop facade protected multiple shooters, as they only had to present a small portion of their body to take a shot and then duck back down. There were at least 3 of them up there, and they took turns firing, so you never knew where they were going to pop up. Howell saw one of his deputies lying dead in the middle of the street. His blood pooled in an oval beneath him, a large caliber round having ripped through his chest. Tyler. The only young man on the force, the chief had been glad to have him beside him on that street, helping him fend off the intruders. Until just a moment ago, anyway. Of course, Chuck was nowhere to be seen. Not that he would have provided much tactical support anyway. Chief Howell took aim at the rooftop and waited for one of the gunmen to stick their heads out. A few seconds later, a rifle and scope appeared just over the edge of the roof. He opened fire, emptying his pistol at the men. Little puffs of dust rose on the side of the building, nowhere near the shooters. Howell ducked down behind a patrol car, cursing his luck at being caught out in the open with just the pistol. A few yards away, Wyatt still lay in the street, bleeding profusely. Taking advantage of a short break in the gunfire, Roy rushed over to try to get him to safety.
"Grab his legs,"
Roy said, picking Wyatt up underneath the arms. The gang's motorcycle mechanic, Dutch, ran over and grabbed Wyatt's legs. Wyatt moaned as Roy and Dutch lifted him from the ground and carried him across the street, grunting with pain as he was jostled about. A dark, red pool of blood stained the street, marking the spot where he'd gone down. The size of the pool didn't bode well for Wyatt. Fresh gunfire erupted, and the glass windows of the police station exploded into showers of broken glass, covering the sidewalk and patrol car parked out front of the building. Chuck came running out of the police station, holding a rifle in his hand. He froze in the middle of the street, with a bewildered look on his face, wincing at the gunfire.
"Get out of the street, you idiot! Get to the church!"
the chief yelled, waving his arms wildly. Chuck seemed to finally grasp the situation and ran for the front of the church, bullets kicking up bits of asphalt and little clouds of dust as the near misses cracked around his feet. Chuck ran up the concrete steps and into the church, slamming the door behind him. Chief Howell checked the street around him to make sure everyone had gotten to safety. When he was sure all of his people were inside, he took a few deep breaths to fuel his own escape from the shootout. Lord knows he wasn't built for this type of action anymore. It would take a miracle for him to get his fat hide behind the thick stone walls of the church in one piece. A large-caliber round slammed home right next to him, leaving a fist-sized hole in the passenger door of his patrol car. He didn't need any more motivation than that to find better cover. He slid a fresh magazine into his pistol, took aim at the rooftop where the shooters were, and laid down a barrage of covering fire as he got up and ran for the church. The shooters must have known about the limited range of pistol fire because neither one of them moved from their perches as he fired, undaunted by his display. Bullets whizzed as they hit the street around his feet. He flinched as one went sailing right in front of his face, the projectile buzzing past like an angry bee. Just when he was sure he was going to get mowed down in front of his own police station, he reached the safety of the church. He plowed into the red wooden double doors, bursting them inward with a solid shoulder tackle that nearly ripped the door from its hinges. Once inside, he slammed the door shut, feeling bullets hit the outside of the door, lodging themselves deep in the thick wood. Thankfully, the wooden doors of the old church were several inches thick, and the bullets couldn't penetrate into the church's depths. Several townspeople had taken shelter inside the church from the gun battle raging outside in the city streets. Roy and Dutch had carried Wyatt inside, along with a few other bikers from the MC. Aside from them, only he and Chuck were armed, he noted with disappointment.
"What in the name of God is going on here, Chief Howell?"
Pastor Eisenbach asked, storming down the center aisle of the old stone church toward him. His pouty face made his displeasure clear.
"Why are those people out there shooting at you?"
"Chuck, are you all right?" the chief asked, ignoring the pastor. Chuck nodded nervously, standing behind a stone pillar next to a bank of stained glass windows. "Well, you got a rifle in your hands, Chuck. Break out one of those windows and put it to some use," he said.
"Okay, Chief,"
he said. After a few minutes, he worked up the courage to move from the safety of the pillar. Chuck dropped down to his knees and broke out a section of stained glass toward the bottom of the window and set his rifle up on the ledge, taking aim at the department store where the shooters were perched. He took aim and returned fire, the shot echoing loudly throughout the church.
"You can't do that here. This is a holy place,"
the pastor fumed. "It's the only damn building with stone walls to give us some cover," he said. Chief Howell waved his arm dismissively at the preacher and peered out one of the stained glass windows. Almost as soon as he poked his head out from safety, the pane of glass blew out, sending shards of glass raining down on him.
"This is ridiculous. I insist you stop shooting at these people. I don't care how this started, but it needs to stop before anyone else gets killed,"
the pastor said.
"How do you suggest we do that? Should we wander over there and ask them if they'd like to hold hands and sing Kumbaya? I think we're a bit past that point, don't you?"
he asked.
"If you won't put a stop to this, I will. There are innocent people in here. Now put your guns down and stop shooting. I'll go talk to them,"
the pastor said.
"If you go out there, you're going to get your damn fool head shot off, preacher man,"
Roy said.
"The Lord will protect me,"
the pastor said. This was more than Howell could take. Roy was the last person on earth he wanted to admit to being right, but right he was, all the same. The pastor was going to get himself shot out there. He had always been somewhat of a self-righteous prig, and there wouldn't be any talking him out of something once he had a mind to do it. It was his own hide, and if he wanted to risk it, so be it. Chief Howell had long ago given up on trying to convince people not to do stupid things. His job wasn't to stop them. His job was to cart them off to jail or call the ambulance after they'd gone and done it. The preacher was naive, and he couldn't do a damn thing about it.
"The Lord protects those that protect themselves,"
Chief Howell muttered. Roy snickered until the chief glanced at him and then stopped laughing, returning to his usual scowl. Pastor Eisenbach opened the large red door a crack and took a handkerchief from his pocket, waving it around just outside the door. After a moment, the gunfire ceased and the town square grew quiet. Encouraged by the cessation of shooting, Pastor Eisenbach boldly stepped outside of the church, raising his hands in the air and waving his handkerchief around like a little white flag.
"Please stop shooting. Whatever the problem is, we can work it out. We are all decent Christian folk here. There is no need for violence,"
Pastor Eisenbach said. A shot rang out and the handkerchief was ripped from his hand, sent floating off on the breeze. The pastor crouched to his knees, cowering in reflex to the gunshot. "Get in here, you damned fool!" Howell yelled through the window. A bullet smashed through the window just above Chuck's head. The bullet whizzed and whirred as it ricocheted off of the stone inside the church. Chuck returned fire, forcing the riflemen on the rooftops to pause their fire and duck their heads. Pastor Eisenbach ran back inside of the church, slamming the heavy wooden door shut. "Anybody else have any bright ideas?" Roy asked.
"I can't believe it. They shot at me. They could have killed me,"
the pastor said. "Get your ass over there and sit down," Chief Howell said, shoving the pastor away from the window and behind the church's thick stone walls. There were no more shots for another few minutes. He almost began to think the riflemen on the rooftop had run out of ammunition or fled the town. But then a single shot rang out, and he heard a sound to his right, like a fly swatter smacking down on a hard kitchen counter. Chuck wheezed and then fell to the floor. He mouthed some silent words, and then his body stopped moving altogether. "Chuck, no!" the chief cried out. He ran over to his deputy and rolled him on his back, exposing a large, jagged wound through the center of his chest. His white shirt rapidly turned red. Another shot rang out from the rifleman, and part of his stone column in front of Chief Howell exploded, peppering his face with rock shards and dust. He lurched forward, diving for cover behind the stone pillar. He sat up and wiped the bits of stone and dust from his eyes. They were pinned down in the church. Despite a number of them being armed, their weapons were mostly useless at this distance. There was only one rifle to go between a preacher, a dying man, a few bikers, and a handful of elderly townspeople. There were 3 snipers with rifles perched on a rooftop down the street, safely tucked away behind the brick facade of the department store. His last deputy lay dead on the ground next to him, and the only thing he could think about was how badly he needed a drink. Thankfully, he had refilled his flask after leaving Jack and Amy. He took it out of his pocket and unscrewed the cap with his shaking hands. He tilted the flask up, savoring the sweet burn that came with the sensation of heat spreading out through his torso and limbs, a tantalizing tease of the sublime oblivion that only a belly full of whiskey could bring. He drained the flask, drinking in gulps, saddened by how soon it emptied. He craved a full 5th of rye, but it was hopeless to long for it any further. He was stuck in here. Another rifle shot ricocheted inside the church, whizzing about. The situation was hopeless. Outgunned and all of his resources spent, he had failed the town. Chuck was dead, and Wyatt was dying. How in the hell could he get these people out of here? There was no way for him to save his people. They were well and truly lost. This was a disaster. Chapter 13. The small courtroom was packed full of people standing elbow to elbow in the public gallery. It was a cramped and claustrophobic space, never meant to hold so many people. Originally a traffic court before the EMP, the room was designed for a few people at a time to flow in and out as their minor offenses were put before a judge. Such cases were quickly and efficiently handled by the court, seldom requiring a trial. Now, though, a much more serious matter awaited the court, a charge of murder. Shane glanced around the room, agitated at some of the small talk he overheard. Didn't these people have any respect? Did they not hear how it sounded as they talked about themselves and their pathetic problems? His son was dead, and his murderer was about to go on trial. The door leading to the judge's chamber opened, and a police officer came through, followed by a short, older woman dressed in black judicial robes. "All rise for the Honorable Judge Ramsey," the officer said. Judge Ramsey took her seat, and her sharp eyes darted over the crowd. "Be seated. Officer, bring in the defendant." The police officer walked down the narrow aisle through the public gallery and opened the double doors. A pair of large men escorted Jack into the courtroom, holding him by the elbows as they led him to his seat. They pushed him down into a chair, leaving his arms tied behind his back. Shane was less than 10 feet away. He ran his finger across the edge of the long knife in his pocket, itching to leap across the railing and sink the knife deep into Jack's heart.
Shane and Ben are here as well? Good. I understand David is over at Wheeler right now, containing the situation there. Before we begin, I would like to address the larger issue hanging over our heads resulting from the alleged murder of Todd Fowler. Right now, we have 15 to 20 of our people engaged in an active shootout in Wheeler. They have the problem contained for now, but Shane and Ben have described the situation to me, and it sounds dire. Outlaw motorcycle gangs have taken over Wheeler and are freely roaming the streets. Shane says there is little to no law enforcement present in the town. The minute this court hands down a ruling, we are going to address the issue before it can spread. That kind of lawlessness will not stand. Gangs of bikers cannot have the run of the town. If Wheeler can't put a stop to it, by God, we will. The last thing we need is them coming here next. Now, to the issue at hand. This is the first capital murder case in our town since things fell apart after the EMP. We all face a new reality, a harsher reality. Every person here has their hands full with their new jobs and responsibilities. None of us have leisure time anymore. All of our activities are centered on survival. In the spirit of expediency, justice will be swift. Neither side will have the use of an attorney. We cannot afford the luxury of lengthy court proceedings. I will hear your arguments and decide the merit of your arguments. Make your case as plainly and simply as you can. Jack Miller, you are being charged with the murder of Todd Fowler. Know that if you are found guilty, the penalty for murder is death. Not only do we not have time for lengthy debates, we don't have the food, facilities, or manpower to house prisoners for any length of time. If found guilty, you will be hanged by the neck from the tree outside of the window until you are dead, she said. There was a rustling as the collective courtroom turned to look outside. An ancient oak tree stood in the courtyard, its large limbs branching out in all directions. Ben Williams, please step forward and address the courtroom. You have accused Jack Miller of murdering Todd Fowler. Let's hear your version of the story, Judge Ramsey said, leaning back in her seat. Ben walked to the front of the room and cleared his throat before he began to speak. Me and my crew were out scavenging, just like any other day. We found a train just outside of town on a section of railroad track we hadn't gone down before. We were checking the train out, and these two looters showed up. That's one of them right there, he said, pointing to Jack. When the shooting started, Todd was in the train and tried to stop him from making off with our supplies. When we got to the boxcar, that man was already gone and Todd was on the floor, dead. He shot and killed Todd in cold blood while trying to steal food from all of us, Ben said, leveling a finger at Jack. Shane Fowler, you weren't present, but you are Todd's father. Do you have anything to add? Judge Ramsey asked. Shane stepped forward and turned to face the packed courtroom, letting his gaze rest on Jack, conveying as much hatred as he could muster with his glare. When I came to this town, my wife was very sick and my son was half-starved. I thought I had nothing. Then my wife's parents, whom many of you knew, grew sick as well. I buried my wife and her parents. My son and I grieved. I thought that I had nothing left. I felt the hunger pangs this winter just like all of us did. I learned what it meant to be truly hungry. I watched my son get thinner and thinner, praying that he would make it through the winter. All of you here that have children know what I'm talking about. And then Todd, Ben, and the crew found that train full of food. Enough food to keep us all alive through the winter. Todd stood in front of that man right there. That looter. That murderous thug. He tried to stop that man from taking what wasn't his, what was meant for our town. That man took from me the last thing I had left. Now I know what it means to have nothing left and nothing to live for. For that, Jack Miller should hang, Shane said.
The room erupted with 100 voices speaking all at once. Many of the crowd shouted angry demands that Jack be brought outside and strung from the tree with no delay. Calls of "hang him" and "kill that son of a bitch" rose above the chorus. Judge Ramsey banged her gavel loudly against the bench and stood up from her chair, shouting for order. Once the crowd quieted down, she passed an authoritative glare across the room and then took her seat.
"There will be no more outbursts like that, or I'll clear the courtroom. We may not be following all of the old rules, but this isn't a barroom shouting match, nor is it a lynch mob. This is a court of law," she said. "Well, we've heard one side of things. Jack Miller, stand and address the court. Tell us what happened yesterday,"
Judge Ramsey said. "I left Wheeler in the morning scouting for supplies. When we got to the train—"
"We? Who is we?"
"Myself, my son, Kenny, and Chief Howell," Jack said.
"Hold on. Did you say Chief Howell, as in Chief Bud Howell, the police chief over in Wheeler?"
"Yes, ma'am. Chief Howell came along with me and my son, Kenny. We were trying to find food for my other son, Danny. You see, he's allergic to acorns, and acorn bread is really all we have left to eat this winter. So we were out scouting for food and came across the train. It's somewhere in between Wheeler and Long Branch," Jack said.
"How far in between?"
the judge asked. "I'm honestly not too sure," Jack said.
"Do we have anyone from the scavenging crew here? Ben, there he is. Ben, how far is the train from town?"
"It's pretty close. Not too far at all," Ben said with authority.
"Ben, I won't mince words. That trainload of goods has been a godsend for this town. That being said, we need to know how far outside of Long Branch the train is. Not too far isn't specific enough. Where exactly is the train?"
"Well, it is just a little ways out of town, like I said. I'm not sure exactly how far, though. I'm not too good with distances," Ben said. "Is there anyone in this room that drove one of the wagons to the train today? Can anybody here tell me how far the train is?" he asked. A man in overalls and a sock hat on his head stood up, taking the cap off of his head. "It's a little over 7 miles down the tracks to the train."
"7 miles? Are you sure?"
Judge Ramsey asked.
"Yes, ma'am. Each trip took me 2 hours and 20 minutes to get to the train. One way, that is. My horses walk 3 miles an hour pulling a wagon." 2 hours and 20 minutes. That sounds pretty specific. How could you tell time with such precision?"
The man pulled a silver pocket watch from his overalls.
"My granddad gave me this watch. It still keeps good time. Don't need batteries or electric." "It sounds to me like the train is a good deal farther away from Long Branch than originally described by Ben. Thank you, sir. You may sit back down. Now, let's move on. Tell the rest of your story, Mr. Miller."
"Yes, ma'am. Well, we found the train and opened some of the boxcars. That was where we found the canned goods. I sent my son, Kenny, back to town with some of the soup cans for my younger son, Danny, and also to fetch someone with a horse and wagon. We kept opening other boxcars and containers to see what was inside of them, and I moved to another car. Sometime later, Chief Howell came running down the track. These people were shooting at him. He told me to get out of the train and run."
"And did you run?"
the judge asked. "No, ma'am. I went to the car where we found the canned food and filled my backpack up with cans of chicken noodle soup."
"People were shooting at Chief Howell, and you stopped in the car to fill your backpack with cans of soup. I find that hard to believe."
"Like I said, my younger son Danny is allergic to acorns, and acorns are just about all we have left. He hasn't been eating enough, and he got sick 2 months ago with the bad flu that went around. He was never able to kick the flu and get well. I'm worried that he isn't going to make it," Jack said. Several people tisked and sighed in sympathy. Shane fumed. Jack Miller could say whatever he wanted and spin it however he wanted to, but he wouldn't change his mind or soften his heart. Jack Miller killed his son in cold blood. End of story.
"All right, Mr. Miller. That does seem understandable. Go on."
I packed the bag full of food and went to leave. That's when one of your people stepped into the boxcar. "Say his name, Jack. Say his name. Todd Fowler," Shane yelled.
"Sit down, Shane. We've already heard what you have to say,"
Judge Ramsey said. "So, the young man, Todd, stepped into the boxcar. I tried to convince him to let me go without any trouble. He told me to put the food back. I told him that I couldn't put the food back, that I needed it for my son. I told him all I wanted to do is walk out of there without anybody getting hurt. I said that nobody had to die. He wouldn't listen to me. He did what he thought was right, and he tried to stop me. He went for his gun. I shot him. I'm sorry your son died, Jack said, turning to address Shane. He was a brave boy. If there were anything else I could have done, I would have. If I could take it back, I would in an instant, Jack said. Rage burned inside of Shane, and heat rose up his neck. Jack wasn't sorry. He just wanted to save his sorry neck. Jack took the last thing in the world Shane had to live for away from him, and now he sat there with his crocodile tears, giving this sob story about a sick son.
You admit to shooting Todd?
The judge asked. Yes, I shot him. I wish it would have gone differently, but I couldn't leave that car without the food. I needed that food. My son was going to die without it. Todd raised his gun at me, and I defended myself. I had to shoot him, or he would have shot me. Murmurs and whispers broke out in the courtroom.
Let's back up a second. Ben, before we brought Jack up here today, you said that Todd was killed protecting the train from looters. Did your team fire the first shots, as Jack claims?
Well, it's hard to say. There was so much happening all at once, Ben said.
Ben, let me be clear. Is it at all possible that someone on your team fired the first shot?
Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. A few of the guys have itchy trigger fingers, he said, wringing his hat in his hands.
And these people were there first, Jack and Sheriff Howell. They found the train before you did. Is that true?
The judge asked. They might have been there first. Like I said, so much happened all at once. It's hard to say, Ben said. Gasps erupted from the crowd. It didn't change a damn thing as far as Shane was concerned. Who found the train first, who fired the first shot, none of that mattered to him. Jack Miller took his son from him. He murdered him. His son was the only thing he had left, and now he was gone.
This is certainly a very different scenario than was presented to me earlier. The train is in between Wheeler and Long Branch, not just outside of town. Jack Miller and Chief Howell, who I happen to know quite well, by the way, found the train first. The scavenging team may have opened fire first, inciting the shootout. I'm having a hard time seeing this as a murder. Jack acted in self-defense. Look at his other actions, some of which we have witnessed. The diversion he created at the food storage building was a harmless ploy to capture our attention while he rescued his son. If he were a callous man, he could have set the whole building on fire just as easily as setting the tire on fire. He could have destroyed the whole town's food supply, but he didn't. Jack Miller does not strike me as a cold-blooded murderer. Jack Miller, please stand up. This court finds you not guilty of murder. We are going to send you home right now. We'll have a couple of our men escort you. This nonsense ends today. Before you leave, though, can you please clarify the situation in Wheeler? Is there law and order in the town, or do the bikers threaten your safety?
The judge asked. We all live and work together to survive. Sure, they can be a little wild at times, but they haven't taken anything over. Chief Howell makes sure we're all safe and keeps the order in Wheeler, Jack explained.
In that case, the riders will also take word to our people in Wheeler. We will stand down and explain the miscommunications and everything else that has happened. We must restore order at all costs. Further bloodshed will do neither town any good. We'll need all the hands we can get this spring when planting time comes. This town can't afford to lose any of its citizens,
Judge Ramsey said. With a bang of her gavel, she dismissed the courtroom. Shane seethed with rage. A streak of white-hot hatred for Jack Miller burned so intensely inside of him, it felt like he was going to catch fire. He clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his palms, drawing blood. If this town wouldn't give him justice, he would take matters into his own hands. He would avenge Todd, no matter the costs. Chapter 14. Jack yawned and let his sleepy eyes close for a moment. After 2 sleepless nights, he was having a hard time staying awake, and the gentle side-to-side swaying of the horse as it plodded down the trail wasn't helping him remain alert either. The sweet-smelling, crisp mountain air and rhythmic clop of horses' hooves completed the task of soothing him toward slumber. Half asleep, he absently clung to the pommel, and his chin met his chest as his head dipped forward. His horse ascended a steep section of the narrow mountain trail, jarring him awake as he tilted back in the saddle. Jack clutched the pommel more tightly and leaned forward in the saddle, shifting his weight to make it easier for the horse to climb and helping him stay in the saddle in the process. The jolt brought him to full awareness, and he reminded himself that although the action was over and he was accompanied by 2 armed guards, this was no place to fall asleep. One false step, and his horse could go over a cliff, carrying him to his death. Just ahead of him, a tall, thin man named Henry rode a silver thoroughbred, which seemed to fly up the hillside with the grace of a cat. He was one of the 2 guards from Long Branch assigned to take him home. He couldn't remember Henry's last name, but it didn't matter much as the man was silent as a stone and hadn't said more than 2 words during the trip. The other escort more than made up for the lack of conversation with Henry. The gray-haired, friendly fellow bringing up the rear was Ed, a feisty old coal miner who wheezed with each breath he took. It was a terrible thing to listen to. The noises his chest made had Jack convinced that the man would keel over at any moment, but you couldn't tell it from looking at him. He was a stoic and sturdy mountain man that gave no signs of weakness.
"Tell me something, Jack. You said you've been using acorns for food. How do you eat them? Ain't they kind of bitter?"
Ed asked. "Well, yes, they are bitter right off the tree, but we process them first and leach out the tannins. White oak drops the best nuts. We scoop all the acorns up off the ground and then separate them on a sorting table my friend Wyatt made. The bad ones have a little hole in them. Those are the ones with grubs inside. We don't waste them, though. We use them for chicken feed. The grubs provide a little extra protein for the birds, and they don't seem to mind some acorns in their diet. The undamaged acorns we separate and put into burlap sacks. We sink the sacks into a fast-moving stream and let them sit for a few weeks. By the time we pull them out again, all the tannins have been leached out. We used to grind the acorns up and boil them to leach the tannins out, but that was a lot more work than just letting nature do the job for us," Jack said.
"Ain't that something? I never would have guessed you could eat acorns. I took a bite of one as a little boy, and it puckered my mouth up something awful, almost as bad as an unripe persimmon. What do they taste like?"
Ed asked. "We make flour out of the processed acorns. My wife bakes a pretty mean acorn bread. It doesn't taste much different than brown bread or wheat bread. A little nutty, as you might imagine," Jack said.
"You said your boy is allergic to them. That's a shame. Is that going to be enough food for him?"
Ed asked. Jack looked down at the heavy saddlebags on his horse. The saddlebags were nearly bursting, full of food for Danny, a gift given to him by the people of Long Branch as a goodwill gesture. "This is more than plenty. Your town was very generous. The extra calories will make a world of difference. I'm sure he'll be on his feet soon," Jack said.
"It was the least we could do after what happened. A lot of people feel terrible about the whole thing. Of course, some of them have hard feelings and side with Shane, but that weight doesn't need to rest on your shoulders. This wasn't the first time we've had a misunderstanding on a supply run. The week before last, we lost a few good people exploring and scavenging up north of here. They ran into a larger group of folks that ambushed and killed them while on a supply run. Only one of us got away. That's part of the reason the crew you ran into was so trigger-happy," Ed said.
"I'm sorry to hear about that. I often wonder if we'll ever recover from this. This winter has driven people to desperate measures, even worse than right after the EMP hit. I'm praying that we have good weather next year and can bring in a good harvest," Jack said.
"I wish I would have known that last—"
Gunfire echoed in the hills, and Ed grasped at his chest. He sucked in a wheezy breath and looked down at his chest in confusion. A blood stain spread across his white shirt, soaking the fabric. Ed fell from his horse, dead before he hit the ground. Henry spun his horse about and looked around, trying to see where the gunshot came from. He took a rifle out from the saddle holster, pulled the bolt back on the rifle, and slid a round in. Gunfire erupted again. The shot caught Henry in the center of his forehead. He dropped the rifle and slumped forward on his horse. His horse spooked, rearing up and bucking him off before it ran wildly down the trail. Jack hunched down low in the saddle. He grabbed at the reins, which had slipped from his hands, but the horse shook its head from side to side in fright, pulling them out of reach. Finally, he managed to grab the reins with one hand and began to motion to lead the horse off the trail. "Don't you move a muscle. Drop those reins," a voice behind him said. Jack froze and raised his hands up slowly, afraid to turn around lest he spook the man behind him. "Hold on a minute. Whatever this is, we can work this out," Jack said. Boots crunched the ground behind him, then approached, circling around the front of Jack's horse. Shane appeared in the corner of his eye, holding a rifle pointed at him. "You killed them? Why would you do that? Those two were from your town. They're your people," Jack said, incredulous. "My people are all dead, thanks to you," Shane said. "Why'd you kill them? It doesn't make any sense. They're on your side," Jack asked. "Did you think you would get away with killing my son? I think you were just as surprised as I was when that so-called judge let you go, weren't you?" "Shane, I'm sorry about what happened to your son. I meant every word I said before. If I could go back and change how things happened out there by the train, I would in a minute. I've got two sons Do you think I give a damn about your sons? You think I want to hear about them? This is between you and me. You took my son from me, and now you're going to die," Shane said. "Listen to me. I know how mad you must be. You must hate me, and for good reason. I can't bring your son back, and I can't change what happened. My family needs me, Shane. I'm not going to beg you for my life for my own sake, but I've got a sick child who depends on me for food, and another one that I don't even know where—" "Stuff it, Jack. You won't change my mind. I don't care who you are. I don't care why you did what you did. I don't even care if my son was in the right or the wrong. I only care about one thing. You're going to die for killing my son," Shane said. How could he appeal to this man? How can you reason with someone who has nothing left to lose? "Please, listen to me. This might make you feel better in the—" "I told you to stuff it, Jack. I don't want to hear any more of your shit," Shane spat. Shane pulled a long rope out of his saddlebags, unwound it from the tightly wrapped coil, and then cut off about a 15-foot length. He then took a few feet of length at the end of the rope and folded it into an S shape, passing the rope under the S, and then he wrapped the rope around the top of it several times. Finally, he passed the end of the rope through the bottom loop and tugged on the knot, revealing his purpose. Jack stared at the hangman's noose in Shane's hands, and fear welled up inside of him. He'd just escaped from the very same thing in Long Branch, but this time there would be no mercy or stay of execution. Shane led Jack's horse underneath the bough of an oak tree and pitched the rope over the limb. With a sinister sneer, he tossed the noose into Jack's lap. "Put this around your neck," Shane said. "I get why you're doing this. I can only imagine what you're feeling right now, but this won't change anything." "Oh, it will change something, all right. Now, slip that noose around your neck or I'll put a bullet in your gut. It don't make a difference to me how you go. Hell, you'll probably suffer more and scream louder that way, come to think of it," Shane said. Jack gritted his teeth and grabbed the noose from his lap. He held it up and slipped it over his head. "Cinch it up." His heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline flooding his system. He could feel every coarse fiber in the rope as he tightened the noose until it was snug around his neck. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead despite the chill wind, his body feverish. "Turn around," Shane said. Jack twisted around in the saddle, offering no resistance. Shane had the rifle trained on him, his finger on the trigger. If he tried to pull away or wrestle Shane to the ground, he had no doubt he would be shot. There was no way out. This was it. The end. Shane bound his hands together behind his back so tightly that his hands quickly grew numb. Shane tied the other end of the rope to the pommel of his saddle, then took up the horse's reins. "Any last words, Jack?" Shane asked. Without waiting for a response, he led the horse forward. "Nah, to hell with it. I don't want to hear what you've got to say." The rope tightened around Jack's neck, biting into his skin. He gulped down one last breath just before the rope cut off his airway, making it impossible to breathe. Shane's horse pulled on the other end of the rope, lifting him up out of his saddle and into the air. He planted his boots down onto the saddle, trying to keep his body weight from pulling down on the noose and strangling him even further. To have come this far, only to be hung. He couldn't believe this was happening. His life with Amy and his boys flashed before his eyes. His heart pounded in his chest and his mind raced, looking for a way out of the situation. Shane walked forward and grabbed the reins of Jack's horse, leading the horse away. "You know, Jack, I'm glad I didn't shoot you. I like the look on your face right now. This is the first time I've heard you shut that trap of yours. Got nothing to say, huh? Oh, and by the way, your friend, Wyatt, I shot him. Right in the guts. He's not too smart, that one," Shane said. Shane led Jack's horse further away, and the saddle slipped out from underneath of his feet. He hung from the neck, his body weight cinching the noose tight. Stars appeared in his vision. He spluttered and choked, kicking and thrashing about wildly. He jerked his arms about behind his back, but the restraint held. His lungs felt like they would burst, desperate for air, burning like they were red-hot coals stuffed inside his chest. Air. Air. He kicked his legs out with all his might, madly running in place in mid-air, and then darkness. Chapter 15. The stone walls of the church were ablaze with orange and red light as the sunset beamed through the undamaged sections of stained glass window. The colors playing on the wall lent a hellish appearance to the church. Blood spatter on the pews, a dead body on the floor, and the clouds of cigarette smoke that hung in the air completed the illusion that the church had descended to the lowest levels of the underworld. A cigarette hung from Roy's mouth, and he exhaled a large cloud of smoke into the air. The usual tension was gone, as well as his well-practiced bitter expression. He looked down on Wyatt with something that resembled concern. It wasn't an expression Chief Howell had ever seen on Roy's face. It seemed that even the lowest of the low had some sympathy left, if only for their own kin.
"You can't smoke that in here. This is a house of God," the pastor said, outraged.
Roy blew a stream of smoke in the pastor's direction. "I'll take it outside and smoke if you like, but only if you come with me. Is that what you want to do, preacher man?" Roy asked.
"Roy, get that cigarette out of my face. It stinks like hell,"
Wyatt said, waving his hand in front of his face. "Do you want one?" Roy asked. Wyatt gave a quiet chuckle.
"I quit smoking."
Roy squinted his eyes and leaned his head forward in disbelief. "No, seriously?" Wyatt raised his eyebrows and said nothing. "What the? Wyatt, you quit smoking? Is that why you've been such an asshole since you got back in town? When did you quit?" Roy asked. Wyatt coughed.
"I quit after Mama passed."
"I'll be damned," Roy said. "I knew there was something different about you." Roy lifted Wyatt's shirt and looked at the wound in his side, grimacing. "Sure you don't want one, Wyatt? It'll probably take the edge off." Wyatt grunted at him. Roy waved an unlit cigarette in front of Wyatt's face, dragging it right under his nose. "What's the matter? Afraid of lung cancer?" Wyatt coughed, unable to suppress a laugh. Wincing from the pain, he snatched the cigarette out of Roy's hand and stuck it in between his lips.
"Give me a lighter, you asshole."
Roy held the flame underneath the tip of Wyatt's cigarette, and the cherry glowed bright red as Wyatt inhaled. After a long draw, he blew out a large cloud of smoke, followed by a deep cough.
"Oh, God, that's good. Bud,
Wyatt said, lifting himself up onto an elbow.
"Come over here. I got something to say to the both of you."
Howell got up and moved quickly past the stained glass window, ducking down behind a stone column next to Wyatt. He sat as far away from Roy as he could manage without exposing himself to gunfire from the windows. Now that he was closer, Wyatt looked as pale as a ghost, and his lips were tinged blue. The wound had nearly bled him dry.
"How are you holding up, Wyatt?"
he asked.
"That doesn't matter now. I won't be walking out of here no matter what happens. I am under no illusions about that."
Wyatt looked over at Roy, then back at him, a serious look on his face.
"I got something important to say that needs to be said. I don't want either one of you to interrupt me. It's my dying wish. There is a lot of history between the three of us, a lot of hate. A long time ago, a terrible thing happened, and it tore this town apart. I lost a son. Chief Howell, Bud, you were my best friend in the world, and you killed my son. And my son killed Buddy, your son. Roy, your boy went to state prison, but you can't be certain he's dead. Hell, locked away safe behind the concrete walls of a prison might have been one of the best places to be after the EMP hit. I have a feeling he's still alive. Roy, we got to own up to what happened. Our boys were doing something they shouldn't have been doing. You can't act blameless in this. It was through you that the boys were introduced to a life of drugs and crime. That's on you. Chief Howell, your son died doing his job. It's a risk every lawman takes when he puts on that badge and walks out the door. He was a brave young man, and I'm sorry he's gone. I forgive both of you. I forgive you, Chief, for killing my son. I forgive you, Roy, for leading my son down the path that led to his death and your own son's destruction,"
Wyatt said. Wyatt flicked the long ash off of his cigarette and took one last puff, grinding the butt out on the stone wall of the church. His eyes rolled up and his head dipped forward for a moment. With a shake of his head, he seemed to recover. "Here's my last wish. I want you both to take a look around you. There are people in this room that need your help, innocent people that don't deserve to die. You two have the power to let go of the past and deal with the present. Help each other. The world has gone to shit. We can't afford to pick and choose who we work with anymore. This is about survival. Your survival and the survival of all the people in this room, this town. If you continue to work alone, each of you is going to get killed. Chief, I hate to break it to you, but there are far worse people out there than Roy. Roy, as much as you may hate Chief Howell, you have to admit he is committed to this town. There are people out there right now that want to kill the both of you. What's that saying? The devil you know is better than the devil you don't, right? You have to work together to overcome this problem. Now, I've said my piece. Let go of your anger and resentment of each other and save this town. Do me the respect of not arguing about it until I'm dead. Give me the illusion of hope," Wyatt said. Chief Howell looked away, unable to hide the tears welling up in his eyes. What Wyatt was asking of him was impossible. The thought disgusted him. These bikers were animals, especially Roy. It was Roy's influence that led to the incident that cost each of them their sons in the first place. Roy corrupted his son, who in turn corrupted Wyatt's son, which led to the shooting of his own son. Roy turned the boys into one of his own kind, feeding their minds with his bad attitude and their bodies with drugs. 3 lives destroyed, just by him. He had to do something to get them out of this situation, but working with Roy just wasn't on the table. He got up and stalked across the room, snatching the sniper rifle off the floor and moving behind a stone pillar. He checked the magazine. Not many rounds left. He could do this his damn self. He didn't need Roy's help or the help of his gang. Laying down flat on the floor, he crawled over to the window and brought the rifle up to the lip of it, slowly getting up onto his knees in a shooting position. He peered through the scope, eyeballing the rooftop of the department store where the snipers were perched, but was unable to locate their positions. Hot fire tore through the meaty part of his upper arm just below the shoulder. He dropped down to the ground and put his back to the stone wall. The 3 snipers were well concealed. There was no way he could get the drop on them. They had overwhelming firepower and a superior position. It was impossible to escape. He couldn't do this alone. Wyatt slumped to the side suddenly and lay unmoving on the floor. "Wyatt! Wyatt!" Roy yelled, pulling at his brother. Roy rolled him over and grabbed him by the shirt, shaking him vigorously in a vain attempt to wake him. Wyatt remained still. Roy then leaned down and put his face into his brother's chest, openly weeping. The church was silent, except for the sounds of Roy's grief as he clung to his dead brother. All of the eyes in the church were on him, some of them sympathetic, others fearful. It was an understandable reaction. Roy was unpredictable, hostile, and aggressive even at the best of times. Several moments passed, and Roy lifted his head, sat up, and lit a cigarette. He turned his scowl to the people in the room, and his gaze ended up on Chief Howell. "Well, Chief," he said, "Wyatt's dead now. I guess I can speak my mind. I'd sooner burn in hell than help you." He returned Roy's scowl with a hard look of his own. "At least we can agree on something."
"I know you two have your differences, but Wyatt was right. We need to work together to help each other. This is our time of need," the pastor said.
The only need he had was the need for a drink. It was an irresistible pull. He pulled the flask out of his pocket and tilted it up, his heart sinking when nothing came out. His hands shook badly, and he fumbled with the cap as he tried to return the flask to his pocket. "Boy, Chief, look at those hands shake. You really are a hard-drinking man, aren't you?" Roy asked, sneering. The expressions the pastor and others in the room wore showed their obvious disgust at his weakness.
"Do you think this is the best time to be drinking, Chief?" the pastor asked.
"To hell with all of you. What do I care what you think? I've given this town everything, my son's life included. I'm past caring what any of you think. Besides, me having a drink is the least of your problems right now. Don't you think?" he asked.
Dutch, the gray-haired biker, stood up and angrily flicked his cigarette butt across the room.
"That's enough out of both of you,"
he said, switching his glare back and forth between Roy and the chief.
"You two keep going like this and we'll all die here. Roy, you're a good friend, but I've listened to you whine and bellyache about Chief Howell for too long. As for you, Chief Howell, what's the matter with you? You're supposed to protect these people. Do what you've got to do and get it done. This isn't the time to ride your high horse. Do you see that woman over there?"
he asked, pointing at one of the people sitting in the pews. He looked over at the frightened elderly lady. She clasped her shirt and looked nervously between him and Dutch.
"She's the mother of one of our guys. He's across the street right now, probably worried sick about her. Whether you like it or not, the motorcycle club is part of this town. It always has been. We've got family here, and we care what happens to the people that live here. So help us do something about it, both of you," Dutch implored.
At the end of his lecture, he threw his hands up in the air, unable to contain his apparent frustration. "Even if we wanted to help him, we couldn't. What kind of weapons do we have in the club? We've got handguns and a couple of shotguns. Nothing that will help us against those guys out there. They've got some serious firepower up on that roof," Roy said.
"Is it rifles you need? Surely you have rifles in the police station, Chief. Why can't we get those?"
Father Eisenbach asked.
"Look at where the police station is, and then take a look down the street at where those snipers are. We would be cut down in an instant if we tried to get them. Besides, even if we had the rifles, I don't have anybody left to shoot them. They killed my deputies," he said. "What about them?" the pastor asked, gesturing toward the bikers.
He stared at the pastor long and hard, just to let him know how foolish his question was.
"You want me to put the rifles into the hands of these animals?"
Roy threw his head back and laughed. Dutch shook his head angrily and tossed his cigarette to the floor, stomped it out under the heel of his boot.
"You know what? To hell with both of you. I'll go get us some guns if you two aren't going to do anything but sit here and bitch about each other."
Dutch grabbed one of the younger bikers sitting next to him by the arm, pulling him to his feet.
"Come on, we can make a run for the MC and get some guns. Grab us a bottle while you're over there. The chief looks like he needs a drink. I sure as hell could use one," Roy said.
"Oh, damn it. Don't go out there yet. Wait a minute and I'll cover you," Chief Howell said, taking up a position behind the pews. He couldn't get a clean shot at the snipers, but he could make them keep their heads down while Dutch and the young biker ran across the street to the motorcycle club.
"Ready?"
Dutch asked. "Go." He lined his sights up with the rooftop where the snipers were and let loose a round. He waited a few seconds and then took another shot. A bullet tore into the pew next to him, sending a shower of splinters into the air. He ducked down and rolled away down the aisle. Through the broken window, he could see that Dutch and the young biker had made it across the street. The elderly woman in the pews looked across the street, a mixture of concern and fear on her face. She was the mother of one of the bikers. How had it escaped him that some of the people here might have sons and daughters that were part of the club? Had he been blind this whole time? He had an obligation to save these people, but at the same time, how could he work with Roy, the man who directly contributed to the death of his son? Would putting guns in the hands of the bikers be the solution to their problems, or the beginning of a new set of problems? It was a hard decision, and a decision he couldn't make lightly. Chapter 16. A distant and faraway voice filtered down to him through the darkness, rousing him out of the deepest depths of sleep. The voice said something to him, something he knew he should understand but couldn't quite grasp. Nothing made sense. He went toward the voice, surprised at the sensation of pain that grew as his thoughts drew nearer. He passed the point of no return, pulled toward the light and away from the dreamy depths.
"Dad! Dad, wake up!"
the voice called. Dad. That was him, or at least he thought so. The pain grew stronger and he felt something resisting him, something stopping him from reaching full awareness. He fought against the desire for rest and sleep and became aware of the force around his neck. It was like a python around his neck, tightly coiled and squeezing the life out of him, resisting his attempts to draw a breath.
"Dad, come on! Wake up, we have to get out of here,"
the voice said urgently. He sucked in a deep breath and gave a raw, dry cough. The breath pained him and yet scratched the itch he couldn't place. He smashed his eyelids shut against the harsh sunlight beyond. He knew the name of the voice calling him, shaking him and pulling him from the darkness. Kenny. Jack struggled to open his eyes, fighting against his own body that seemed to rebel against every action. As he opened his eyes, the light sent searing pain straight into his brain, blinding him. His neck was in agony and didn't feel like it was in the right place somehow, disjointed and strained. A ring of fire burned around his throat, the flesh within bruised and tender. Jack tried to speak, but nothing came out but a dry whisper and more pain as he swallowed.
"Dad, you're alive,"
Kenny said.
"Water,"
he said in a raspy voice. Memories came flooding back into his mind. Hanging from the tree, his legs kicking of their own volition, strangled and choking as he dangled with the rough cord around his neck. A shiver went down his spine at the memory of being hung from the tree, and he pushed himself up so he could look around, fearful that his hangman was still near. The thought of being strung up a second time terrified him and left him shaking with fear.
"Dad, are you okay? Here, drink this,"
Kenny said, lifting a bottle of water to his lips. The water was cold and soothed his angry, raw throat. The inside of his mouth was beyond dry. It felt like he'd swallowed a cup of hot lava.
"Shane? Where? Shane?"
he asked.
"He's right there, out cold. I hit him in the back of the head with a rock. We have to go, Dad. He's still alive,"
Kenny said.
How did you find me? How did you know I was here? Jack asked.
When they took you into town, I watched from the woods. I followed where the lantern light went. They took you right back to the same schoolhouse they had me in. I was going to sneak back in and break you out. I figured they would never expect anyone to sneak into town and try to break someone out twice in the same night. So I snuck back in, but they had 2 men in the room with you the whole time. I couldn't get you out. Before dawn, I snuck back out of town. In the morning, they took you to the courthouse. After you didn't come out for a while, I was about to leave and get help, but then I saw those 2 men taking you away. I didn't know what they were going to do to you, so I followed them. I don't know where Shane came from. He must have already been here waiting for you to pass by. I heard him shoot the 2 guards, and then I snuck up behind him while he was busy hanging you and hit him over the head with a rock.
Thank you, Kenny. You've saved my life, but please don't risk your life again to save mine.
Kenny nodded and smiled. He knew that Kenny would do the same thing again, no matter what promises Jack tried to hold him to. He couldn't scold his son for having a strong moral compass. He sipped down more of the cold water through his swollen throat and got back on his feet. With a good deal of effort, he walked over and picked up Shane's rifle, which was laying discarded on the ground, and then walked over to where Shane lay next to an oak tree. Jack kept his rifle aimed at Shane's limp body and rolled him over onto his back to see if he was still alive. He poked at Shane's closed eyelid with the end of the barrel, but got no reaction. The man's chest rose and fell slightly, meaning he was alive but unconscious. Jack put the rifle up to his shoulder and took aim at Shane's chest. He could end this right here and right now. He should end this right now. Something gave him pause.
Kenny, I can't think straight. Help me, he said.
What is it, Dad?
Shane killed these 2 men. If I kill Shane and we leave, Long Branch might come to the wrong conclusion and think that I did this. If that happens, there will be no fixing the situation between our 2 towns. There will be more bloodshed.
What do you want to do?
Kenny asked. If we leave Shane alive and I ride back to Long Branch, I can explain what happened to them. I'm not real keen on doing that. They almost hung me once, and there were a lot of unhappy people in that courtroom that would still like to see me at the end of a noose. Shane wants to see me dead and will not help clear up any misunderstandings.
You can't go back there, Dad.
No, Kenny said.
There has to be a different way. Can we tie him up and bring him with us back to Wheeler?
He thought for a moment and then shook his head. Sadness and grief filled him. If Shane was telling the truth, then Wyatt was dead. That made Shane a murderer in the eyes of both towns. He didn't want to think about what Roy would do with Shane if he brought him back alive. He couldn't bring him back to Wheeler.
No, we can't do that either, Kenny. I don't know if it's true, but Shane said he did something bad. Real bad. He claims he shot Wyatt, Jack said, putting his hand on Kenny's shoulder.
What? When?
Kenny asked. He spun around, the muscles on his jaw clenching as he glared at Shane.
Shane went to Wheeler looking for me. We don't know if it is true or not.
Kenny snatched the rifle out of his hands and stormed over to Shane, bringing the rifle up to his shoulder. Jack leaped over and pushed the barrel up just before Kenny pulled the trigger. The rifle went off but was pointed up into the air.
Dad, what are you doing? He killed Wyatt,
Kenny said.
I know, son. I know, but think of all the other people in the town. We have to put a stop to this, even if it means sparing his life. Look, let's tie him up to this tree and leave him here where he can't hurt anybody. We'll ride back to Wheeler and get Chief Howell and a party of people together first, and then come get Shane and demand Long Branch send someone in charge to talk with us. The chief was right about not riding in there alone. They've got more manpower than us. We can't go back there. We would be at their mercy. That's something I don't want to risk again, Jack said.
I don't like this, Dad. We should just kill him.
I'm of half a mind to do the same thing, Kenny, but we have more to think about than just our emotions. Wyatt's like a brother to me, and if Shane killed him, then I hope he rots in hell forever. But if we go down that road and we let emotions rule our actions, we'll be no different than him. Shane is blinded by his hatred. He's killed 2 of his own people just to get to me. He claims he killed Wyatt.
That's a dark path that we can't travel, Kenny, no matter what." The muscles at his jawline stood out as Kenny ground his teeth together.
"You're right, Dad. Let's tie him up and get out of here. I can't stand to look at him."
"Hand me your knife," Jack said. He picked the rope up off the ground and cut the hangman's noose off a foot above the knot. The rest of the rope he handed to Kenny. Jack grabbed Shane's arms and dragged him over to a tree, leaning him up against the trunk. He looped the rope around Shane several times, binding him to the tree. Once he was done, he placed the hangman's noose in Shane's open palm and closed his fist around it. He would send a message to Shane. He could have killed Shane for hanging him, but he was letting it go. Now it was in Shane's hands. With Shane secure, Jack cautiously approached the horse stuck in the underbrush nearby. The panicky beast was the only horse remaining out of the three that came with him from Long Branch. The rest had bolted during the firefight and subsequent hanging. He untangled the reins from the bush the horse was stuck in and soothed the animal by patting its neck, scratching it behind the withers, and calmly talking to it. To his great relief, he saw that the saddlebags of food were undisturbed. Once the horse had calmed down, he mounted it and took the rifle from Kenny, extending his hand out to help him up into the saddle. With one last look at Shane, they started down the trail to Wheeler.
"Once we're in a less vulnerable position, we can let Long Branch know what happened here. We can meet with somebody in charge in a neutral place and put an end to all of this. They can have a trial and deal with Shane, or if they don't want to do it, we'll have a trial in Wheeler. He will have a fair trial and face justice," Jack said.
Jack set out on the trail with a heavy heart. He hoped that Shane was lying to him just to cause him pain. Why would he have shot Wyatt? Just to get at Jack? It seemed extreme. Then again, he had shown no qualms in killing the two escorts from Long Branch just so he could exact his revenge. Shane had already proven there was little he wouldn't do. Jack thought of Amy and Danny, who were home alone, unaware of everything that had happened, defenseless. He was sorely tempted to turn around and end the man's life, but knew that the lecture he'd just given to Kenny held just as true for himself. If he began to needlessly kill out of fear or hatred, it would change him. He would be no better than Shane. Shooting someone in self-defense was one thing. Killing an unarmed man was another. He wouldn't shoot Shane in cold blood. Shane would have his day in court and then face justice. He would continue to travel the path he knew was right and remain honorable. Chapter 17. Chief Howell held 3 fingers of his right hand up and then lowered a finger at a time, giving Dutch an indicator as he counted off 3 seconds. He would give them another volley of covering fire as Dutch and the younger biker ran from the motorcycle club to the church carrying backpacks full of supplies. He put his eye to the rifle's scope and controlled his breathing. As the 3rd second passed, he opened fire. His shots plinked all around the snipers' positions, forcing them to keep their heads down and unable to return fire. Dutch barreled across the street, lugging a heavy pack over his shoulder. He lifted his shotgun and fired it at the snipers on the rooftop. The weapon wasn't made for shooting at such a long distance, and the shots fell harmlessly short, blowing out glass display windows far below their target. The young biker passed Dutch as he ran across the street, wisely choosing to spend his energy on moving his feet instead of engaging in a gun battle where he was at a disadvantage. Both men poured through the door, and Roy slammed it shut behind them. The 2 bikers dropped to the floor, panting from the exertion of their run.
"You boys have got some balls of steel. Balls of steel," Roy said.
Dutch opened one of the backpacks and produced a pistol, which he handed to Roy, along with a 5th of whiskey.
"Damn, Dutch, I was only joking around about the whiskey," Roy laughed. "How is everybody holding up over there?" "They're okay, but starting to get worried. We got 7 guys in the club right now, plus 4 old ladies. 6 of the guys have working bikes," Dutch said.
Roy upended the bottle of whiskey and then passed it back to Dutch.
6? With your bike and mine, that's enough for us to get the hell out of Dodge if we ride double." How do you figure, Roy? 8 bikes in all, we can only take—"
"That's what I'm saying. Just the crew," Roy said. Dutch snatched the whiskey bottle from his hand and gave Roy a hard look before storming over to where the chief sat.
"Drink up. I know Wyatt was a friend of yours,"
Dutch said. His mouth watered at the sight, and that familiar craving deep inside of him woke up at the sight of the amber liquid sloshing around inside the bottle. He wanted to turn away and refuse the drink, proving himself stronger than he was, but his hand went out automatically. Just one more drink would dull the pain. Just one more. He tilted the bottle up, relishing the sweet burn as it hit his throat. His empty stomach protested against the harsh liquid, but he kept drinking until he felt the familiar warmth spread throughout his body and the first hint of numbness in his mind.
"What's it going to take for you two to bury the hatchet on this and end your pissing match? I've lived here my whole life, and you've always had a hard-on for the club. We were doing a lot of things we shouldn't have been doing back in the day, but we've been out of that heavy shit for over 15 years. When you sent Roy's boy upstate, he got us out of that business. What more do you want from us? You're going to let these people die because of the past?"
Dutch asked. Howell took another swig from the bottle and returned it to Dutch.
"I don't know. It's not that. He hates me for putting his boy away, and I hate him for reminding me that his son was the only one to walk out of that house alive. Roy is like a crooked nail sticking up out of the floorboard that I keep stubbing my toe on, always there to remind me."
Dutch laughed.
"That's about as good a description of Roy as I've heard. I'd say you hit the nail on the head. He can be kind of an asshole, can't he? Listen up. He's ready to make a run across the street for the bikes and leave everybody else here. I can't let that happen. We're not all bad people, Chief. Give us the rifles and we can help you. We can help the town. Just give us a chance." "You're right. I need help. People's lives are on the line here. If you can convince Roy to let your people help, I'll let bygones be bygones, although I still don't know how we can get the rifles out of the station." "You let me worry about that," Dutch said, then got up to walk back over to where Roy sat. What was he getting himself into here? Giving rifles to the bikers? It was either that or they would all face certain death if he couldn't break them out of this church. Shot by the snipers on the roof or slowly starved to death. They were pinned down. Roy could shoot him the instant he had his hands on a gun, but he had to take that chance. Roy's hushed conversation grew more heated as he argued with Dutch, loud enough for the entire room to hear. "Let them shoot up the whole town. I don't care. This stinking town has taken everything from me. At least they'll take him out, too," Roy said, gesturing at the chief. Dutch pushed Roy roughly by the shoulder, sending him reeling backwards. "A lot of guys in the MC got parents and grandparents in town, Prez. We need to start thinking about the bigger picture. The MC needs to change." The two men stared at each other, and finally they seemed to reach a silent consensus. Roy strutted over toward Howell, a look of scorn on his face. "You really want a bunch of low-down dirty bikers to help you? You want the outlaws to take off their black hats and put on white hats? Is that it? You think it's going to be that easy?" Roy asked. "I'd just as soon watch all of you ride out of town forever and leave these decent folk be. They'd be better off without you. But I got no other choice," he said. "Ride out of here. That's what I want to do," Roy said. Dutch stormed over, eyeing Roy and the chief. "He's got the rifles and we've got the manpower. You two are going to have to work this out or none of us will make it out of here alive," Dutch said. "Looks like we got ourselves a Mexican standoff," Roy said. "Is there nothing he can say, Roy? We all heard Wyatt's last wish," Dutch said. Roy spun around, hate pouring from his eyes as he pointed a finger at Dutch. He was about to shout something, but all of the steam suddenly went out of him. "You're right, Dutch, we did. How could he ask me to work with this man?" Roy turned and looked at Howell accusingly. "How am I supposed to help you? Every time I see your face, I want to put my fist into it."
Dutch shook his head in disbelief.
"What's it gonna take for you two to get this out of your system?"
Roy paced the floor, and the silence hung heavy in the church, the only sound in the room the scraping of Roy's boots on the wooden floor.
"You want my men to help you? Fine. You'll get your help. But first we got a few things to clear up between us."
Roy dropped his pistol to the ground and stripped his leather jacket off. He squared up opposite of the chief and began to roll up the sleeves of his flannel shirt.
Yeah, I reckon we do."
The chief unbuckled his belt and set his holster and pistol on the ground. He raised his fists up in front of him, matching Roy's boxing stance. If that's what he wanted, he would get it. This had been coming for a long time. Chapter 18. His horse climbed up the last few feet of elevation and came to the trail's summit, revealing a breathtaking view of the Allegheny Mountains that stretched out before him. Forests ranged up and down the sides of the mountains, extending into every square foot of the remote area. It was a pristine and untouched wilderness. Not a single inch of bottomland had been cleared for pasture or fields. Even without a proud display of autumn colors or summer greens, the virgin forest was an impressive sight. Now that he had Kenny back with him and saddlebags full of food to sustain Danny, his case of nerves had calmed somewhat. The air was brisk and clean-smelling, the unspoiled land around him filled with a sense of hope. Even after everything that had happened, he still felt that coming here had been the right decision. The countryside was full of resources. Trying to survive in Baltimore would have meant slow starvation and a savage fight for survival. He had to believe that it would have been harder to survive in the city than it had been here.
"Dad, I still don't understand how all of this started. Shane said you killed his son. Did you?"
Kenny asked cautiously. He sighed, saddened by the memory of the incident at the train. Kenny had a right to know. He didn't hide anything from his children in this new world. There were no inconvenient truths or moral lessons that could wait until they were older. This new world was harsh, and if you weren't prepared for it mentally, physically, and spiritually, she would toss you aside without mercy. After I sent you back home to fetch a horse and wagon, another group of people showed up at the train. As soon as they saw us, they opened fire. The chief made it out, but I turned back to get food for your brother. I didn't want to go home empty-handed after finding such a huge windfall. I filled a backpack full of canned soup, and when I went to leave, there was a man blocking my path. A young man, not much older than you. He had a gun. I tried to talk him into letting me leave without a fight. There was so much food there. You saw how much there was, Kenny. Nobody needed to die over a backpack full of food. I think he must have felt like it was his job to keep me from leaving. I couldn't make him listen, and the rest of his group was getting closer. I tried to leave, but he raised his gun. I had the drop on him, and I shot. God, he was so young, Kenny. If there were anything else I could have done, After that, the chief and I hurried home, not knowing some of their people had also captured you, Jack said.
"You did what you had to do, Dad. Don't feel bad about it. I still think we should have killed him. He's not going to give up. He'll keep coming after you,"
Kenny said. Jack didn't want to have that argument again and was glad when the trail ahead suddenly demanded his full attention. He reined the horse in as they began to rapidly descend the mountain along a narrow section of trail that passed along next to a cliff face with little more to grab onto than a few small spruce trees. The treacherous slope was covered in small rocks that constantly shifted under the horse's hooves. It was a long way down, 1,000 feet or more down, until the slope ended at a raging river. They finally made it across the narrow section, and the trail widened and the ground became firmer as it went through a heavily wooded area. Now that they were out of danger, Jack gave the horse free rein to travel at its own pace down the hill and leaned down to see if the saddlebags held any more bottles of water. His throat was dry and still ached from the brutal hanging. A tree trunk just in front of him exploded into a shower of splinters as the sound of rifle fire reached his ears. Panic rose in his chest, and he fumbled with the reins, whipping his head around, looking for the source of the gunfire. Seeing nothing, he spurred the horse off of the trail and up the side of the mountain. Another gunshot erupted and kicked up dust from the rocky soil underneath the horse.
"Over there, Dad! He's right there!"
Kenny shouted, pointing to a pile of rocks off in the distance. Shane was perched in a pile of rocks, a rifle pressed to his cheek as he aimed at them. Jack turned the horse sharply around and urged it on toward a copse of trees, using the thick trunks of the trees as cover. He then steered the horse away from Shane's gunfire while traveling in a random pattern instead of a straight line. How the hell did he untie himself, and where did he get a gun? Shit! Henry had one and we left it behind, Jack said. They crossed the crest of the ridge, and Jack pulled the reins up short. Just over the ridge, the woods ended in a 40-foot straight drop-off. There was no way around. He wheeled the horse around, frantically searching for a way out. Shane had picked his spot well. His vantage point gave him a clean shot at the length of the trail, the only way off the ridge. On both sides there were steep slopes down, and here the cliff prevented an escape. The only possible way down or up from their current position was within range of Shane's gunfire. Shane was likely still in the same spot, knowing full well he had them trapped.
"How did he get ahead of us?"
Kenny asked. There were a lot of switchbacks on the trail. He must have found a shortcut. Take the reins, Kenny. The only way out is past him. Find a clear path, and I'll keep his head down, Jack said.
"All right. Hang on tight,"
Kenny said. Kenny hopped off the horse and then remounted, this time in front of Jack. He took the reins and spurred the horse into a trot. When they grew within range of Shane, he pushed the horse into a full gallop, and the horse flew down the hillside, its hooves kicking up dust and rocks. Jack held on tight to the horse with his legs, squeezing to maintain his balance. He put the rifle to his shoulder and aimed at the rock pile where Shane was concealed. With the horse running at a full gallop, the barrel jumped about wildly, and he was only able to aim the gun in Shane's general direction without fixing him in the sights. He squeezed off a round, hoping that the covering fire would be enough to keep Shane from getting a good shot off as they passed. Shane popped his head up and returned fire, but the shot went wide. Jack turned in the saddle, firing 2 more shots before Shane was out of view. Kenny urged the horse forward as they descended the trail, spurring it on with his boots. Just before they rounded a corner in the trail, Jack saw Shane on the back of a horse, rifle in hand, as he cut through the woods down to the trail. He was less than 100 yards behind them.
"Hurry, Kenny. He's got a horse,"
Jack said. They thundered down the mountain, following the trail as it wound around switchbacks and through bad sections of terrain. Shane was closing the distance between them, as his horse was unburdened by 2 riders and saddlebags full of food. Jack twisted around and tried to take aim, but there was no way he could get a clean shot from the moving horse. He had to figure out something quick, or Shane would be on them within minutes. "Kenny, look up ahead. See the slope up that hill? Get off the trail and take the horse straight up the slope," he said.
"I can't, Dad. It's too steep,"
Kenny said. "Yes, you can. Just do it, Kenny. We have to get off the trail. He's right behind us," Jack said. Jack slung the rifle over his shoulder as they approached the steep hillside, gripping the edge of the saddle tightly between his fingers. Kenny spurred the horse up the hill, and she climbed several feet, but then balked from going any further. The horse slid back down to the trail, and Jack tumbled out of the saddle onto the shifting rocks underfoot. He grabbed the reins and ran back up the hillside next to the horse, pulling at the harness. The horse struggled at first, but scaled up the steep slope, climbing into the woods above the trail. The slope grew less severe 20 feet up and began to level out, providing an area they could ride double again. He climbed on, and they moved at a quick trot for a ways. Jack glanced backwards several times, anxiously watching to see if Shane had seen them climb the hill or had kept on going down the trail. Gunfire erupted, and a tree branch cracked next to them. Shane had followed them up the hill and was firing from the back of the horse. "Kenny, take the horse and get home. I've got to end this. He won't stop until I'm dead," Jack said. Jack hopped down and then gave the horse's rump a firm smack. The horse immediately took off running, with Kenny hanging on tightly to the pommel and reins. Jack put his rifle to his shoulder and took a hasty shot at Shane, then broke for cover. He reloaded the rifle with ammunition from his pocket and waited for the sound of Shane's horse approaching.
"Are you going to hide behind that tree forever, Jack?"
Shane yelled.
"Let's end this,"
Jack yelled back.
"Oh, I'm going to end it. You're not going to like how it ends, though. An eye for an eye, Jack. A son for a son. I'm going to kill your boy, and if I can't get this one, I'll kill the other one. I know where you live, Jack. You can't hide from me," Shane yelled.
Jack leaned out from the tree trunk, took a shot at Shane, and missed. He took another look around the base of the tree and saw that Shane was now backtracking down the steep hillside they'd come up. A few more feet down the hill, and then he was gone, nowhere to be seen. In a panic, Jack looked around wildly, trying to gauge the direction Shane was headed, trying to figure out what his plan was. Where would Kenny be? Would the path he took let him out on the same trail further down the line where Shane could ride up on him unsuspected? Could he catch up to either one of them on foot while they were mounted on horses? Jack shouldered the rifle and ran straight through the woods, following the hoofprints along the path Kenny had just taken. He had to catch up to him before Shane found him. He tracked the horse's prints until they descended and merged back onto the path they followed earlier. He knelt down and saw that there were now two distinct sets of tracks. Shane was right on Kenny's tail. He'd never catch the two of them on foot. He had to get up higher on the ridgeline and run straight through the woods to cut out the extra mileage of the switchbacks. It was the only way to catch up. He climbed straight up the steep slope, clinging to short shrubs and tree roots, pulling himself higher. Once at the top, he got to his feet and ran through the woods, racing along the ridge. It was more difficult to maintain his footing up here, but he had the advantage of being able to run a short distance to the right or left and see clearly down both sides of the mountain. A half-mile ahead, he spotted Shane, spurring his horse up the trail. Kenny was nowhere in sight, but he had to be somewhere ahead of Shane. Jack pushed his body harder and ran another quarter of a mile along the ridge, branches slapping against him as he hurried through the woods. Here the trail began to snake down the mountain, and several switchbacks led to a long, straight section of trail high above the rushing white waters of a river far below. The gravel underfoot grew increasingly treacherous, and Jack carefully climbed down to about 20 yards above the trail and hid behind a tree. Kenny appeared out of the woods and trotted by, warily peering up and down the slopes, watching for signs of danger. Jack held himself as still as a statue, making his figure as small as possible in the shade of the trees. If Kenny saw him, he would try to convince Jack to double up and ride out again. He knew that would never work. With two of them on one horse, Shane would have the upper hand, and it would be the end of both of them. Here, though, he would be in a good spot for an ambush. When Shane came along, he could end this once and for all. His throat still dry and sore, he fought against the urge to cough as several minutes passed. Climbing down the rocky hillside, it kicked up a lot of gravel dust, irritating his raw throat. Jack got himself into a kneeling position and held the rifle against the side of the tree, giving himself a stable shooting stance. He kept his cheek tight against the wooden stock and waited for Shane to arrive. Less than a moment later, Shane rode out of the woods, his horse galloping fast along the trail. He held the reins in one hand and his rifle in the other, his eyes scanning the landscape as he went. Jack kept Shane in the center of his sights, and then moved the sight slightly off-center, leading him with the rifle. When Shane was directly below him on the trail, he pulled the trigger. The rifle made a click, as if the hammer had struck against nothing. Adrenaline flooded through his body, his mind second-guessing whether there was a round in the chamber or not. Jack lowered the gun, but before he'd lowered it too far, the rifle fired, the recoil kicking the gun back against his shoulder. Shane's horse reared up and threw him from the saddle. He landed hard on the loose gravel beneath the horse, wincing in pain. The horse screamed and kicked at the empty air, its mouth frothing. A bright red stream of blood began to spurt from its shoulder, and the horse took off running down the trail. Jack fumbled with the gun, caught off guard by the hang fire. He lost his footing and started to slide down the slope, accelerated by the shifting gravel underfoot. He dropped the rifle, and then his feet went out from underneath him. He reached for the gun as he raced down the hillside in the middle of an avalanche of loose gravel. Shane got to his feet just in time for Jack to plow into him, knocking him back down. Shane grabbed at the rifle, pulling at it in an attempt to take it from Jack's hands. Jack jerked the gun back and pried it loose from Shane's grip. The rifle smacked him hard in the forehead, bringing stars to his eyes. He kicked his legs out and pushed Shane away from him, sending him sliding further down the slope. Shane picked up speed and was carried away in the avalanche, tossed and tumbled in the loose rocks. Half buried in gravel, he clawed at the hillside with his hands until all of a sudden he vanished, tumbling over the cliff face. Realizing the peril he was in, Jack let go of the rifle and scrambled toward a small spruce tree growing in the rocky hillside. He lunged to the side, his fingers gaining a tenuous grip on the pliable branches, and he fought to get a better purchase. He swung out his right hand and got a firm handhold on the wispy tree trunk. The weight of the rocks in the avalanche tugged at him, threatening to pull him along. A large boulder weighing at least 50 pounds dislodged from further up the hill and came tumbling toward him. The rock collided with the tree trunk he clung to, smashing his fingers. His fingers spasmed in pain and released their grip on the tree. Jack clutched at the shifting rocks, desperately trying to stop himself from sliding further down the slope. His stomach rose into his throat as he slid faster and faster toward the edge of the cliff. There was nothing for him to grab onto. His heart pounding in his chest like a drum, he flew off the edge of the cliff amidst a shower of gravel. He tumbled head over heels, the world spinning wildly around him as he plummeted toward the ground far below. Chapter 19. Chief Howell leaned back against the stone wall of the church, absently rubbing at his swollen and aching jaw. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, casting light through a different scene in the stained glass windows than before. The earlier hellish display of fiery orange and red was replaced with a serene cascade of light blue and yellow hues dancing on the wall. As he watched the colors play, a cloud of cigarette smoke ascended into the light, creating the illusion of a heavenly landscape just above their heads. A figure stepped between him and the light, disrupting the vision. "Here, thought you might need a swig of this," Roy said, handing him a bottle of whiskey. He took the bottle and tilted it up, wincing as the alcohol stung a deep cut on his lip. It was one of many cuts and bruises he'd received today, although he was glad to see that he'd given Roy as good as he'd gotten. Roy's face was black and blue on one side, and his lip was swollen. "Thanks," he said. Roy kneeled down with a grunt of pain and then leaned his back against the wall, sitting down next to him. Roy took the bottle of whiskey back and lifted it into the air in a toast. "Here's to you, Chief. I can't tell you how good that felt."
"Now that you've got that out of your system, let's get down to business," Dutch said. "Everybody gather around. We need to make sure we're all on the same page here."
He straightened himself up and looked across the faces of the people in the church. Pastor Eisenbach and a few of the townspeople still wore cautious expressions, uncertain of what to expect from him after the violent fistfight with Roy. As the chief of police, he was the last symbol of their old way of life. A quiet, backwater lawman that shook hands at church socials and rescued cats from trees. Hell, this town had never been like that in the first place. Everyone here needed to open their eyes as much as he'd needed it. If anything, the fistfight had done some good and shaken them loose from their expectations of law and order. The world just wasn't like that any longer. Chief Howell groaned as he got to his feet and looked across the people gathered in a circle around him in the church. "You all know what we need to do. We've got to work together to pull this off. Timing will be essential. If we do this right, we can take our town back from these people and keep more of our folks from getting killed. We didn't start this, but we're damn sure going to finish it," he said. Dutch and the bikers yelled, roaring with approval. He took his keychain out of his pocket and removed a single key from the ring. Glancing up at the young biker standing next to Dutch, he reappraised the young man one last time. He wasn't a full member of the club yet, something they called a prospect, sort of like an initiate. The boy had guts. He had to give him that. His would be the most dangerous part of this plan. "You sure about this?" he asked.
"This will be a first for me, running into a police station instead of out of one,"
the prospect said. The bikers laughed and patted him on the shoulder.
"You pull this off and you've earned your Joker's hangman patch," Roy said,
gripping the young man's shoulder.
"All right, here's the key to the gun cabinets. Make sure to grab plenty of ammunition and the rifles. Stay put after you grab the guns. Don't try to make it back here. Stick to the plan. Wait until we take out those snipers before you leave the station. Don't try to be a hero," Chief Howell said. "You don't have to tell me twice," the prospect said.
He tossed the key to the prospect, who caught it in midair. Chief Howell picked up his rifle and carried it with him to his post just inside the front door.
"Are you ready?"
he asked. The prospect jogged in place for a moment, warming his legs up. He crouched down into a runner's starting position and nodded his head, a serious look on his face.
"Let's do it." "On three, then. 1, 2, 3,
he said, throwing the door open. He brought the rifle to his shoulder and laid down suppressing fire to keep the snipers' heads down, walking backwards into the church at an angle as he fired to avoid making himself a stationary target for the snipers. The prospect ran across the street and was inside the motorcycle club before the snipers had a chance to fire off a single round. Chief Howell ducked behind a stone pillar and shouted at Pastor Eisenbach, who stood behind the large wooden door.
"Shut it!"
The pastor slammed the door shut and sat down in a pew, holding a shaky hand over his mouth.
"Get up, preacher. We gotta clear those pews out of the way. We need to make room," Roy said.
Roy and Pastor Eisenbach worked together with the elderly folks and moved each of the long wooden pews across to the far side of the room. With the pews removed, a large open space began to form on one half of the church. Across the street at the club, motorcycle engines roared to life as their riders revved their motors in the club's garage. The cacophony grew louder as more and more bikers joined the group, each adding another growling motor to the din.
"Here we go, people,"
Chief Howell shouted over the noise of the motorcycles. He moved to one of the broken stained glass windows and lined up his sights on the rooftop snipers, letting loose 2 rounds in quick succession. All at once, the biker gang rode out of the club's garages. The noise was deafening as they raced down the empty street. The original pack of 8 bikers split into 2 groups, each heading in a different direction down the main street. Further along the road, this group split into 2 groups again, the bikers weaving back and forth across the traffic lanes as they roared down the streets, providing the snipers a more difficult target. The 4 packs of 2 bikers split up one last time, and each man took a different street out of the town square. After a moment, the bikers swung back around, weaving in and out of the streets at full speed, sowing chaos and confusion for the rooftop gunmen. It was a distraction, keeping their attention from the real plan they were putting into action. The prospect barreled through the door of the church and dropped a heavy coil of nylon rope onto the floor. The young man caught his breath, picked up one end of the nylon rope, and then ran out through the door again. Roy snatched up the rope and fed loops off of it so that it wouldn't become tangled as the prospect ran down the street. Chief Howell moved back to the open doorway and resumed firing at the snipers on the roof. The nylon rope spun off the coil, and nearly half of the length went out through the door. Out front, bikers buzzed through the town square and surrounding streets. As if on cue, they all left the town square and rode away. The sound of their engines grew distant.
"He's in,"
Roy said, closing the church door partially. Chief Howell stepped behind a stone pillar, his chest heaving for breath. Dutch came out of the back of the church carrying a long folding table under his arm.
"Hey, I found this. It'll work perfect. Open that door up."
Roy pulled the door open, careful to stay out of the open doorway where the snipers would have a clear shot at him. Taking one end of the table from Dutch, they slid the folding table down over the stairs in front of the church, creating a makeshift ramp up the concrete steps.
"Think that'll work?"
Roy asked.
"We'll find out,"
Dutch said. Minutes passed in silence except for the nervous tapping of feet and clicks of cigarette lighters as Roy and the bikers chain-smoked. Chief Howell watched the nylon rope intently. After a few minutes, the rope jerked and flopped about on the floor.
"He did it! He got them!"
Roy said excitedly. Chief Howell peered out of the corner of the window, looking down the street. Just outside of the police station, there was a black duffel sitting in the middle of the sidewalk, its handles attached to the nylon rope. A second duffel bag was tossed through the doorway, joining the first, the second bag tied off to the first one.
"Come on, guys, pull,"
Roy said. Dutch and the pastor joined him at the rope, lining up behind each other as if they were about to play tug-of-war. The rope went taut, and they dragged the bags down the sidewalk a foot at a time. The activity didn't go unnoticed for long. Halfway between the police station and the church, the snipers opened fire, shooting at the bag and the rope in an attempt to cut the cord and prevent it from reaching the church. It was a useless task. The nylon rope was thin, an impossible target for them to hit at a distance. The bags crossed the threshold of the church, and Pastor Eisenbach slammed the doors shut. Cheers rose up inside the church. Everyone rushed in to watch Chief Howell open them up. He pulled the rifles and ammunition out, separating them into neat piles on the floor. It was quite a haul. 8 M16s, 4 AR-15s, 4 Remington 700 rifles, and 3 Remington 870 shotguns to round out the bunch. Most of these guns had never been out of their cases in the police station. The weapons were war surplus, purchased with special funds handed out by the state. Heck, compared to what some of the other cities had purchased, he'd been frugal with the money. There were rumors that more than one city had an armored vehicle at their disposal. While he never quite believed his small-town police department would need this type of gear, he was never one to turn down a steep discount.
"Jesus Christ,"
Roy said, earning a glare from Pastor Eisenbach.
"Who knows how to shoot a rifle? Anybody here gone deer hunting?"
Chief Howell asked. Dutch and 2 other bikers raised their hands.
"Here, take this, and here's the ammo that goes with that rifle,"
he said, handing out 3 of the Remington 700 rifles with scopes to Dutch and the other 2 bikers, keeping one for himself.
"The rest of you pick a gun and grab some ammo. You 3 with the rifles come with me," he said.
Dutch and the other 2 bikers followed him as he led them to the far side of the church.
"Now we've got rifles to match the firepower of those men up on the rooftop over there, but they still have a better position than we do. That's going to change in a few minutes here when your friends get back. They'll be coming in hot, but we'll still need to lay down covering fire for them. You take that window over there. You, that one over there. Dutch, you man the stained glass window and I'll fire through the front door. Remember, you're not trying to kill them. Just make them keep their heads down. We'll take them out later," he said.
The sound of motorcycle engines grew closer as the biker gang sped into town. Chief Howell checked his watch. 30 minutes on the dot, just like they'd agreed to.
"Here they come! Get ready!"
Dutch yelled. He took his position by the church door, keeping a path clear inside the doorway. Pastor Eisenbach threw the heavy wooden door open and jumped out of the way. Chief Howell joined Dutch and the other 2 bikers and laid down suppressing fire on the rooftop down the street. One of the snipers showed his head and bravely attempted to return fire, but quickly discarded the notion as an overwhelming number of large-caliber bullets homed in on his position. A motorcycle came flying down the main street, and the biker revved his motor, riding right up the makeshift ramp and into the church. The man fishtailed the bike on the smooth wooden floor and planted his foot to keep his bike up. The biker parked at the back of the church and got out of the way, preparing for the next motorcyclist to copy his stunt entrance. Over the next few minutes, the remaining bikers came home to roost, racing up the ramp. Once the last of them rode his bike into the building, Pastor Eisenbach slammed the door shut, shaking his head in dismay at the state of his church. The bikers joined him at the front of the church.
"Cease fire. That's enough. They're all in,"
Chief Howell said. Dutch and the bikers with rifles took a last few pot shots at the snipers, then lowered their weapons. Chief Howell took the remaining shotguns and assault rifles and handed them out among the biker gang. When he acquired the guns, he certainly never had arming the local biker gang in mind, but he was glad to have both the manpower and the armaments all the same. Everything was in place. 8 motorcycles and their riders, along with several more bikers on foot. It was an army compared to the small police force he usually commanded. These were hard-looking men. A band of misfits and outlaws they might be, but they looked more than capable of putting the second half of the plan into action. By nightfall, their town and the surrounding valley would be under the control of Wheeler's citizens again. Even if those citizens were a gang of low-down, dirty bikers and a drunken old police chief. Chapter 20. Time seemed to slow down as he fell through the air, his arms and legs windmilling as he reached out instinctively to grab onto anything to halt his fall. He caught glimpses of the ground below rising up to meet him through the dizzying rolls and flips as he continued his free fall through the air. Flashes of what lay below alternated with the bits of clear blue sky as he tumbled. The trees and rocks next to the white water rapids of the river at the bottom of his fall grew in detail until Jack finally closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the last few seconds of his impending doom. In his mind's eye, pictures of Amy, Danny, and Kenny came unbidden in the darkness of his closed eyelids. The air was knocked out of him, and an intense, icy coldness took hold of him, ripping his mind away from his family. His legs and arms stung as if he'd been smacked across his entire body. He opened his eyes and realized he was underwater, being tossed about by vicious currents that pulled him about in every direction. He fought against the urge to draw a breath despite his body's desperate demands for air. He was thrown against a boulder as he was washed downstream, the current pinning him against the immovable giant rock. Pushing hard with his legs, he was able to force himself away. He swam hard for the surface, kicking his legs and arms, which were growing numb from the ice-cold rapids. Jack broke the surface and gulped in a lungful of air, and then was immediately pulled under the water again. The raging current carried him along, bouncing him against the rocky bottom and then smashing him against bedrock exposed by the river. He surfaced again and kicked with all his might to steer himself out of the raging white water current. All of his energy spent, he swam through the calmer water at the edge of the river and crawled onto the rocky shore on his elbows and knees, unable to lift himself up. He coughed and sputtered, bringing up a lungful of water, and doubled over as he expelled what felt like gallons of swallowed river water. His body thoroughly exhausted and wrecked, he dragged himself all the way out of the water and lay on his back on the bank, catching his breath. Every extremity was numb and shivered violently with the extreme cold. His eyes grew heavy as his body demanded sleep. Forcing his body to obey his mind's commands, he willed himself to get up onto his feet. He had to get up and find a way to warm himself, or he would be dead from hypothermia within minutes. Jack found a pine tree with a bed of dry needles and large chunks of pine resin clinging to the base of the tree. He gathered them up and brought them over to the root ball of an ancient tree that had fallen down long ago. Noticing something in the corner of his eye, he stopped what he was doing and dropped down behind the tree to hide himself. A few hundred yards upstream, a plume of gray smoke billowed out of the woods next to the river. Shane was there, gathering limbs and branches from the ground around him. He, too, had survived the fall from the cliff. He was no fool, either. There were some limits to his blind rage in pursuit of revenge. Without a fire, he would die from hypothermia, unable to pursue Jack and his sons any further. Jack cautiously watched for several minutes for any sign that Shane knew he was there, but he appeared oblivious to his presence. It was possible Shane didn't see him go over the cliff, or perhaps he assumed Jack was dead after the fall. Either way, Jack would do nothing to change that assumption. The sun was going down fast, already half obscured by the mountain ridge. It would be dark soon, and he could safely start a fire without Shane spotting the smoke. He would just need to hide the flames. Looking around, he quickly determined what he could do with the materials around him. Jack climbed over the enormous downed tree and examined the hollow elbow created by the root ball in the trunk. It would take very little work to start a fire in this space and conceal it from Shane. He worked quickly to gather enough firewood to last through the night, dragging branches and small tree trunks into a pile next to the downed tree. Just before the sun fell, he stopped gathering firewood and snapped off a bunch of spruce boughs to use as bedding underneath him and to bury himself under to retain heat. The job would have been much easier if he hadn't lost the knife in his belt sheath during the fall. Jack dug a long, shallow pit running parallel to the downed tree and lay the dry pine needles and pine resin along the length, then placed small sticks and kindling on top of the starter material. Using the flint and steel he kept in his pocket with him at all times, he fought against his numb fingers to get a flame started. Eventually, the fire caught, and the dry wood quickly became a glowing bed of red-hot coals. Jack dragged larger branches onto the long fire and then stripped off his clothes, hanging them next to the fire to dry. He lay down on the pine boughs and shivered until his wet body dried and began to warm from the fire. Out of danger from hypothermia, Jack sat patiently waiting for the clothes to dry. It didn't take long for the blistering hot fire to drive the moisture out of the clothes, and he put them back on, grateful to be out of the bitingly cold wind. Once dressed, Jack climbed over the downed tree and peered at the bright flames of Shane's unguarded, open fire upstream from him. The glow illuminated the woods around Shane's camp, telling Jack exactly where his adversary was. Feeling his way through the darkness, he slowly but steadily approached Shane's camp. He had to know what he was dealing with. It took him the better part of an hour to creep his way to within 30 yards of Shane's fire, where he crouched down in the deep, dark shadows just out of the firelight. Jack sat quietly, taking in every aspect of the makeshift camp, appraising his enemy. Shane huddled next to the fire, still wearing his wet clothes, his teeth chattering in the darkness. Every few minutes he added more wood to the fire and resumed his shivering. From what he could tell, Shane had lost his rifle during the fall from the cliff. There was no sign of anything useful in his camp besides the stack of fallen dead wood piled next to the fire. That put them both on an equal footing. He crept back to his camp and climbed over the fallen tree trunk, then lay down in between the pine boughs to conserve his energy. He wondered what was going through Shane's mind right now as he huddled over his own fire less than half a mile away. Hatred, most likely. Blinding hatred for him. Jack could understand it up until a certain point. If someone took one of his family members from him, he would follow them to the ends of the earth. But not like this. That was the difference between the two men. He would never sink to the level of killing another man's son in order to exact his revenge. It was such a small thing that started all of this. A backpack of canned soup. The backpack of soup that would save his younger son's life, but would cost Shane's son his own. That backpack of soup was such a small thing, yet immensely important to Danny. If Shane's son had just let him walk out of there. Jack stilled his mind and stopped the train of thought. What was done was done. Now he had to deal with it and put a stop to Shane's murderous madness. When the sun came up in the morning, he would find some kind of weapon and turn the tables. The hunter would become the hunted. He would no longer play Shane's game by his rules. Out here, they would play by Jack's rules. Out here, there was nothing but pain, starvation, and desperation. He'd been in the bottomless pit of despair several times on his way home after the EMP. It was almost familiar ground to him by now. He knew he could pull himself out again. Tomorrow morning, he would push Shane to the limit and see what the man was made of. Chapter 21. The exhaust fumes from 8 motorcycles revving their engines in the confined space of the small church were almost as overpowering as the deafening roar. The bikers were armed to the teeth with a mix of rifles, shotguns, and pistols. The tables had turned now, and the intruders of their small town were about to face a motorcade of destruction.
Are you ready? Roy, Dutch, and I will storm the building while 4 of you circle the building and keep them busy. The rest of you split into 2 groups. Scout out around the rest of the town and the mountain passes at both ends of the valley. We'll meet back here in 30 minutes and go from there. Good luck, and give 'em hell, Chief Howell said.
He took aim at the rooftop and opened fire on the snipers, sending them for cover behind the building's concrete and brick facade.
Go, go, go,
Roy yelled, waving his arm in the air in a rallying motion. Pastor Eisenbach opened the door and the biker gang roared down the ramp and into the street. As soon as the last one of the bikers left the building, Chief Howell ran down the sidewalk, staying as close as he could to the brick buildings along the main street. He headed straight for the building where the snipers were perched, pausing every 30 or 40 feet to lay down more covering fire. The shots turned out to be overkill, as the riflemen on the roof were preoccupied with the bikers circling the building armed with AR-15s and M16s. They worked as a team, maintaining distance between each man and pausing every so often to unleash a few rounds of semi-automatic rifle fire as they rode around the building harassing the occupants. He ducked into an alleyway behind a brick building, catching his breath and recovering from the sprint. After a moment, he barreled toward the department store, now only half a block away, and didn't stop until he was under the awning of the building and right underneath the snipers. Careful not to disturb the broken plate glass on the ground, he opened the door and crept inside. Dutch and Roy were right on his tail as he entered the building, huffing and gasping for breath just as badly as he was.
Keep your eyes on corners and doors. Those are the danger zones. Watch your friendly fire and keep an eye on your backside, he whispered.
Chief Howell swept through the main floor of the building, clearing area after area, working toward the back of the showroom until they came to a warehouse at the back of the building. Once inside, he saw an open stairwell leading to the roof at the back of the room. As he crept closer to the open stairwell, he clearly heard at least 3 men talking in frantic tones up on the roof.
Okay, let's do this. Hand me that shotgun,
he said to Dutch. Howell traded weapons with the biker and checked the shotgun to ensure it was fully loaded. Once he was satisfied, he shouldered the weapon and pointed it at the empty space of the stairwell, quietly ascending the steps. Once near the top of the stairwell, he peeked his head up through the opening just enough to spot the positions of the men on the roof. All 3 had their backs turned to him as they focused their attention on the bikers riding around the building. He climbed the last of the steps, moving with deadly speed onto the roof and making a beeline toward the shooters. He pulled the trigger and sent a shell of double-aught buckshot into the back of the first shooter, who dropped his rifle and slumped forward onto the roof. He pumped the shotgun and swung the barrel to the left, putting the shotgun's red bead on the second rifleman's back and blasted a round into him. The third rifleman turned around to face him and was in the process of swinging his gun around as Chief Howell pumped the shotgun again and then sent a volley of double-aught into the man's chest from a mere 6 feet away, dropping him like a sack of potatoes. He kicked the rifles away from their hands and swept the rest of the roof, making sure there were no unaccounted-for shooters.
We're all clear. Let's get back to the church and see what information the scouts have returned with, he said.
Stooping down, he picked up the 3 rifles carried by the Long Branch crew and handed them to Dutch, then made his way off of the roof. Chief Howell walked back to the church, shaking his head with disbelief at the devastation such a small group of people had caused his town. 2 deputies were dead, and Wyatt was gone, as well as 2 of Roy's men. 5 of the Long Branch crew had been taken out so far.
Is it over?
Pastor Eisenbach asked.
No, this isn't over yet. You have to keep that in mind, Pastor, that communication doesn't work the way it used to. Whatever orders those men were issued or what they're still going by, they don't have radios or cell phones. I can't pick up the telephone and call Long Branch and work out a deal. We'll have to meet in person to clear this up. Until we reach some sort of accord, I can't leave town with any of the Long Branch folks running around wreaking havoc. This won't be over until we subdue or kill all of them in our town right now and then force a negotiation with Long Branch. The scouting parties will be back soon to let us know how many more hostiles we still have to deal with, he said. Not long after, the bikers pulled up outside of the church and parked their bikes.
One of them stepped forward from the first group and addressed the chief and Roy.
"There's a group of 8 men up at the east end of town on the highway. They've got a blockade set up and fired on us when we rode by. I saw rifles and shotguns amongst them, and they're keeping their heads down, spread out along the blockade," the bikers said.
8? That's too many. Going up against 8 men in a fortified position would be suicide. All of us together wouldn't be enough to storm the position, the chief said.
"Same deal at the other end of town, Chief. Another small group of men manning a blockade of old cars in the highway," the second biker said.
"Damn. With both of the passes blocked, we're stuck in town. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't get to Long Branch to negotiate with the blockades up. We have to fight our way out of one end of town or the other," Chief Howell said.
"Not necessarily. There's another road out of town. More of a trail now, really. The old Mountain Pass Road. You couldn't get a car or truck through it in the condition it's in, but you can get a motorcycle through. Moonshiners used them back in the day, and they've come in handy for other people trying to avoid local law enforcement,"
Dutch said. Roy gave Dutch a stern look, as if he'd sold a secret family recipe for $1. "Yeah, he's right. We can use the old pass road. Even so, we can't leave these people behind at the blockades. That would leave the town at their mercy, unprotected. Maybe we use the old road and then come at them from a different direction than they're expecting us. We'll circle back and sneak in on foot. That will give us the element of surprise," Chief Howell said. "What are we waiting for? Split up, Dutch. Take half of the boys and take care of those bastards at the east end of town. Chief Howell, myself, and the rest of the crew will circle around and take care of the others," Roy said.
"Sounds like a plan,"
Dutch said. "All right, Chief. Hop on a bike behind one of my guys. They don't mind you riding along," Roy said. "I don't ride, bitch," Chief Howell said. "Well, Chief, unless you can ride a motorcycle, I don't know how you plan on getting there. That old nag of a horse you've got ain't going to keep up with us," Roy said. Several of the bikers snickered and laughed. "If you got a bike, I can ride," he said. "Well, today is just full of surprises. 2 of you guys double up and somebody loan the chief your bike," Roy said. One of the men got off of his motorcycle and offered him the handlebars. "I don't need to tell you to bring it back without a scratch on it, do I, Chief?" the biker asked.
"Not a scratch,"
he said, then nodded at the man. He sat down on the bike, opening the choke, and kick-started the motor, revving the engine loudly. "I'll be damned," Roy said. Dutch and half of the crew fired up their motorcycles and went flying down the road. Roy and the remaining men grouped up and started down the road after them. Chief Howell twisted the throttle and sped after the group, the powerful motor growling beneath him. They flew down the 2-lane asphalt road and then slowed and turned off onto a paved side street that came to a dead end a half a mile up the road. Roadworks signs, a few rusted and broke-down old tractors, and a large green metal dumpster sat at the end of the street, obviously unused for quite some time. Roy pulled his bike up next to the dumpster and pushed it aside, exposing an old and well-worn gravel road that continued on past the main road. The bikers proceeded through it, as did the chief, and Roy drove his bike through last of all. They thundered down the old gravel road, climbing the steep mountain until they reached the summit. The way down the other side was a precarious gravel zigzag road that hadn't been maintained in decades and had washed out in several places. Once at the bottom of the mountain, they rejoined a rural highway that led to the main highway pass that the Long Branch crew occupied. "How you want to do this, Chief?" Roy asked. "Ride the bikes for a bit, then cut the motors a couple miles out. We should be able to coast most of the way down, and we don't want to lose the element of surprise," he said. They rode down the road, and a couple miles out, Roy held his arm up, and all of the bikers killed their engines, letting their motorcycles coast down the hill. A half-mile away from where the scout had described the blockade, they pulled their bikes off the side of the road and hid them in a deep gully. "Wait until everyone is in position. If we get the drop on them, I want to give them a chance to surrender. If we don't, we'll do what we have to do. To hell with them," the chief said. He snuck through the woods and stopped every so often to look and listen to the woods in front of them. After several such stops, they located the blockade. The men from Long Branch stood leaning against the cars that made up the blockade, looking down the highway in the direction of Wheeler. Not a single one of them paid any attention to their flanks or unprotected rear. Chief Howell made a motion with his right hand, indicating that the bikers should fan out to the left and right behind him as they approached the center of the blockade. Lifting his shotgun to his shoulder, he swept in behind a group of 3 of the men talking to each other behind the blockade. Chief Howell stood just behind them and pumped the action of the shotgun, kicking an unspent round out onto the ground. The shotgun was already loaded, and he didn't need to shuck the pump, but that wasn't the point. The sound was instantly recognizable by everyone. Hearing a shell chambered into a shotgun right at the back of your head went a long way toward pacifying anybody except the truly idiotic or suicidal. Having gotten their attention, he gave his best authoritative shout, honed from years of law enforcement.
"Freeze! Drop your weapons and get down on the ground, now!"
The cluster of 3 men in front of him instantly complied with his demand. They tossed their rifles and shotguns away and sank down to their knees with their hands on top of their heads. Up and down the line, the Long Branch crew took stock of their situation, and the rest of them complied as well. Chief Howell went up and down, kicking the weapons away from their reach and back to the bikers who stood behind them with their weapons trained. He stood at the end of the blockade, about to handcuff one of the men when out of the corner of his eye he glimpsed Roy raising his gun barrel up, aiming right toward his head. Chief Howell dropped the handcuffs to the ground and put his own shotgun to his shoulder, but Roy fired before he could even fully turn to face him. His heart pounding like a drum, he felt around on his chest and midsection for injuries, expecting to find a large hole in the middle of his belly. Perplexed, he turned to follow Roy's gaze at the ground behind him. 2 men lay on the ground. They had been attempting to sneak up on him, creeping up the side of the ditch next to the highway. Roy killed one of the men, and the second lay there with his hands over his head, his body shaking with fear. Chief Howell looked at Roy, perplexed, and then nodded his head in thanks.
"Get up, you,"
he said to the pudgy man in the ditch.
"Why'd you do this? What made all of you come into our town and do this? What were you thinking?"
Chief Howell demanded.
"We came here to help Shane Fowler take Jack Miller into custody. He killed Shane's boy," the pudgy man said. "I know what happened because I was there. Were any of you there? Did you see what happened? Because if you did, you wouldn't be here in my town shooting up my people. Speak up," he ordered.
None of the Long Branch crew said a word. Most of them looked down at the ground guiltily.
"Vigilante justice? And for what? None of you even knows what happened or what you're doing out here. Jack Miller did shoot and kill Shane's son. There's no denying that. He shot him in self-defense, you idiots. We found that train first, and your people started shooting first and asking questions later. Shane's boy tried to stop Jack from leaving that train. He had $40 worth of soup cans for his child who's starving to death. Soup! This was a senseless tragedy, not a cold-blooded murder. Now who's in charge over in Long Branch? Is Judge Ramsey still there? I can't believe she would authorize something like this," Chief Howell said.
The pudgy man nodded his head and kept his eyes on the ground.
"Yes, sir. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to send you back to Long Branch with a message. You all came out here for some vigilante justice. You thought we were a little town and you could push us around. You've seen what we can do now. You started this nonsense, and we finished it. You go tell Judge Ramsey that Chief Howell said he wants to have a one-on-one meeting with her in a neutral location. You tell her that we'll meet her at the train, right where all of this started. I lost a lot of good people today, and since we're all out here talking about justice, I want half of that train. That train isn't in Long Branch, and Wheeler found it first, so by rights it belongs to us 100%. You tell her she'd better be ready to start negotiating, and you make sure to tell her what kind of mood we're in. Now get out of here and get back to Long Branch. I don't want to see your faces here again. See the ugly biker with a bad attitude standing behind me? His name is Roy. Shane shot and killed his brother Wyatt today. Wyatt had nothing to do with the train or the supplies. It was murder, plain and simple. Does that sound like justice to you? If I see any of you in my town again, I'll cut you down on sight. And if I don't, you can be sure Roy will do it himself without a second thought. We'll hang on to these guns for you. Now get going, Chief Howell ordered.
The group of men looked at each other questioningly, then seemed to agree and set out down the road to Long Branch. When they were well down the road, Chief Howell turned to Roy and extended his hand.
Roy, boys, thank you for your help today. It was an ugly thing that happened to Wyatt. This could have been far bloodier without your help. I'll keep those mountain back roads you use for smuggling a secret for local law enforcement.
The bikers laughed and chuckled. Roy gripped his hand, returning his firm handshake.
It looks like we'll have to patch up an old bike for the chief if he's going to be running with our crew, Roy said.
Chief Howell looked down the highway and over the mountains, wondering what other threats lay beyond the horizon. If two small neighboring towns like Wheeler and Long Branch could descend into chaos in such a short time after the EMP, how would the larger communities fare? Chapter 22. It was still and quiet in the early morning hours before dawn along the riverbank. The only sound was the rushing of white water as it flowed over bedrock, cold and unstoppable as the river wound its way through the remote valley. A chilly wind blew through the trees, and Jack shivered against the cold, hurrying at his task so that he could get back to the warmth of the campfire a short distance away. He dug his fingers into the loose soil, gently lifting the tendrils of a spruce tree's root system free of the soil. Several feet of the root lay wrapped in a coil at his feet. Just a few more sections, and he would have enough cordage to bind together what he was working on. With the spruce roots in hand, he went back to the campfire and sat down next to the large stones he'd carried up from the river, along with a long, straight tree limb he'd found lying on the ground. Jack took one of the river stones and, using it as a hammer, brought it down on one of the other stones. A large section split off of the stone, creating a sharp edge along the break. He worked at the split stone some more, striking it repeatedly and breaking off sections until all that remained was a long, thin piece of stone with a sharp, pointed tip. He skinned the branch and split the end of it down the middle, then set the long, thin spearhead into the shaft of the wood. Next, he wound spruce roots around the two pieces, wrapping the roots tightly around the spear shaft and binding the spearhead to the long shaft of wood. He tested the binding, trying to wiggle the stone spear tip free, but the root binding held firm. The makeshift spear fit perfectly in his hands. It was heavy enough that it would have some weight behind it and not snap in half on the first use, but also light enough that he could strike out with it and deliver a killing blow. Soaking up the last bit of heat from the bed of coals, Jack pulled the remaining pieces of firewood out of the fire to stop it from burning further. Whatever happened today, he wouldn't need the fire anymore. He would confront Shane at first light. One of them wouldn't walk out of these woods. He would end this feud once and for all. Soon the sun made its first appearance over the mountain ridge, the reddish-orange orb casting its dim light across the valley. It was time. He would use the early morning half-light to his advantage, making his way to the other side of Shane's camp to set up an ambush. Jack picked up his spear and set out. The light was barely bright enough for him to make his way through the woods. He kept to the shadows, moving from tree to tree, staying well away from the light of Shane's bonfire. Shane was still sitting in the same spot with his back turned to Jack, shivering against the cold. 100 yards past Shane's camp, he spotted a good hiding spot and crouched down low behind a large outcropping of stone alongside the game trail that ran through the woods. The trail offered the easiest route up or down the river and was the most likely place for Shane to pass by. The sun rose higher in the sky, burning away the darkness and revealing the landscape to him. Jack pulled his spear back in a ready position, gripping it tightly as he tried not to let his teeth chatter. It was bone-chillingly cold, and he'd already spent his reserves of energy the day before. He waited, keeping his mind focused on slowing his breath down and remaining silent. After 15 minutes of waiting, he began to wonder if Shane had frozen to death during the night, and he had witnessed some illusion created by the flickering bonfire flames that made him think the man shivered. He felt that something was out of place. Something was wrong. The eerie feeling grew in his stomach as if he were being watched. His sense that something was wrong grew stronger, and he could no longer ignore it as nervous energy or anxiety about the fight to come. The hackles stood up on the back of his neck, and Jack turned just in time to see a shadow move across the stone outcropping just behind him. He flinched and ducked his head down out of reflex. Pain exploded across his back as something large and heavy struck him. Jack was thrown to the ground from the force of the impact, his face pressed against the freezing cold dirt. He flipped over and rolled away, taking his spear with him. Shane stood above him, a crude wooden cudgel in his hand. "You thought you were going to just stick me like a pig when I walked down the trail, didn't you, Jack?" Shane asked. He raised the club and leaped forward, striking at Jack. Jack lifted his spear up just in time to brace the butt of his spear into the ground, driving the sharp point into Shane's chest. Shane screamed with pain and pulled the weapon free of his chest. The wound wasn't a killing blow. The point had punctured the skin but hadn't gone deep. It only served to enrage him, and he tossed Jack's spear aside, bringing the club down against Jack's unprotected legs. The cudgel cracked loudly against his knee, sounding like a baseball bat impacting a piece of concrete. A lightning bolt of searing pain shot through his leg, centering on his knee. Jack brought the spear up and tried to skewer Shane through the heart, but from his prone position and with his body racked with pain, it was a half-hearted effort, with little power or precision. Shane twisted his body out of the way as nimbly as a boxer would sidestep a punch thrown by a child. Shane grabbed onto the spear and tucked it under his arm, pinning it against his body as he drew himself down the shaft closer to Jack, rendering the weapon useless. Shane lifted the cudgel and grunted as he swung it around, the blow connecting with the side of Jack's head. A sickly thud filled the air, and his vision flashed pure white. When he could see again, the pain in his head was incredible, his skull instantly swollen and pounding so hard that it made him want to puke. Inside of his skull, his brain buzzed with the sound of 1,000 bees, and he experienced an intense pain in his eyes. His vision was filled with hundreds of black spots and bright white snowflakes. His mouth filled with the taste of iron, and blood spilled from his mouth. "Still in there, Jack? Stay with me. We're not done yet," Shane said. Shane stood over him and raised his club high over his head for a killing blow. The cords in his neck stood out from the effort of the blow as he swung the club down on Jack again. The blow landed on his shoulder, missing his head by an inch. He felt something crack and give way in his upper chest, one of the bones that connected his shoulder and rib cage. Jack raised his arms to protect his face, and searing hot pain on his left side met his attempt. Shane lifted the club and swung it around in a circle, connecting it with Jack's jaw. Lightning struck him again, and his vision blacked out. His jaw was racked with pain. He ran his tongue across his gums, pushing shards of broken teeth and blood out of his mouth. The pain was too much to handle. His mind began to slip away into the deep, dark blackness of unconsciousness. "Don't go anywhere, Jack. Hang in there with me. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you right now. I want you to hear the news after I kill your son. You think what you're feeling now is painful? No, just you wait. There's a whole other level of pain waiting for you. See you soon, Jack," Shane said. Shane dropped the club to the ground and walked away up the trail, making his way back to Wheeler. Jack rolled onto his side, gasping for breath, choking on broken teeth and the blood pouring from the cuts in his mouth. He wanted so badly to let his mind slip away, to retreat into the mindless slumber that would spell the end of the pain. It was right there waiting for him. Something inside of him screamed and raged against that peaceful darkness. He had to stop Shane. He couldn't let him go. Even if he couldn't kill Shane, he needed to extend the fight as long as possible to give Kenny a chance to get home and warn Amy of the danger. Jack spit the blood and broken teeth from his mouth, absently wiping his jaw with his hand. He leaned up on his right elbow and picked up his spear. Using it as a crutch, he got up onto one knee, nearly falling over from the pain of his wounds. Shane was 50 yards down the trail and retreating fast. Jack had to stop him. He had to say something to make him turn back before he got away. He had to hit Shane in his weak spot. Shane's son had died bravely enough for a young man, doing what he thought was right, but Jack had to lie and use it against Shane, turning the man's rage inward against himself.
"Your son was a coward. He begged me not to kill him,"
Jack said. Shane paused on the trail for a moment, but then continued on down the path, ignoring Jack's taunts.
"He got down on his knees and begged for his life. At the end, he was so scared that he pissed his pants."
Shane gave a primal scream of rage and charged back down the trail toward Jack. Jack stumbled to his feet and ran, ignoring the pain in his legs. He put one foot in front of the other and forced his legs to move faster. He ran deeper into the forest, leading Shane away from Kenny and his family.
"He was a weakling. He didn't deserve to live, Shane. That's what you're really mad about,"
Jack yelled. Shane grunted and fumed, blowing air through his clenched teeth as he ran, hot on Jack's heels. The trail split in two. One fork led up a steep incline, and the other headed back toward the river. With his knee about to give out from the beating he'd received, there was no way he could climb the steep hill and stay ahead of Shane. He veered down the left-hand trail leading to the river and poured on the speed as he got his second wind. Shane fell further behind in the foot race. Jack turned his head to look over his shoulder, concerned that Shane might give up and turn back toward Wheeler. The whole point was to lead him deeper into the woods after all, not to escape from him completely. If he could buy Amy and the boys some time, even at the cost of his own life, it would be worth it. His attention on what Shane might be doing somewhere behind him, Jack barely registered the tree roots growing across the path before he tripped on them. He came to an abrupt stop. His body slammed against the ground, knocking the wind out of him. His spear went flying into the underbrush, lost amongst the leaves. Jack struggled for air, his chest heaving. He finally got back to his feet and started down the trail. All he could manage was a stumbling jog. The beaten path of the woods gave way to gravel, sharp rocks, and boulders as he reached the banks of the river. Shane raced down the path, his feet drumming on the trail. He slowed to a walk. "You're going to take back what you said, Jack. Take it back, or I'll kill you, and then I'll kill both of your sons. I'll put an end to your whole family. Is that what you want?" Jack reached the river's edge, and his legs went out from beneath him, sending him to his knees. Try as he might, he couldn't muster the strength to rise again. His knee throbbed in protest, his jaw and chest shooting pain. On his knees, he turned to face Shane.
"Let this end with me. Don't take this out on my family. I'm the one who killed your son. I'm sorry."
"You're sorry? No, you're not sorry yet. But I'm going to make you sorry," Shane said. Shane grabbed Jack by the hair and slammed him face down into the rocky gravel, then sat astride his back. Jack's mouth lit up with pain as his already injured jaw was pressed into the hard gravel. A surge of adrenaline fueled him, and his instinct kicked in with one message: do something to stop the pain. Jack pushed up with all of his might, attempting to throw Shane off of his back. Shane wouldn't budge, though. His grip was secure on the clump of Jack's hair. He pushed Jack's face back into the gravel, grunting and cursing. In a blind panic, Jack felt his hand close around a large rock. He twisted his body underneath Shane's weight, ripping the clump of hair out of his own scalp in the process. He drew back his arm and struck Shane across the temple with the rock, then pulled back and struck him again. Shane's eyes went glassy, and he rolled off of Jack, slumping down onto the riverbank. Jack got to his feet. He grabbed Shane by the hair and dragged him into the river. In the hip-deep current, Jack took hold of his head and pushed Shane underneath the frigid water. In an instant, Shane came back to life, struggling against Jack's grip. He clawed at Jack's face and shirt, trying to get his head above the water. Shane switched tactics and pulled Jack down toward him. He headbutted Jack and came out of the water gasping for breath. Shane grabbed 2 handfuls of Jack's hair and pulled his face up to the side of Jack's head. He bit down hard, ripping half of Jack's ear away between his teeth. Jack screamed in agony. He took a deep breath and used all of his weight to shove Shane all the way down to the bottom of the river. Jack stayed right on top of him. Pushing his legs against a large boulder in the river, he used it as leverage to keep Shane on the bottom. Jack was forced to keep his own head underwater at times to maintain the leverage. Shane clawed at him, and his hands grabbed at Jack's wounded ear. Bright red blood flowed freely from the wound, tinting the clear water red. Jack ignored the pain and kept his body weight on top of Shane. Shane struggled, but couldn't break his grip, and after a moment of clawing and kicking, his movements became less violent. Then, all at once, the fight went out of him. Bubbles erupted from his mouth and nose as he expelled his last breath and sucked in a lungful of water. Shane kicked and flailed just for a moment, and then finally went still. His lungs nearly bursting, Jack lifted himself out of the river and gulped air. When he caught his breath, he leaned down again under the water, keeping Shane pinned down to the bottom until he was sure the man was dead. Shane stared off into the distance, his unblinking eyes wide and lifeless. Truly exhausted and racked with pain, Jack dragged Shane's body to the shore and collapsed alongside him. His chest heaved as he struggled for air. His hands and feet were numb from the ice-cold water. In some minimal level of awareness that was barely Jack, he got to his feet and plodded upstream toward Shane's campfire and its warmth. He was too cold and filled with pain to do anything but think of warmth and sleep. Chapter 23. Chief Howell pulled the motorcycle off of the rural highway and stopped in the gravel driveway of a disheveled old house. He sat on the bike, just watching the abandoned house for several minutes before killing the motor and putting the kickstand down. Paint peeled from the sun-dried wooden slats on the sides of the house, and the rusted tin roof was full of rips and holes. A small tree grew out of the broken window next to the front porch, one more sign that the house had been long unoccupied. His emotions in turmoil, he stepped off the bike and gave himself no chance to back out. He took a bottle of moonshine out of the bike's saddlebags. One more gift, along with the motorcycle, from his unlikely new allies in the motorcycle club. After many years of an adversarial relationship, they had worked together to push back the armed intruders supporting Shane. Only time would tell if the marriage of convenience would hold or if old grudges and bad blood would renew their bitter conflict. For his own part, he was ready to let go of the past and move forward. He was ready to become the man Wheeler needed him to be. He could not remain the weak and indulgent drunk he was now. He had to grow, to change, to become something else. He stared longingly at the clear fluid as it splashed around inside the bottle, wondering how many such bottles of liquor he drank over the years trying to hide from his pain. It had never really worked, though. The raw emotions and memories that bubbled up to the surface when he pulled into the driveway of the long-abandoned drug house were a testament to that fact. He felt the loss of Buddy just as heavily as he did all those years ago. He walked up the decayed front porch steps and burst in the front door with a sturdy kick. The rusted lock gave way easily, and as he stepped through the doorway, he was transported back in time. So much had changed since that day long ago. This little house was the start of it all for him, the beginning of his long decline. Back then, he had been Sheriff Howell. He had his entire life in front of him, his wife, his son, and his health. He was invincible. And then came that fateful day that his son was taken from him, shot and killed by his best friend's son during a drug raid. Wyatt forever lost a son that day. He forever lost a son that day. Roy's son was sent to prison, his fate unknown, No one had heard from him since the EMP. Had he died in the prison in the aftermath? Had he escaped, but decided Wheeler was too small for him? Was he afraid of returning to the same dark path that led him to prison? Or was it something else? In a way, he understood the rage and hurt Roy felt. What must it be like to not know what happened, to constantly wonder what became of your child? At least he had finality. So much death, and none of it meant anything now. That world was gone. Good guys versus bad guys. The world they were left with was full of gray areas. He had to learn to live with it and follow the rules of the new game. He had to compromise with the people he hated to protect his town, to deal with the devil, as it were. Wyatt was dead, and Howell never had a chance to truly reconcile with him, to let go of the past. The town lost a good man in Wyatt. He was a much better man than Howell. Chuck was gone, too. He could almost hear Chuck's ghostly footsteps echoing through the small house. Or maybe it was just his memories leaking through, amplified by the painful emotions in his heart. So many people gone. Only survivors remained. Roy was a survivor. Jack Miller, if he was still alive, was a survivor. He was a survivor. But what kind of survivor? He wasn't smarter or faster or better than anyone else. It felt like it was mostly dumb luck on his part. A washed-up drunk who could no longer handle the demands of being county sheriff and had to settle instead for being a small-town police chief. Either way, this new world was harsh and unforgiving. Even if dumb luck was all that kept him alive and saw him through, the town still needed him. As hard as times had been over the last year, there were even harder times ahead. This was just the beginning of a whole new world. The winter had weeded out the last of those clinging to the old way of life. That winter was now nearly over. A new world was about to dawn. It would take them back to the time of his grandparents. They would have to figure out how to do things in the old ways. Grocery stores and commercial farming were gone forever, or at least for the foreseeable future. Small-scale farming would make a comeback, along with a whole range of cottage industries. It would be a return to the old barter and trade economy. He could see a new monetary system developing again in place of the digital data stored on computer chips at a corporate bank's headquarters somewhere. Real goods bartered for other real goods. What did a backwater town like this have to offer the world? The coal mines were all further north. There was only one thing Wheeler was ever known for, and that had been during the Prohibition era. Distilling moonshine and running liquor over the country backroads had kept more than a few families in the area well fed. Maybe that was something they were uniquely qualified to produce. It was hard to think of producing something more Appalachian than moonshine. Heck, the MC had already admitted to smuggling goods through the area. Maybe they could put that to good use for the whole town. A moonshine export business, trading liquor for other necessities. It felt ironic to be thinking of a local economy built on moonshine when his purpose in coming to this small house was so far in the other direction. Chief Howell opened the bottle of moonshine in his hand and poured a steady stream of it out of the bottle, spilling it on walls and doorways as he walked through the abandoned house. He stopped just inside the doorway of the room in which his son was killed and then dumped the remainder of the bottle onto the floor. Hands shaking, he took a lighter from his pocket, kneeled down, lighting the pool of moonshine on fire. He was done pickling his mind, drowning the details of his past. He would strive to become more sober, if not quit drinking altogether. There was too much hard work to be done to allow himself to continue like this, too much to live for. Other people relied on him, and he needed to take up that banner and take the vows he gave as a police chief seriously. He left the house and stood next to the motorcycle in the driveway, watching the flames grow with intensity as the little house caught fire. The flames traveled along the eaves, and soon the whole house was ablaze, gray and black clouds of smoke billowing out of the broken windows. With this final symbolic act, he had taken the first steps on the path to change. The past was gone, and he would move on. A rough road lay ahead, But when he met with Judge Ramsey to determine the future of their two towns, he would have a clear mind for the first time in decades. He would fight for what rightfully belonged to his town and press for their due. He would also help the man who he despised the most, the man who felt the same pain in his heart as he did. Wyatt was at rest now, but he could still help Roy. Maybe he could help him track down his son and bring peace to the man's troubled mind. It might not be enough, but it was something. Something that he could build on. Chapter 24. A large bonfire burned brightly on the bank of the river, sending tiny, glowing embers up into the night sky. The fiery dots danced on the icy breeze for a short way, and then went out. The heat and the light they produced were beautiful, but temporary. Pine sap from one of the burning logs crackled and popped, but otherwise the night was quiet, the only sound coming from the gentle rush of river water flowing over stones as it moved downstream. Jack left the blazing heat of the fire behind and picked up a large flat stone, stacking it atop many others just like it that made up the walls of the cairn. The pile of rocks covering Shane's body was tall enough, but Jack wasn't quite ready to call the task complete. Something still felt wrong to him. Something was missing. A horse whinnied nearby, protesting some unfamiliar and frightening nighttime noise. Jack glanced over at the two horses that were tied to a tree and watched them for a moment until they quieted down. It was likely nothing. The animals had been spooked ever since their owners were shot the previous day. Gunfire and a wild romp through the woods was much more than these mares had ever experienced. It had taken him hours earlier in the day to track the horses and calm them enough for him to take their reins again. Keeping them still while he loaded the two dead bodies onto them had been a challenge as well. They would have to remain brave, for they still had one last role to play. Jack had tied the two dead escorts from Long Branch across their saddles. Once he was done burying Shane, he would lead the horses and their riders on one last ride to Wheeler. From there, they could then be turned over to Long Branch when the situation calmed down. Even with Shane gone, Jack would take no chances riding back into Long Branch with two corpses and his side of the story. He'd escaped with his neck once, and it wasn't something he wanted to try to repeat. He was done with all of this nonsense and wanted nothing more than to be home with his family. Somebody else could deal with the horses and the bodies. He kept asking himself, why was he doing this for Shane? Why build a cairn for a man who had wrought so much destruction? His best friend Wyatt was dead, the man who was responsible for keeping Jack alive during his long trip home to his family after the EMP. The two men sent to escort him back to Wheeler were dead by Shane's hand. He tried to kill Kenny and threatened to kill Jack's entire family. Shane's blind rage had cost at least 3 men's lives. Did the two men sent to escort Jack safely back to Wheeler have family? Friends? It was hard to believe there wouldn't be someone to feel their absence. Maybe he was doing this as a way to bury his own emotions. He still felt conflicted about killing Shane's son, even though he knew it was necessary, just as he knew that killing Shane had been necessary. That wasn't what bothered him, though. Maybe the reason was because he felt like he understood Shane and understood how he came to be the way he was, fueled by his rage that was created by the loss of his son. Before the EMP, Shane might have been anybody, just another average Joe, a nobody. He went to work, paid his taxes, raised his son, and did what he was supposed to. But when everything had been stripped away from him, what did he have left to live for? That wasn't to say Shane was innocent or blameless. Clearly he went too far and killed innocent people in pursuit of his revenge. But who could say what a man would do after living through something like that? Look at how far he had gone in order to protect his family. Just to get back to his family in Baltimore, he'd killed several men with his own hands. If he lost Amy and both of his boys, who could say if he would hold it together or not? Would the burden of loss prove to be too much for his mind and soul? Pointing the finger at Shane and holding a grudge wouldn't bring the dead back, nor would it provide him any comfort. Was Shane an evil man, or was he a man that had been pushed beyond the limits of sanity by the loss of his son and everything else he had known? a man with nothing left to live for. Had events caused something to snap inside of him, his rage blinding him to the harm he was doing to others? It wasn't a question Jack had an answer to. He only knew that if a man killed Amy, Danny, or Kenny, he would hunt that person down and make them face justice. How far would he go? It was a question he hoped he would never have to answer. He just couldn't imagine killing an innocent person. But then again, he still had his wife and sons. Maybe he hadn't built the cairn for Shane, but for his son, Todd. Jack did feel remorseful over twisting the truth about the incident on the train to keep Shane's anger focused on him and destroying the memory he had of his son. The lie had been a necessary evil, a moral gray area. Jack did what he thought was right in the boxcar. He pitied Shane more than anything. He was sad, but he didn't feel guilty at his part in the story. There was nothing he could have done differently, and he would do nothing different in the future. He had his own family to raise, and if it happened again, he would do the same things to protect them. Wyatt was dead. The 2 escorts from Long Branch were dead. Todd Fowler was dead, and Shane Fowler was dead. Amy, Danny, Kenny, and he himself were all alive. In the end, that was the whole story, and the rest was meaningless. There were a lot of gray areas between right and wrong. What shade you chose to see things in depended on a whole lot of things. The survivors always got to choose how things were interpreted. Jack picked up one last riverstone, set it atop the cairn, and then sat down by the bonfire, waiting for a new dawn to break. Tomorrow he would lead the horses home and be together with his family again. Whatever challenges came their way, whatever hardships lay in store, he would see his family through. His head and jaw pained him terribly, and his knee was swollen and tender to the touch. He had asked for none of this, but he would pick himself up and move on. He was a survivor. This concludes Desperate Measures by John Winchester, narrated by Travis Baldry. Copyright 2017 by John Winchester. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Adept Solutions and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Retribution, an EMP survival story by John Winchester, narrated by Travis Baldry. Prologue. 3 years after the EMP. A thick fog lay over the land, filling the valley below and clinging to the steep mountain slopes. The early morning air was crisp and carried with it earthy smells coming from the freshly turned soil in the fields that lay along either side of the road. A small caravan was parked in the road, made up of a hodgepodge of wagons drawn by teams of mules and horses. Each wagon was unique, maintaining resemblance to its old form and function. One wagon was made from the bed of an old pickup truck and had a canvas roof and tall sidewalls made out of plywood. Another wagon looked strikingly similar to an antique-covered wagon from the Old West. It was a landscaper's trailer that someone had modified by affixing fiberglass poles on either side of the trailer, bent over to create an upside-down U-shaped frame. Several layers of translucent plastic painter's sheets were stretched tightly across the frame, providing a watertight area for cargo. Men and women loaded crates, boxes, and bags of their personal gear into the wagons. The amount of gear varied depending on the size of the family driving the wagon. Most of the wagons belonged to families. Single men drove a few others. Personal items were tossed into the wagons with haste. However, they all showed great care when loading the bulk of the cargo. Large wooden crates labeled Wheeler Corn Whiskey were placed beside others marked Wheeler Moonshine and were transferred into the wagons from the open bay doors of a wooden building standing next to the road. Each crate was filled with glass and ceramic jugs and tightly packed with straw to keep the bottles from banging against each other on their journey. 4 stern-looking men in black leather jackets and biker clothes rode their horses up and down the road. Rifles in hand, they kept a watchful eye on the caravan and the goods being loaded into the carts, scanning the road and surrounding area in a cool and professional manner. Their leather jackets had large patches sewn onto the backs, identifying them as members of the Joker's Hangman Motorcycle Club. Formerly an outlaw biker gang, they were now a part of Wheeler's standing security force. Kenny Miller lifted one of the heavy wooden crates and set it on the tail of a wagon, earning him a smile from the young brunette woman who stood at the other end of the wagon, carefully stacking the crates. His pulse quickened as he returned her smile. Lost in the moment, Kenny leaned against the back of the wagon, awestruck by her beauty. A man behind him cleared his throat, causing Kenny to turn around. A crate of whiskey was shoved into his arms.
"Are we loading the wagon or making doe eyes at each other?" the girl's father asked.
The girl, Sarah, blushed and then went back to stacking crates. A firm hand gripped his shoulder and shook him playfully. Mr. Young loved to give him a hard time, but it was all in good fun. He knew he was fortunate to have a girlfriend with such an easygoing father. Kenny genuinely liked the man. Mr. Young was hard-working, honest, and fair, and also a good husband and father. Kenny would have liked the man even if he wasn't Sarah's father, which was fortunate because if everything went according to plan, the man would be his father-in-law next fall.
"Make sure you spread the weight evenly when you stack those crates. There's going to be rough roads ahead. We don't want the wagon to tip, and we definitely don't want to lose any of that liquor," Mr. Young said.
Yeah, we all know, Dad." Sarah's brother, Andrew, rolled his eyes and tossed a pair of sacks into the wagon. "Think fast, Kenny," Andrew said, jabbing a playful punch in Kenny's ribs and then leaping back as Kenny returned the blow.
"Leave those kids be, James. They know what they're doing," a woman said.
Sarah's mother, Jessica, was always quick to defend her daughter from her father's micromanagement. She squinted her eyes at him in mock irritation. Kenny laughed at their banter. Kenny lifted another crate and set it onto the wagon. They did, in fact, know what they were doing. The whole town did. Wheeler ran its own distillery, after all, manned by the town's residents. Everyone moved with a practiced efficiency, demonstrating their familiarity with handling the delicate crates of liquor. Today was a very important day for the entire community, and many residents stood alongside the road, waiting to watch the caravan as it departed. This was the first time Wheeler would send a caravan out. They would make the long trip to sell their goods and then, with the return from the sales, buy salt and return home. Wheeler had done quite well for itself in the past couple of years. The town's distillery produced corn whiskey and moonshine, which they originally sold to other communities via the train that came into town once a week. Eventually, the railroad company had taken notice of their success and began to charge outrageous sums of money to transport their goods. Shipping costs were now an unacceptable percentage of their costs, eating deeply into the profit margin. Wheeler residents did the math and quickly determined that they would be far better off finding their own way to transport the liquor. The town began to search for alternatives to the railroad. A small caravan was the simple solution. They already had wagons and the draft animals. Labor to drive the wagons and provide security also was available and cheap. It was the middle of May and planting season was over, so farmers weren't needed until later in the summer. Transporting the liquor now seemed like an overlooked bit of additional revenue that had been left on the table. The caravan's first stop would be Huntington, where they would sell the bulk of the whiskey and moonshine all at once. Huntington was a small city on the Ohio River that had become a major regional trading hub. From there, the liquor was shipped on riverboats to Cincinnati or Louisville or even further downstream. Once the idea took root, some enterprising citizen had the idea that the caravan should do more than ship liquor out. They could import materials and goods as well. Each year, the town purchased a large amount of salt, most of it from the railroad company. In a world without artificial preservatives and refrigeration, salt was a requirement for keeping food through the winter. Everybody knew that the railroad inflated the prices, doubling or tripling the cost of the vital necessity. If they could bypass the railroad and eliminate the shipping fees on their whiskey and the salt they purchased, they could more than double their profits. The caravan could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After selling the liquor, the caravan would leave Huntington flush with cash, which was usually in the form of easily transportable hard currency, such as gold and silver. Their return route would bring them close to Malden, which had a large salt mining operation. There, they would purchase as much salt as the wagons would carry directly from the mine, eliminating the railroad company's cut as a middleman. That much salt would fulfill the town's needs for 2 or 3 years. It would also provide them peace of mind, knowing it was there when they needed it. Even after accounting for the salt purchase, there would be a tidy profit left over to pay the caravan workers and guards. The round trip would take around a month to complete, 13 or 14 days on the road from Wheeler to Huntington, followed by another 14 days of travel to stop at Malden, pick up the salt, and then return home. The caravan had enough provisions for 6 weeks of travel, and if worse came to worst, they could trade some of their cargo for provisions along the way. Kenny paused in his work, glancing over at Sarah as she stacked her belongings for the trip. His stomach knotted up. 3 weeks without seeing Sarah. It was bad enough that he had to wait for Sundays after all of his work on the homestead was finished to go and see her. Now she was packing up to leave on a long and dangerous trip. He wanted to pull her aside and ask her to stay home from the trip, but he resisted the urge. It was selfish and short-sighted, but he couldn't stop himself from wishing she would stay at home and let someone else go in her place. What if something went wrong? The thought of her being so far away from him made him feel helpless, almost like when his father was out of town for business during the EMP. There had been nothing he could do but worry.
"Kenny, are you all right?"
Sarah asked, her brow creased.
"You don't look well."
Kenny shook his head, put on a brave face, and then lifted another crate into the wagon.
"I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. It's you I'm worried about. How are you going to make it 3 weeks without seeing me?"
"Shut up, Kenny. You are so full of yourself,"
Sarah said, laughing. As hard as it was going to be watching her go, he knew that it had to be done if they were going to be married next year. They both scrimped and saved every penny they had. She could earn far more money working on the caravan alongside her mother and father than she could if she stayed at home. Kenny was clearing a new field to plant grains he could sell to the distillery and also worked odd jobs for money. Their plan was to marry next fall after the harvest was in and he sold the grains. Both of them wanted to start their lives off on the right foot and were doing everything they could to buy land of their own. Kenny had a nice spread picked out, right next to Wyatt's homestead. His family's homestead, he corrected himself, although he didn't think he could ever come to think of it as the Miller homestead. It would always remain Wyatt's homestead in his mind. The tract he wanted to buy consisted of 40 acres of fields and 30 acres of woods, all being sold for below market price by their neighbor. The neighbor was an old friend of Wyatt's and needed to raise money, but said he also wanted to make sure the land was sold to people he could get along with. Good neighboring had paid off. Each fall since he'd been here, he had helped the old-timer split firewood, till his fields, and do other odd jobs, and so the land offer was made to him first. 40 acres wasn't a huge amount of land, but it was enough. More than he could plow with a good team of horses anyway. 30 acres of woodland would supply them with enough timber to build a small cabin and provide them with enough firewood. It wouldn't be anything fancy, but it would be their place to call home. So it wasn't easy to let her go, but it would be well worth the sacrifice of a few weeks together so that they could have a leg up on the rest of their time as man and wife. His dad had taught him the importance of making a sacrifice for what mattered in life. He had made it home from halfway across the country, venturing into the unknown, and sacrificed his health to be at home again with his family. With nothing more than his will to get through rough times, he and Wyatt gave up everything they knew and tossed the dice, leaving their future to the fates during the journey home. Kenny wanted to go with the caravan. He had planned to, but those plans had been canceled. His father had left town the week before. Jack was one of several volunteers from Wheeler to go and help a small mountain community 30 miles away that was in a desperate battle against a forest fire that threatened their homes and fields. His dad was sorely missed on the homestead. Kenny needed his help. He, Danny, and his mother were hard-pressed to keep up with everything that needed to be done around the homestead. His father did his duty, though. He placed a great amount of importance on helping others and being part of the larger community beyond the borders of their small town. Kenny knew it was easy enough to talk about sacrifice. It was much harder to actually make sacrifices. It was a dangerous world beyond the borders of Wheeler. Diseases, criminals, and even simple misunderstandings could spell disaster and end a person's life in an instant. Recently, there were rumors that people had gone missing, never to be heard from again. And those were just the readily acknowledged dangers. There was still the slim chance of 100 other dangers and disasters that he'd never even considered. Having lived through the EMP, such an unlikely event, it wasn't so easy for him to casually dismiss them. Deep inside, he was worried that he might never see Sarah again. He had a sense of foreboding, a sinking feeling about the trip. But he wouldn't let her see that he was afraid and give her cause for concern. She had enough to worry about in the coming weeks. Besides, her brother Andrew, her father, and 4 of the Joker's hangmen enforcers were going along with them. And then there were all of the other men and women going along on the caravan, all of them armed. He was most likely worried about nothing. Wasn't he? 1 month later. Chapter 1. Chief Bud Howell sat down in a wooden swing chair hanging from the branch of an old maple tree in his backyard. He leaned back and closed his eyes, letting his momentum and the stiff wind blowing through the valley rock the chair. The wind shook the leaves in the tree canopy above him and provided a small amount of relief from the sweltering heat of the July midday sun. He brought a paper up to his face, rereading the first few lines of the handwritten report several times over before he folded it up and shoved it into his shirt pocket. The report was important. It detailed the planting schedules of local farms and family gardens, giving him an insight into the community's food output for the year. That box of seeds Jack had brought with him from Baltimore had meant a world of difference in the types and amounts of vegetables and grains they were able to grow, ensuring they had a good yield as they experimented with different varieties. Howell knew it was critically important, but he just couldn't seem to concentrate on it this morning. His mind was preoccupied with other things. He was getting old and was starting to feel it in his bones. He felt like he was losing his edge. This morning he'd woken up at dawn, roused by the crowing of a rooster, only to lie back down and sleep the better part of the morning away. It seemed to be happening more frequently these days. This malaise was only getting worse. It was time to hang up his hat as Wheeler's chief of police and let somebody younger do the job. He had just the person in mind for the job, too. Somebody who was a perfect fit for the position, even if the man didn't see himself that way yet. At the next town hall gathering, when everyone was there to hear, he would announce his resignation, followed by his stump speech for the next chief of police. The announcement would come as a surprise to everyone, including the candidate, who he knew might need a little shove from the community to accept the position. There was nothing like putting somebody on the spot in front of a large group of people to force his hand. That would have to wait, though, until Jack Miller was back. Right now, he was volunteering as a firefighter, helping to put out a massive forest fire half a state away. It was just the kind of sacrifice Jack made without asking for anything in return. He was a good man. Weeks ago, the town of East Fork had sent word in every direction, requesting help with a forest fire that threatened their community. Jack had been the first to volunteer. Jack was still there, although he wasn't sure if Jack was still fighting the fire at this point or had stayed on to help rebuild. Chief Howell couldn't think of a more fair and honest person to take the position. He needed someone who everybody in Wheeler knew, liked, and respected. He also needed someone that had worked with other nearby communities. After Jack's issues with Shane, not everyone in Long Branch liked him, but they damn sure respected him. Lost in his thoughts, Chief Howell didn't hear the man walking up behind him.
"Chief Howell, sleeping on the job, I see," the stranger said.
Chief Howell jumped up, startled out of his daydream. He turned around, relieved to see that he knew the speaker. Cursing himself, he realized he really was losing his edge if a man could walk down the gravel driveway without alerting him.
"Sheriff Sutherland,"
Chief Howell said, surprised to see his old friend.
"How the hell have you been?" "Oh, fine. Just fine. It's good to see you. Let's dispense with the titles, Bud. Hell, it hasn't been that long, has it? What's it been? 3 years now?"
the sheriff asked. 3 years. It was hard to believe that so much time had passed. The past 3 years had seemed like an eternity. Post-EMP life went by fast. It felt like he'd aged 10 years in the past 3.
"Can I get you something to drink, Jerry?" Wheeler makes a pretty mean corn whiskey. I got moonshine, too, if that suits you better. Thanks, but no thanks. I don't drink much these days. Need to keep my wits about me, Sheriff Sutherland said. I hear you. I quit myself some time ago.
Chief Howell noticed something different about his old friend. The normally stoic man looked anxious, as if something was eating at him.
Well, what can I do for you? What brings you to these parts? I need to call in a favor. Something fishy is going down. It needs to be investigated, but I can't do it myself, Jerry said, his forehead wrinkled in thought. It's a long story. I got nowhere to be, Jerry. Shoot. This all started about a year ago, or at least that is when I began to recognize the problem. I noticed that other states were pulling far ahead of West Virginia in terms of recovery. While we've done a decent job of reestablishing law and order, other things have lagged behind badly. Take trade, for example. In other states, cottage industries have sprung up to replace all of the goods we used to import from China. I was in Ohio a month ago and saw for myself the difference in how people are living. In one small town I stopped in, just like Wheeler, I saw an open-air market set up by the railroad station. A train had stopped there, and people unloaded goods manufactured in other small towns. You wouldn't believe the variety of things you could buy from the traders on that train. Compare that to what you have here. No offense, but when the train comes into town, you can hardly find more than the bare necessities, and even those are priced beyond the reach of many people. At first, I thought things would balance out. It would just take time. But things haven't gotten better. There's something more going on here. It's almost as if we're being held back by design. I have a guess who's doing it, but I can't prove it. Call it a hunch, Jerry said.
Chief Howell sat up straight, intrigued by what he was driving at. As a fellow officer, when Jerry said he had a hunch about something, he took that seriously. After many years on the job, you developed a nose for such things and could smell a rat from a mile away. You learned to trust your instincts and follow the clues where they led. Ignoring your gut instincts was a surefire way to end up dead.
Who do you think is responsible? Victor Tweed. I'm sure you've heard of him. His name is on everybody's lips these days. Tweed. What makes you think he's holding things back? Seems like an awful lot for a single man to be responsible for, Chief Howell said.
Jerry nodded and took off his broad-brimmed sheriff's hat, wiping the sweat from his brow before he replaced it on his head.
He's a bit more than just an ordinary man, though. Listen, this guy came out of nowhere. 3 years ago, nobody had heard of him, and now he's one of the richest men in the state. I'll be blunt here. Tweed has taken advantage of the power vacuum created by the EMP. Everyone has been so focused on getting things back to the way they used to be, nobody seems to be worried about how we get there. There are no regulations and little government oversight at the state or federal level. Just take a look at how he does business. He owns the Appalachian Express Railroad Company, the only railroad company left in the state. Tweed bought up every single running antique steam locomotive in West Virginia, southern Ohio, and clear up to Pittsburgh, offering sums of money that made the owners think he was nuts. I can guarantee you that they are second-guessing themselves now that Tweed's got a monopoly. He's jacked up shipping rates to 10 times what they used to be, and that's not all. He owns the Anchor Riverboat Company. It's the same story with the railroad companies he bought up. Tweed got his start in the riverboat business a couple of years ago. He was a ship's mate, small potatoes until the captain he worked for had a freak accident. Tweed got a loan and purchased the ship, and then grew his business from there. Now he owns nearly all of the shipping companies within 200 miles of here. He'll gobble the rest up soon, mark my words. Keep in mind, it's not the monopolies that really bother me. It is how he goes about it that strikes me as wrong. Ask yourself, why would these riverboat captains and railroad engineers that own successful companies, living the American dream, give up their companies so easily? They were making good money. I'll tell you why, although many of them are too ashamed to admit the truth and will deny it. He uses his power and money to intimidate people. Some of the companies that didn't want to sell found themselves forced out of the market. One old-timer I spoke to claimed he'd been beaten by some of Tweed's thugs, but of course it's nearly impossible to prove anything like that. Tweed is too smart to get caught doing something like that directly. Dark alley, no witnesses, you know how it goes. Tweed has damn near everybody in his pocket. Bankers, police, politicians. It's gotten so bad that Tweed's politicians are openly criticizing recovery efforts originating from outside of the state. They refuse financial assistance and aid, saying they don't want or need outside help and interference. Tweed doesn't want things to change. He's making a fortune with things just the way they are now.
Chief Howell rubbed his chin absently. That is disturbing news.
He's got to be stopped, and it has to be now. Tweed is running for governor. We have to act now before he's elected. Once he establishes himself as a legitimate politician, he can sweep all of this dirty business under the rug. Tweed is dirty. I know he's hiding something. I just can't put my finger on what it is. He's been quietly replacing people in positions of power throughout the state, supplanting them with people he has influence over. You remember Warden Dodson at the Olive State Penitentiary? He was killed last month in suspicious circumstances. I wouldn't have been surprised to hear he'd been replaced, but his death came as a shock. Why kill him? Why not just replace him? What did he know? Warden Dodson was replaced by Butch Metz.
Metz? That fool? He was lining his pockets even before the EMP, Howell said.
You and I both know it.
But Dodson was no saint either. Why replace one corrupt official with another? Chief Howell asked.
That's a mighty good question. One that I'd like to ask, which brings us to the heart of the issue. I've been too loud about my opposition to Tweed. I can't investigate the issue any further. I seem to hit roadblock after roadblock. Not only that, but I've been followed by Tweed's men. I caught one of them and scared him off, but I suspect there are others.
Sheriff Sutherland took his hat off, fiddling with it in his hands.
I need someone unknown to Tweed, someone else to pick up on the investigation. You're the only one I can trust with this, Sheriff Sutherland said.
Howell sat back in his seat and sighed.
I can't say I disagree with your assessment. We felt the pinch from the railroad fee hikes here, too. Salt, coal, damn near everything is 10 times what it cost when the Sangerstrom Rail Company ran things. I'll look into it, Howell said. I appreciate it, Bud. I'm sorry to put this on you, but I don't have anybody else to turn to. I can't stress enough how urgent this is. I'm heading up to Huntington to look into an unrelated issue, and then I'm heading home. Let me know what you find out, Sheriff Sutherland said.
I'll leave tomorrow morning. As soon as I find anything out, I'll let you know, Howell said. If Jerry's suspicions were accurate, then there was a reason that the recovery effort was taking so long. Someone was to blame. Warden Dodson was as crooked as an old nail, but the thought that he had been murdered still left his blood running cold. Killing a warden of a state penitentiary? That was bold indeed. As much as he wanted to set his badge and guns down, Howell knew Jerry wouldn't ask for his help unless he was truly desperate. If Victor Tweed was behind all of this, then he would have to be careful with the investigation and do some quiet digging. A man who had no compunction about hiring killers was not someone to trifle with. Chief Howell waved goodbye as Jerry mounted his horse and rode off, then went inside the house to gather up the supplies he would need for the trip. He wrote a note to Dutch, letting him know he would be away for a while, sealed it in an envelope, and addressed it to Dutch's attention. On the way out of town tomorrow, he'd stick the envelope in the door jamb of the motorcycle club. He'd ride out early tomorrow morning, when it was cooler, and get to the bottom of this business with Tweed. Chapter 2. A bolt of lightning reached down from the dark gray storm clouds on the horizon and touched the earth. A few seconds later, the rolling boom of thunder arrived. 2 days of storms had left the Ohio River a chocolate-brown color. Tree branches and other debris floated in the muddy water, washed into the river by the storm. The bits of flotsam and jetsam bumped against the bow of a steam-powered riverboat before continuing on downstream. The riverboat, named the Dawn Till Dusk, faced upstream. The ship's paddle wheel churned the dirty water behind the ship, keeping a steady position in relation to the shore as the crew pulled a fishing net taut, tying it off onto the side of the ship. A line of floats stretched between the riverboat and a utility pole sticking up out of the water 60 yards away. 10 feet of the utility pole stood above the waterline, painted bright orange to give other ships warning of the navigational hazard. The rest of the pole was sunk deep into the riverbed, providing a stout anchoring point for the submerged gill net stretched between the riverboat and the pole. A fin surfaced above the water, vigorously splashing as a fish struggled in a vain attempt to free itself from the net. Soon the net's floats danced about, tugged by several more trapped fish. Watching the fish splash in the net, Captain Patty O'Donnell sighed with relief at the indication of a good haul. She opened the small windows in the ship's wheelhouse to allow the breeze to blow through the confined space. The heavy thunderstorms had prevented her from fishing, and they had a quota to fill. Captain O'Donnell grabbed a rag from her pocket and wiped the sweat from her brow. It was one of the hottest days she could ever remember, and it was only the middle of July. Thankfully, the storm created a stiff wind, providing some relief from the stifling humidity and heat as she looked out of the wheelhouse windows. On the main deck below, the crew had finished setting the nets, and several of the men hauled buckets of water up from the river, dousing their bodies with the water to cool off. One of the younger crewmen upturned a bucket of river water over an unsuspecting crewman's head, inciting him to chase the prankster around the ship. The younger man was caught, and more roughhousing ensued. Captain O'Donnell shook her head and laughed, but didn't interfere. Once the nets were set and the crew had completed their other tasks, she let them do as they wished. Each and every one of the crew was on top of their game where there was work to be done, and gave it their all. Fishing was physically demanding work, hauling nets in and gutting the fish at a frantic pace so that the nets could be set again as quickly as possible. It wasn't a 9-to-5 job like the old days. The crew worked long hours, fishing until the boat's holds were full or until the sun set, whichever came first. Not that she'd ever had a 9-to-5 job. Before the EMP, she was a towboat captain, pushing barges up and down the Ohio River. At times, it felt like she'd lived most of her life on a towboat pushing barges up and down the river. 16 years piloting a boat up and down the same river was a long time any way you cut it. An old and familiar hollowness filled her as the twist of fate that made her captain of a towboat was brought to mind. Her husband, Big Pete, had died long ago, leaving her a single parent to 3 boys. Their youngest son, Garrett, was only 8 years old at the time. Big Pete, the first Captain O'Donnell of the family, was an owner-operator of a towboat. His job had been their only source of income. Patty had worked on riverboats too, as a deckhand and cook in her early 20s, but she stopped working after they were married to raise the children. Once Big Pete was gone, she took the reins and put herself into the captain's chair. Her 3 boys came with her on the job, the oldest of them pitching in to help, and the 2 younger boys playing on the floor of the wheelhouse while she worked. Her sons, Pete, Tommy, and Garrett, were grown men now and faithful crew. Nearly all of the crew was family. Her brother, Don, and 4 nephews filled out the rest. It still seemed strange to her that the family made their living on a boat right out of a history book. It wasn't nostalgia that brought the boat into being. The boat was a design born of necessity. After the EMP, she and her family focused on survival just like everyone else. They had kept themselves fed by using homemade gill nets to catch the plentiful Asian bighead carp and silver carp. The 2 species of fish came up the lower Ohio River after conquering the entire Mississippi River. Originally considered an invasive species, they weren't considered a nuisance any longer. The fish were plentiful and easy to catch, reproducing almost as fast as they could be caught. The surplus of fish led to bartering with neighboring towns for other goods. As she began to export the surplus catch, a fishing industry was born, one that fed thousands of people in surrounding areas. At some point, she realized there was an opportunity for enterprising individuals to do more than sell fish, and she could make a living shipping goods using the steam-powered riverboat. Steam power was the only power these days. 3 years after the EMP, gas and diesel were still a rarity, nearly as rare of a sight as a working electrical device. She'd heard the rumors that there was a refinery operating in Texas, but it was a strategic resource, only used to provide fuel for the U.S. military. Modern ships with electric ignitions and diesel engines weren't going to make a comeback anytime soon, and that was what led her to build the first steam-powered paddle boat. The ship was versatile, fueled by either coal or wood, and her shallow draft allowed her to navigate where vessels with a deeper hull couldn't go. Her upper deck was equipped with davits, or small cranes, and allowed cargo to be hoisted on board. The first deck was designed to allow her to perform both operations of fishing and hauling large quantities of freight. Word about the riverboat soon got out, and Patty found herself with more shipping contracts than she knew what to do with. A year after the EMP, they had food and a boat, but they didn't have a large-scale source of salt to cure the fish. That need was eventually filled by a salt mine in Malden, West Virginia, just off the Ohio River. The mine shipped salt down to the port city of Huntington, West Virginia, where she picked it up and carried it down the Ohio River to the family-run fishery. For a solid year, her riverboat had free reign of the river, the only boat shipping goods and salted carp up the Ohio River. Within months, imitators sprouted up and a fleet of steam-powered boats trolled for carp and other native fish. Prices dropped, and Captain O'Donnell was forced to travel further upstream to sell where the fish were more valuable. Shipping competition had grown fierce as well. An aggressive company out of Cincinnati, Anchor Riverboat Company, owned by a scumbag named Victor Tweed, had bought up ships left and right. Smaller riverboat captains were bought up or forced out of the market by Tweed's fleet of ships. His larger fleet undercut prices and made it unprofitable to operate at a smaller scale. Recently, things had become even more cutthroat. The few holdout riverboat captains like her had begun to leave town without notice. Just a week before, she spoke with a captain who had been beaten to within an inch of his life after he dared outbid a Tweed shipping contract. The authorities had done nothing about it, a sad sign of the times. The world was a more dangerous place now. People died or went missing much more frequently than before the EMP. Her own young niece had gone missing a few months ago. She had walked into town one evening and never came home. Her niece was a troubled young woman, but it had seemed strange that she would up and leave her family without a single word of goodbye. She looked down at the main deck below, pride filling her as she watched the crew work. What started as fishing for survival had become a booming business. Even her brother Jamie, who could barely put his shoes on the correct feet, was involved. He ran the fishery where workers salted and cured the fish and supervised the warehouses where shipping goods were stored. Her reminiscing was interrupted as another steamboat appeared from around a bend in the river. The boat changed course from her position in the middle of the river and turned directly toward the dawn till dusk. Smoke bellowed from the ship's smokestack as it cut across the river, approaching rapidly. Captain O'Donnell reached up and rang the bell hanging from the wheelhouse, alerting her crew.
"Look alive! Pull that net in!"
she yelled. Turning the wheel, she tried to maneuver her unwieldy ship towards the utility pole to retrieve the net. It was too late, though. Dawn till dusk was moving against the current, and the other riverboat moved with the current, traveling downstream much faster than she could compensate for. The other riverboat passed directly over the gill net, and her crew tossed out ropes with hooks, which dragged the net and stretched it until it broke. The other riverboat's crew hurled insults and jeered at her as they came broadside. Captain O'Donnell raised her middle finger high into the air and cursed at the other ship, unsurprised to see the company name and logo printed on the side of the ship. Anchor Riverboat Company, one of Victor Tweed's ships. It was the third time this week this had happened. Tweed was attempting to intimidate her and push her out of the area. He would find out that she didn't intimidate so easily.
"Salvage what you can, then make ready to steam home,"
she said to the crew.
Mom!
Her youngest son, Garrett, charged up the steps to the wheelhouse, his face bright red with anger.
Aren't we going to do anything?
She leveled her cool gray eyes on her son and frowned with disapproval to let him know what she thought of his outburst.
"And what will we do? They're long gone now. We could burn all our coal and give chase, but to what purpose? There are a dozen other Tweed boats within 100 miles of here, all with the same intent as that one. Tweed wants us to react to his provocations."
Garrett, her hot-headed child, took a deep breath, calming himself. Patty grabbed him by the shoulder, happy to see him control his emotions.
"Outthink your adversaries, son. Otherwise, you're playing on their terms. You can't outthink someone when you're seeing red."
Garrett nodded and went back to work. The loss of a net was not worth confronting the other ship over, but it highlighted the larger problem that was brewing. Tweed had grown too big and treated the river as his own playground. Rules were out the window. It was a statement. He would do as he damned well pleased. It had to stop before people got hurt. She knew she would have to deal with it soon.
"Tell the crew we're going to drop off the catch at the fishery, then load up the freight. We're going to Huntington early. We've got business to attend to.
Chapter 3. Kenny looped a section of thick steel chain around the sawed-off stump of an enormous oak, cinching it tight. He'd felled all of the trees in the field last summer and allowed the root systems to partially decompose, which made removing the stumps much easier. After anchoring a block and tackle winch onto the chain around the huge tree stump, he hooked the tow chain onto a much smaller tree trunk. The block and tackle system gave him a mechanical advantage, multiplying the force applied to the chain several times over. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kenny hooked the block and tackle's rope to a chain, which led to a pair of mules 20 yards away. Danny, also covered in sweat, held the mule team's lead and waited for him to give the go-ahead and urge the mules forward.
Go ahead, Danny. We're hooked up.
Kenny stepped back and found a safe place to stand behind the sturdy trunk of an elm tree. The rope and chains comprising the winch system would be under a lot of pressure once the mules began to pull. Kenny had learned long ago to respect the power the block and tackle generated. If a rope or chain broke, it could easily send the chain, or even worse, the heavy block and tackle flying in his direction, leaving him with a broken bone. Danny nodded his head in acknowledgement and led the mule team forward. The slack went out of the line as the block and tackle system became taut. The chains looped around the two tree stumps were drawn slowly together as the mules pulled. The sound of metal chains grinding against each other became louder as the chains tightened, and the smaller tree stump leaned heavily to the side. There were several loud, snapping sounds as the last of the tree roots broke off underneath the soil. With a final resounding crack, the tree stump gave way and was pulled out of the ground, leaving a sizable hole in the earth where the root ball had just been. Kenny stepped out from behind the safety of the elm tree and took up his shovel, knocking loose the dirt still clinging to the trunk's underside. The dirt fell away and he shoveled it back into the hole, leveling it out with the surrounding ground as much as he could. The rich black soil was worth its weight in gold, and he didn't want to lose an ounce of it. It would provide ideal nutrients for the crops he planned to sow. Danny came around with the mule team, patting the neck of one of the muscular beasts, praising it for a job well done. He praised the second mule and then untied the rope connecting them to the block and tackle.
That's the last of them. Thanks for your help, Danny. It would have taken me all day to pull these stumps by myself. I appreciate you taking time from your other work to help me out. You'd better get back to the house and grab some lunch. It's getting hotter than hell out here, Kenny said.
Anytime, Kenny. That's what brothers are for,
Danny said. Kenny waited for the punchline to his brother's joke, but when Danny said nothing and handed him the mule's lead, he turned to walk the thirsty animals down by the stream. Just as he turned his back, a clod of dirt hit him in the back. Kenny turned and shouted after Danny as he retreated quickly up the hill.
What's the matter with you?
Halfway up the hill and safely out of his reach, Danny laughed and gave him an unfriendly salute. Kenny shook his head, suffering the insult in silence. It was hard to remember that Danny was 14 and not a grown man. He did more than his fair share of work, so Kenny let the occasional prank slide. Danny ran up the steep slope and then disappeared from view as he ran down the other side. As a muscular 14-year-old, he was unrecognizable as the same sickly boy that had nearly died 3 winters ago. With the help of the food their father had secured from the train, Danny had survived the illness and sprang back to health the following year. Since then, he hadn't stopped growing, much to Kenny's irritation. He was tall for a 14-year-old, only 2 inches short of Kenny's 6-foot height. He wasn't going to be the big brother for much longer, but Kenny was happy to relinquish the title. Danny had been through a lot and come out the other end a stronger person. From his vantage point under the shade of the tree, Kenny did a mental checklist of the remaining work for the day. All but the largest of the stumps were out of the ground, and what was left looked like a minefield with large holes where the stumps used to be. The field needed to be plowed, and he had to remove all the stones that lay under the soil. Still, most of the hard work was done. A few more weeks and he would have the field in shape for planting next spring. Between Kenny, Danny, and their father, the 3 of them had made short work of felling the timber with a sharp 2-man crosscut saw. The mule team hauled the logs to rest near the house, where the wood cured and waited to be split into firewood. After the trees were downed, Kenny and Danny put the family's new goats to work. All you had to do was tether them to a stake with a long steel wire and they would eat nearly everything in sight, removing brush, unwanted ground cover, and even sapling trees. They were highly effective at clearing the land, but occasionally the goats would get loose and wander off on their own, requiring somebody to locate them and bring them home. The goats had left a short, cropped field behind, ready to plow, aside from the largest stumps. The ones that remained were too large for the mule team to pull out, even with the help of the block and tackle system. Following the advice of an old-timer that lived next door, Kenny would simply plan around the stumps, leaving them in place where they would rot naturally over 10 or more years. Besides, the larger stumps provided a good anchoring point for the block and tackle system, removing stress from the mule team. He tried to make the job as easy and safe as possible. Kenny worried about injuring the animals, a family member, or himself. There was no ambulance to pick him up and cart him to the emergency room. There was no emergency room for that matter, nor were there supplies, nurses, or doctors. Wheeler used to have a doctor, but he passed away the year before. The closest medical attention was several miles away in Long Branch. With no cell phones or way to get help quickly, a bad injury out here in the field was serious business. Kenny stood up and led the mule team over to the far end of the clearing, where a weather-beaten old walking plow sat waiting to be hitched to the mule team. The plow's original red paint had almost entirely worn off, the long wooden handles worn smooth by years of weather and work. He attached the mule hitch to the plow and then replaced the short walking lead Danny had used to pull stumps with a much longer lead that stretched all the way back to the plow. Tossing the lead over his shoulder, he wiped the sweat from his brow and then grabbed hold of the plow's handles. Kenny made a loud clicking noise with his mouth, and the mule surged forward. The plow's sharp edge bit down into the earth and turned the soil over, leaving a rich black ribbon of earth in its wake. In addition to the soil, tree roots, rocks, and larger field stones were visible in the upturned dirt. It was sweaty and hard work, but Kenny couldn't imagine anything else he'd rather be doing. Things had definitely improved since that first hard winter on the homestead. Dad had fixed the windmill powering the well and had pumped cold, clear water from deep underground. The pair of mules made tasks like pulling stumps and plowing fields much easier than it used to be. Their horse, Britches, could pull a wagon, but the little horse couldn't hope to keep up with the sturdy mules. They weren't cheap, but they were invaluable. In fact, without the neighbors' help, they couldn't have afforded to buy them. All types of livestock were far more valuable than they had been before the EMP, and it took the combined buying power of several neighbors to purchase the mules. His parents didn't have to put up any money for the team. They didn't have any. They worked out a deal with their elderly neighbors. Kenny, Jack, and Danny would provide the labor required for cutting down trees, pulling stumps, and plowing the soil for planting all of their farms, and the neighbors would purchase the mules. It was a good arrangement for everyone involved. Wheeling and dealing and the barter system paid for nearly everything these days. It seemed strange to him that before things changed, he used to ask his mom for a ride to the mall, borrow her credit card, and buy whatever he wanted. It didn't work like that anymore. Gold and silver were among the few items that held their value after the EMP. It was the most common way to make a large purchase for livestock or land. Before Wyatt passed away, he'd hammered home the lesson about hard currency. If modern civilization ever took off again and paper currency became the norm, Kenny would take his advice and keep a healthy amount of his wealth in gold or silver. Anybody would accept it. Gold and silver held universal value, even in a barter economy. It didn't rot like paper money did, and you could bury it in the ground and hide it from looters. He didn't think he could ever put his faith in a stack of paper bills or a piece of plastic again. The plow scraped a large rock under the soil, making a grating noise like nails on a chalkboard. A few feet further along, the plow jerked to a sudden halt, and the mule team took it as their cue to stop pulling and take a break. Kenny set the lead on the plow's handles, knowing from experience that the plow wasn't going to go anywhere without intervention. He picked up a long pry bar resting on a log next to a shovel and a pickaxe, then returned to the stuck mule team. Kenny jabbed the steel bar down into the soil until he found the edge of the rock, then leveraged his body weight until the heavy rock surfaced. Another stone. It was exactly what he expected, but every time he hit a rock, it piqued his interest, and he hoped for something to surface that never did. With the stone out of the way, he took the lead and clicked his tongue against his cheek, and the mule team moved forward, again cutting a neat line in the soil. Kenny gave a giggle at his excitement at hitting the field stone. It had been a devilishly cruel joke, an idea planted in his mind by Wyatt. During that long fall and winter, before he passed away, Wyatt used to tease them that there was treasure buried somewhere around the homestead. Now that Kenny was older, he realized that Wyatt was just trying to keep their mind off of their growling stomachs. But once the idea had been planted, it stuck. On days like today, when the plow seemed to catch on every large rock in the ground, his mind still jumped to the conclusion that he had just struck a metal safe full of gold coins buried under the ground. Wyatt had said that the real gold would be in this pasture, nestled in the valley. An adult now, Kenny took Wyatt's real meaning. The soil of the bottomland was dark and rich compared to the surrounding hills, full of nutrients. Once he turned the earth, the site would be ideal for growing barley and corn, and the large creek running the length of the narrow valley would ensure his plants would be well watered. With any luck, the new planting would double the family's grain production, which he would give to the town distillery. His contribution would be distilled and sold as liquor, and the proceeds would allow him to buy the spread of land for Sarah and him to call home. A shadow of concern crept over his heart at the thought of Sarah. He was starting to worry. A month had passed, and she was still somewhere out there on the road with the caravan. Hopefully they would be home soon. She might as well be on the far side of the moon. He missed her dearly. It sometimes felt like they were connected by an invisible link that no one else could see. He knew her thoughts and feelings without speaking a word, and she knew his. She must be going through the same agonizing heartache. They hadn't seen each other for weeks. Lost in his feelings about Sarah, Kenny pulled his arm back as a sudden and sharp pain came from his forearm. Kenny looked down and swatted at the yellow and black striped insect clinging to his forearm, insistent on stinging his arm yet again. He slapped at the wasp and drove it away, only to see dozens more swarming around him and the mules. The mules' ears flattened, and they stomped their hooves nervously, chomping at their bits. Kenny swatted at the wasps swarming around his face and tried to turn the mule team to lead them to safety, but there was an even larger cloud of wasps in the air behind him, streaming out of a hole in the ground that he'd just plowed over. Before he could react, the mules spooked and took off across the field, driven by the painful stings, the plow still turning the soil behind them as they ran. Kenny ran to catch up to them, ignoring the stings to his face, hands, and neck, worried that the animals would injure themselves in their reckless flight. He grasped at the lead as he ran after them, but couldn't take hold of it and still defend his face from the stinging wasps. The plow struck a large rock underneath the soil and came to an immediate stop. The mules struggled and strained in their efforts to flee from the wasps, stomping at the ground, their cries ear-splitting. A scraping and squealing noise sent a shiver down Kenny's back. He caught up to the mules just in time to hear a loud crack as something broke off underneath the soil. The other half of the plow surfaced, no longer hung up on the boulder beneath the soil. Kenny watched in horror as the mule team fled, dragging the useless piece of plow behind them. Still racing after the mule team, his heart sank as he watched them pull away. The plow's blade was split cleanly in half, torn asunder between the forces of the mules and the immovable rock. Kenny swatted at the remaining wasps that had diligently chased him across the field. Sweat poured off of him, soaking his clothes as he tried to find the mules. If they went too far and he couldn't find them, the mules were irreplaceable. Returning home without them was not an option. After an hour of searching, he found them in a patch of woods far from the field. The plow had hung up on an old run of barbed wire fence that cut across the property. The wasps were long gone, having successfully defended their nest from the intruders. His face, neck, and arms were sore and swollen from several stings. He cautiously approached the mule team and surveyed the damage. It was bad. He couldn't fix the plow himself. It would take a forge and the right tools to join the two ruined sections of steel back together, even if he knew how to do it, which he didn't. He would have to take it into town to the blacksmith to have it repaired. With no money, he had no idea how he would get it repaired. His dad was away fighting forest fires, meaning Danny and Mom were already doing more than their fair share of work while he was gone. Somehow, he would have to keep up with his regular chores and find a way to fix the plow, or he wouldn't be able to raise the nest egg money. It would set him back a full year if he couldn't plant next spring. The idea of waiting another full year to be married was more painful than the wasp stings. He didn't have time for this. But what else could he do? Chapter 4. A gust of wind blew across the road, carrying with it the sweet smell of wildflowers from a nearby field. The delicate aroma was a striking contrast to the sour smell of mash that still clung to his clothes, a parting gift from the town's distillery. Chief Howell had stopped into the distillery warehouse early this morning to pick up a gift for the new warden of Olive State Penitentiary, Butch Metz. Gift, bribe, call it what you wanted, but he knew by reputation that the man accepted bribes from all sources. Though he found it distasteful, Howell knew that a little whiskey would go a long way towards greasing the wheels and getting the crooked warden to wag his tongue. The glass bottles clinked together in his saddlebags, and Howell reached down to reposition the 2 bottles of moonshine there, stuffing a shirt in between them. He also carried a crate of corn whiskey strapped to the saddle behind him, an increasingly popular liquor produced by the distillery. As the gust of wind died down, the sour smell of mash reached his nose once again. His thoughts turned back to the investigation he was about to start. The suspicious death of Warden Dodson was the natural place for him to start. When something stank, you headed right for the source of the odor if you wanted to find out what it was. One crooked warden replaced with another. It was curious, that much was for certain. Howell had met the new warden a few times before and disliked him instantly. He was one of those slimy political types that were more interested in what they could get out of the system than real law enforcement. Going over the possibilities, Howell was lost in thought as his horse trotted down the road, quickly putting miles between him and Wheeler. An hour later, and another 3 miles down the road, a junction appeared on the horizon. The rural route he was on met up with 2 main highways. The right-hand path would lead him to Mount Olive State Penitentiary, and the left-hand path led to Huntington, where Sheriff Sutherland was from. Chief Howell squinted his eyes as he drew closer to the intersection, straining to figure out what it was he saw in the distance. A man on a horse, doing something, but he couldn't quite make any details out. As he drew closer, the hackles on the back of his neck stood up. Instinct made him pull his horse up short and lead the mare into the bushes alongside the road. Howell tethered his horse to a tree and pulled his pistol out, then ran along the backside of the hedgerow growing at the side of the road. 50 yards away now, he confirmed his suspicions. A large mass was suspended from a tree. Originally, he thought it might be a piece of deadfall from higher up in the tree, dropped by a recent storm and hung up in the lower branches. Now, though, he realized his mistake. That was no deadfall. It was a man, hanged by the neck, his feet 3 feet off of the ground, his limp body swaying back and forth in the breeze. The man on the horse had just hung another man from a tree at the fork in the road. Panting with exertion from running, Chief Howell tried to slow his breath down as he crept up on the killer. Eyes wide with shock, he forced himself to keep moving as he watched the killer reach up from his perch atop his horse and gruesomely carve the hanged man's tongue out. Blood spilled from his mouth, dripping down the front of his shirt. The killer took something from his pocket and pinned it to the man's shirt. Howell was 10 yards away now and quietly pushed aside the undergrowth hiding him from the killer's view. Pistol leveled on the killer, he stepped out of the bushes. "Drop that knife and put your hands up. Get down from that horse, mister." The man on the horse flinched in surprise. He dropped the knife and held his hands up, fingers spread wide. "I can't rightly get off the horse without using my hands." "Figure it out. If you drop those hands, I'll blow a hole in you," Howell growled. The man hesitated and then slipped his right leg over the saddle and slid down from the horse, facing the chief. The man's horse backed away a few feet, ears flattened. The killer wore a nondescript T-shirt tucked into a pair of blue jeans, a pistol still in the holster on his belt. His dark brown eyes revealed no emotion, nor did his face. "Who are you? Why did you kill that man?" Howell asked. The killer said nothing for a moment, but simply stared at Howell, sizing him up. He then looked down at the gun Howell pointed at him, and his lips began to move.
"You're in over your head, Chief Howell. Just walk away."
"Who the hell are you? How do you know my name?" Howell demanded. "Answer my questions."
The killer laughed.
"Sutherland asked you to investigate something, didn't he? You've got no idea who you're dealing with."
Howell's eyes flicked over to the body hanging from the tree. The hanged man's face was blood-covered and too distorted to identify him. The killer made a clucking sound with his mouth, and before Howell could react, the man's horse began to walk forward, blocking Howell's line of fire. Chief Howell skirted the horse to get a clear shot, but as he rounded the horse, the killer opened fire, sending him diving for cover. As he landed on the hard pavement, pain exploded in his hip. The killer swiftly pulled himself into his saddle and spurred his horse on, then turned in the saddle, firing 2 wild shots behind him as he fled. Chief Howell, still lying on the hot asphalt, brought his gun up and carefully aimed at the killer's back. He fired off 3 shots, then watched the man fall from the saddle and collapse onto the highway, unmoving. Grunting with pain, Howell pushed himself up off of the road and rubbed his hip. He walked over to the killer, kicked the man's gun several feet away, and then rolled him over. Dead. 2 of his shots had caught the man in the center of his back, ending him. He searched through the man's pockets, finding nothing but a few bits of silver. The man's saddlebags contained little else, just a few implements for survival anybody would carry. Flint and steel, a rolled-up bundle of dry tinder, food, a container of water, and extra ammunition. The man carried nothing that Howell could use to place the man's origins or identify him. Howell walked back over to the tree where the man had been hanged. The body was still swinging as the wind pushed it around. Blood from the man's mouth covered the front of his shirt, staining and partially concealing the golden star pinned on his front shirt pocket so that Howell didn't notice it right away. A note was pinned to his shirt. It simply read, "Big Mouth." There was no mistaking the golden sheriff's star, confirming his suspicions. Sheriff Sutherland. Jerry. Howell cut the rope suspending his old friend and let him gently down to the ground. He was shocked to see him in such a condition. Less than 12 hours ago he'd talked to Jerry, and yet here he was, as dead as a doornail. Kneeling over the body, Howell removed the noose from around Jerry's neck and then ripped the killer's note off of his shirt and tossed it aside. His nostrils flared, and the cords on his neck stood up. Nobody deserved to die like this, especially Jerry Sutherland. This murder wasn't a coincidence. Victor Tweed had sent a message. Stay out of my affairs. Whatever it cost him, he would find a way to make Tweed pay for this, and pay with blood. Chapter 5. At the edge of town, Kenny stopped his wagon in the shade of a tall oak tree growing next to the smithy. He lashed his horse to a hitching post next to a trough filled with water so the animal could drink and cool itself. The July sun beat down relentlessly, the sun's glare making the stifling heat unbearable for both horse and man. The blacksmith, Ray Thomas, looked up from his work and nodded at Kenny, giving the piece of steel he was shaping a final few blows before he set it back into the bed of red-hot coals next to his anvil. The shop wasn't his primary workshop, but a smaller and simpler setup that he used to escape the hottest months of the year. While his workshop, adjacent to Pastor Eisenbach's church near the town square, was much larger, the brick building was a literal oven during the summer if the forge was fired up. The small summer workshop consisted of a forge, bellows, anvil, and other paraphernalia of the trade housed underneath an open pavilion. The pavilion was open-walled and provided shade, letting the wind blow through when they were lucky enough to have it. Ray walked the short distance over to the wagon and gave Kenny a firm handshake.
"Hot enough for you, Kenny?"
Ray asked.
"It's a real scorcher today," Kenny said. "I don't know how you can work around that forge in this heat."
Ray pushed his gray hair out of the way and wiped the sweat from his forehead, chuckling.
"You know, that is hard to believe. But before everything went to hell, I used to wear a sweater to the office in the middle of July because my coworkers kept the air conditioner set to 64 degrees. Can you imagine that? I don't mind the heat. You get used to it after a while. and it's not so bad as long as you stay hydrated. Besides, in my age, the heat is easier to handle than the cold. I pity you guys that go out hunting and foraging on a cold winter day while I'm snug and warm working by my forge. To each their own, I guess. But let's get down to business. How can I help you, Kenny? Ray asked.
My plow broke, split clean in half earlier today. Can you take a look at it and see if you can fix it?
The blacksmith walked around to the back of the wagon and looked over the plow, running his finger along the seam of the torn metal.
Wow, this is a really old plow, an antique by far. That blade was a solid piece of steel. How did you manage to do that?
I plowed through a hornet's nest in the ground. I got stung, and then the wasps stung the mules. When they ran away, the plow got caught on a rock and sheared in half.
Ray leaned in close to the plow blade, squinting as he inspected the metal.
That shouldn't have happened, but I see the problem. Most of the metal is solid, but there is a rust line running down the center of the blade. You can see the weak spot if you look closely, a hairline fracture down the blade. This old plow must have sat in a barn somewhere, and a crack in the roof allowed water to drip down on the same spot over a long period of time. I can fix it, but it will take some time to pull the plow apart and forge weld it back together.
Great. How much will it cost, though? I'm a little short of money right now,
Kenny said. Ray gave a wide smile.
I can't remember the last time anybody paid me in cold, hard cash. I just shoed a horse for old man Elliot, and he paid me with a sack of tobacco twists. Barter is fine, as long as it's not turnips. I hate turnips. What do you have to trade?
Honestly, I don't have much. If I have to pay for something, I usually trade work. I'm too busy right now to offer to trade labor, though. I really need to have this plow back so I can finish turning over a new section of pasture. Work is stacking up, and I've got too many commitments. I can't wait any longer to start felling timber or firewood, or it won't be seasoned before winter. It's not just for me, either. I've got 3 elderly couples that helped us buy the mule team that I still have to fell and split wood for. After that, the harvest will be here, and I won't have any free time until winter, Kenny said.
I understand your problem. Too much work and too little time. Tell you what, my house needs a new roof, but it can wait until next summer. It's a lot of work hauling wooden shingles up and tacking them down. If you can help me out with that, I'll take care of this plow for you. Fair enough?
Ray asked.
I owe you a big one, Ray. Thanks a billion. I won't forget it, Kenny said.
You're stretching yourself too thin, Kenny. But I guess we all are these days, aren't we? Come back around dusk. I should have it done by then.
Thanks again,
Kenny said. A loud whistle sounded a short distance away, interrupting their conversation. A set of railroad tracks ran through the east end of town, and he spotted a billowing cloud of steam rising into the air above the buildings, approaching quickly. As the steam-powered locomotive drew close, the noise from the powerful engine was nearly ear-splitting. Although it only pulled 10 or so boxcars behind it, it was still an impressive sight. A reminder that things weren't always going to be the way they were now. Eventually, the world would catch back up to where it had been.
Dang it all, of course they come today. Kenny, can you go down and see what they have for sale? I'm always on the lookout for new tools. See if they have any punches, tongs, metal clamps, that sort of thing.
Sure thing, Ray. I'll take a look.
Kenny strolled over to the train station where men were busy unpacking crates and boxes from the train. 2 men in Martin Hale Security Company uniforms gave him a menacing look as he walked past. The security men were a recent addition to the weekly train crew, brought on board by the railroad company's new owner. Traders busily laid out their wares onto large pieces of cloth on the ground. A few feet from the traders, a dentist unfolded a metal deck chair that now served as his dentist's chair. A large circular mirror was attached to the chair by a telescoping arm. It reflected sunlight into the patient's mouth for the dentist to work by. The dentist produced a mask connected to a small bottle of nitrous oxide, a rare commodity that was sure to get him some work if anyone could afford the gas. Painkillers were in short supply these days, and everyone feared the dentist's chair. A shiver ran down Kenny's spine as he eyed the leather straps on the arms of the chair, used to keep patients who couldn't afford the gas still during dental procedures. He made a mental note to put extra effort into brushing his teeth when he got home. Kenny passed by the dentist, a tinker, and an Appalachian Express Railroad worker selling bulk items like salt and flour. The man yelled out and hawked his goods. The items were priced well beyond what anyone around here was willing to pay for them. Kenny looked around, but didn't see any metalworking tools, and stopped in front of a man in dirty overalls selling trays of different seedlings and crops to hear what he had to offer.
Listen, folks, I've got sweet potatoes, rhubarb starters, and raspberry rhizomes, all sorts of edible and useful plants. Come take a look. Get 'em while you can. I've got seeds and sprouts of nearly every kind of plant this side of the Mississippi.
Just then, shouting erupted and a scuffle broke out a few feet away. A man wearing a convict's striped outfit, his face covered in soot, was trying to pull himself away from the guards.
Let me go. I didn't do anything. Get back on the train, you piece of trash. We'll take you back to where you belong, one of the men said, twisting the convict's arm behind his back. Help! Somebody help me! I didn't do anything! The convict yelled.
One of the Martin Hale men punched the convict in the face and then drove his knee into the man's belly, sending him to the ground, heaving for air. As the convict rolled on the ground, grasping at his belly, he made eye contact with Kenny and reached his hand out.
Kenny, please, help me, the convict yelled.
Confused, Kenny did a double-take, trying to picture what the man would look like without the soot covering his face. He thought he recognized the voice. It sounded like his soon-to-be brother-in-law, Sarah's brother.
Andrew?
Kenny surged forward. One of the Martin Hale men turned and pushed him away roughly.
Get back. This is none of your business. He's an escaped convict, a stowaway.
The second Martin Hale guard kicked the man in the ribs, eliciting a groan of pain.
Andrew?
Kenny asked, stepping closer so that he could get a better look. The man's skin was covered in soot. He looked like he'd been to hell and back. There was no mistaking those eyes, though. It was Sarah's brother. But what was he doing here? He was supposed to be with the caravan. And why was he wearing a prisoner's outfit? Why was he hiding on the train? None of this made any sense.
Andrew, where is Sarah?
Kenny asked. The Martin Hale guard pushed Kenny back again and raised his fist.
Now I'll warn you again. Back off and mind your own business, or you'll find yourself in chains just like him, or worse. Now, that wasn't very friendly. It almost sounded like a threat, a voice said behind Kenny.
Kenny turned, relieved to see Dutch Jansen. The Joker's hangman's second-in-command was approaching with two of the club members in tow. Strutting up confidently, the three men looked rough and tough in their motorcycle jackets and the attitude written all over their faces. Dutch moved to stand next to Kenny and put his arm around him in a friendly manner while his two underlings pushed past the Martin Hale security man and wrestled with the other guard to pull Andrew from his grasp.
Biker trash. This isn't any of your business either. Get out of here before we get the law involved, the Martin Hale guard said.
Dutch gave a gruff laugh and held the breast of his leather jacket up, showing off the deputy's star pinned just above the wings and skull of a motorcycle manufacturer's patch.
Well, I've got some bad news for you. We are the law here, and you just threatened one of our citizens. Now, what is this all about? Who's that man you've got there? An escaped convict. He must have got on board and stowed away at the prison. We're going to take him back. Dutch, it's me, Andrew Young. Don't let them take me back there. I didn't do anything. They put me in a camp and gave me— Shut up, you, or I'll shut you up for good, the Martin Hale guard snarled. He backed up a few feet to stand beside the other guard and slid his hand down to rest on the pistol in a holster at his hip. The other guard did the same. Son, you don't want to pull that pistol on me. Trust me. Now I want to hear what your prisoner has to say. He's one of our people, so you've got some explaining to do if you want to convince me to let you take him. What was he convicted of? By whose authority? When? Dutch asked, incredulity in his voice. White trash, biker, you don't know who you're fooling with. The guard flipped the leather catch off of his holster. I won't warn you again. You do not want to pull that pistol out in my town. Andrew, go ahead and tell us what happened, Dutch said. Andrew got to his feet, his hands shaking, unsteady on his feet. He seemed confused and terrified. What happened to you? How did you get here? Kenny asked. I hid in the coal bin. They drugged me. I have to get— Andrew, why aren't you with the caravan? Dutch asked. Andrew looked up at Dutch and then to Kenny. His mouth hung open, his lower lip quivering, and then he seemed to gather himself. The caravan was attacked. They killed my mom and dad. Sarah, is she alive? Kenny yelled. His hands went clammy all of a sudden, and his vision narrowed as if he were in a tunnel. He's a liar and a murderer, and he's coming with us, the Martin Hale man yelled. He killed everyone in that caravan. We dropped him off at the prison a few stops back. You can't believe anything he says. Now we're taking him back with us, and there is not a damn thing you can do to stop us. With that, the railroad man pulled his pistol out, leveling it at Dutch. The other security man followed suit. No sooner had their pistols left their holsters than 2 shots rang out from the rooftop of a nearby building. The Martin Hale guards dropped to the ground, dead.
"Stupid! I told you not to pull that pistol," Dutch said. "You should have listened to me."
He turned and waved his hand at the 3 bikers concealed on the rooftop a short distance away, giving them the all clear. Staring speechlessly at the dead Martin Hale guards on the ground, Kenny felt his tunnel vision close to an even tighter field of vision in front of him. A feeling of disbelief took hold of him. This couldn't be happening. There had to be some kind of mistake. He'd felt this same feeling of anxiety and dislocation when the EMP hit. He had to get a grip on himself and deal with the situation, but things were happening too fast. He couldn't process it all. Where was Sarah? Was she still alive? Chapter 6. Andrew was in a frantic state. His fists were clenched into tight balls and his eyes darted about nervously, as if he expected the Martin Hale security men to rise from the dead and seize him. Andrew stammered, unable to get a complete sentence out. It was hard to believe this was the same strong, dependable young man that left Wheeler with the caravan weeks ago. He was a complete wreck.
"Whoa, take a deep breath. Slow down and start from the beginning,"
Dutch said, setting his hand on Andrew's shoulder. Dutch led him to a shady spot beneath a tree and shooed away the crowd that had gathered, encouraging Andrew to continue with his story.
"You're all right now, Andrew. We won't let them take you. You're safe. Go ahead and tell us what happened."
After the crowd dispersed, Andrew took a deep breath and seemed to collect himself.
"We were almost home. Everything was going good until then. We sold almost all of the liquor to a riverboat captain at Huntington. He paid us in gold coins, more than we expected. Then we left Huntington and went to Malden and bought as much salt as we could carry back with us on the wagons. Everybody in the caravan was so happy. The trip was a success. We had some gold and even some whiskey left over after buying the salt. We'd just left Malden and were on our way home. It was getting dark out, so we camped a few miles outside of town. That's where they got us. They ambushed us. I think there were 4 or 5 of them. They shot the Joker's hangman guards while we were all eating supper around the campfire. We never had a chance to fight back. Damn it, Andrew! What about Sarah? Where is she? Is she alive?" Kenny asked, unable to contain himself any longer. "She's alive, but I don't know where they took her. Those men stole the horses and anything else they wanted from the caravan and then tied us up. They threw Sarah and me over saddles and brought us to a building somewhere. I had a bag over my head. I don't know where it was, but it was dark and I just don't know. They took Sarah away somewhere and then they put me in these clothes and chained me up with some other prisoners in the boxcar of a train. They made me drink something that tasted foul. A drug, I think. It made me sick. I don't know what it was. I was so high and jittery, it was terrible. I couldn't tell where I was until the train stopped and they unloaded me at a prison. There was a fight between a prisoner and the guards when they were unloading us. While the guards were distracted, I buried myself in the engine's coal bin. I didn't know where the train would take me. I just wanted to get out of there," Andrew said. Tears streamed down his face, washing the coal dust away in streaks. "Kenny, we have to find my sister." "When did this happen? How long ago?" Kenny asked. 2 days ago, maybe 3. I don't know. It's hard to tell. My mind's still hazy from the drugs.
"You were smart to hide and get out of there. We're lucky you made it back, or we might never have found out about this. Where'd this happen? The ambush. Can you show me exactly where you were on a map?" Dutch asked.
"I think so. I know which road we took after Malden, but everything after the ambush is foggy," Andrew said.
Kenny's chest felt like it would cave in. It was so difficult to breathe. All he could think about was Sarah, worried that she was hurt or in pain somewhere. He felt helpless and out of control. Where was she? How would he find her? He would go to the last place that Andrew still knew his location. After that, he just had to have faith that he could pick up her trail.
"Let's get a map. Show me where you think the ambush happened. I'm going after her," Kenny said. "Slow down a minute, Kenny," Dutch said. "You can't just rush over there without planning." "No, I'm not waiting. No planning or thinking. I can do all of that in the saddle. Andrew's going to show me where they were on a map, and then I'm going right now to get her back. I'm stopping at home to get guns and supplies. I'm sure my mother will want to come with me, too. If you can send someone with us, I would appreciate the help, but I can't wait." "Sarah's in danger," Kenny said, his dry throat making his voice crack. "This couldn't have happened at a worse time. I just got a note from Chief Howell this morning. He's gone off somewhere, but he didn't say where. Roy has half of the Joker's hangmen out on a supply mission 100 miles from here. Your father is away fighting a forest fire? With 4 of my best men killed in the ambush, I'll be damned if we can handle any more trouble here in town than what we just had. We're spread thin, Kenny. I don't know how many men we can send to look into this right now," Dutch said. "I'm going to go with you," Andrew said. "You're in no shape to go. Dutch, just tell the chief and my dad what happened when they get back. My mom and I can take care of ourselves." Andrew said there were only 4 of them. They got the drop on the caravan, but they won't catch us with our guard down. We can handle ourselves. "I just wish you would wait a bit. Another day won't kill—" Rage filled him. What didn't Dutch understand? This was Sarah, the woman he loved. "No, I'm going now," he snapped. Dutch drew back defensively and put his open hands in the air. "Okay. I didn't mean anything by it, Kenny. I just don't want you to put yourself in danger, too. I'll let your father and Chief Howell know what happened. Come over to the shop and we'll put you on a fresh horse so you can ride hard and get home fast." "Thanks, Dutch," Kenny said. Kicking himself for letting Sarah go with the caravan, he stormed over to the motorcycle club following Dutch. He would go through hell and back to find Sarah and bring her home. The thought of something happening to her sickened him and filled him with a burning rage. Those men. If they'd laid a hand on her, he'd kill them. The thought of losing her, he just couldn't lose her. His feet were ahead of his mind, and he found himself almost at the club, leaving Dutch far behind as he helped Andrew limp along. He wanted to get the horse and get out of here, now. They couldn't wait for reinforcements. Sarah's life was on the line. By the time they got a posse together of people that were worth bringing, it would be too late. Besides, a large posse would alert the highwaymen. They might slip away and escape capture. He would go home and get his mother. She was the only one who would understand how he felt and understand what he needed to do. She was the only help he needed. Danny was old enough to watch over the farm while they were gone. His mind raced, creating a list of all the things he would need to bring. Rifles, pistols, ammo, knives, outdoor gear, and oats for the horses. It was better if just his mother and he went after Sarah. A woman and her son traveling through the countryside wouldn't draw as much attention as a big group of heavily armed men thundering down the road. It would be obvious that group was a posse in pursuit of the caravan's raiders. They would keep a low profile and be on the lookout for trouble. The highwaymen were probably preying on easy targets, like the caravan. 4 guards hadn't been enough. He needed to go to the site of the ambush and see for himself what had happened. There had to be some clue left behind as to where the bandits had gone. The stolen horses would leave hoofprints behind, and Kenny could track anything with 4 legs. "Are you sure about this, Kenny? What if you get there and you find more outlaws than you can handle?" Dutch asked. "If we're outgunned, we won't engage them. We'll go and get help from a nearby town. We'll find local law enforcement and ask for help. Nobody likes highwaymen." "Fair enough. I feel terrible about this, Kenny, but Chief Howell made me promise I wouldn't budge an inch from Wheeler while he's gone. If we left the town unprotected and something happened here, he'd never forgive me," Dutch said. "I understand. This isn't your fault, Dutch. Take care of Andrew and stop by our farm if you can to check in on Danny while my mother and I are gone." Kenny followed Dutch through the stables next to the motorcycle club. Dutch led a mare out of a stall and handed the reins to him.
The mare pulled at the reins and stopped.
"Watch her. She's feisty, but fast as hell. She'll get you home in no time,"
Dutch said.
"About your brother, I'll do even better than stopping by. We'll get Andrew patched up and I'll bring him up to the farm. I'll find somebody from town to watch over the two of them while you and your mother are gone. Stay here and I'll fetch the map,"
Dutch said. A moment later, he emerged from the club with a folding map in hand and spread it out across the saddle.
"Where were you attacked, Andrew?"
Dutch asked.
"There's Malden. Let's see. It was right here, just before this fork in the road. There's a big field with 3 old grain silos on the left side of the road next to a burned-out farmhouse. One of the silos is half collapsed and the field backs up to the woods. We camped right there," Andrew said. "You can't miss it." "You're sure, Andrew?"
Dutch asked, folding the map back up.
"Positive. That's where they ambushed us."
Kenny took the map from Dutch, stuck his foot in the stirrup, and pulled himself into the saddle. Without a second of hesitation, he spurred the horse on, galloping full speed down Wheeler's main street towards his homestead. The mare was faster than any horse he'd ridden before, and he clung tightly to the pommel to keep his seat. He would find Sarah and bring her home safely. God help the men who killed her parents and took her away. His nostrils flared as he imagined Sarah's pain looking on as her parents were killed in front of her. God help those bastards when he found them. Chapter 7. Chief Howell shoveled the last bit of loose soil on top of Sutherland's grave. The soil was dry, and a film of dust coated his sweat-soaked shirt as a gust of wind picked it up and scattered the dirt about. He stepped into the shade of a tall spruce tree to get out of the sun's heat. Drenched with sweat and exhausted, his arms felt like rubber. Even with the help of the farmer who had happened by and pitched in to dig the grave, Howell was out of steam. It felt like an insult to Jerry, being buried in a grave with no stone marker on the side of the road far from his home. Men like him, that had served as long as he had, should be surrounded by friends, family, and fellow officers. Put to rest in a more deserving location, with flowers and fanfare. The grim reality was that if they didn't bury him quickly, his body would soon begin to decompose and present a health risk for others. Nobody embalmed the dead these days, and in this heat, there was no way to transport his body home in a state fit for burial. The EMP had stripped away all of man's illusions about death. You said your piece, and then you picked up and moved on. Hearts would heal with time, but only if they were connected to a body with a full belly, and that wasn't something that anybody took for granted anymore.
"Thank you for your help. I'll say a few words for him,"
Howell said, passing the shovel back to the white-haired old farmer who had stopped to offer his assistance. The man bowed his head and clasped his hands respectfully, waiting for Chief Howell to speak.
"You deserve better than this, Jerry. You were a good friend, and you'll be missed. The savage that did this to you is dead. I'll get the son of a bitch who paid to kill her next. Rest in peace. Amen."
The old farmer glanced up at him under arched eyebrows and then carried the shovels back to his cart. Howell climbed into the saddle and with one final look back at Jerry's grave, spurred his horse down the road. The image of his friend's gaping, tongueless mouth stuck in his mind. Howell gritted his teeth and could barely see straight. He felt like a pot that was ready to boil over. Hanging a man was bad enough, but cutting his tongue out had been a clear message to whoever found his body. Speak out against Tweed, and this could happen to you next. Sheriff Sutherland had been a vocal opponent of Tweed, a thorn in his side. As far as he was concerned, it removed all speculation about Warden Dodson's untimely death. Even without hearing the details of how he was killed, he would be surprised at any cause of death other than murder at this point. Tweed was clearly bold. This was more than a corruption investigation now. It was a murder investigation, and it was personal. Jerry had been brutalized and murdered, and Howell would make sure Tweed paid for it. No matter what the cost, he would find the evidence he needed to make the charges against Tweed stick and bring down his empire. Or he'd kill him. Maybe both. Chapter 8. A pair of grain silos towered over a pasture that had long since gone to the weeds. Ruins of a third silo, half the height of the others, leaned heavily to one side, the upper half of the structure reduced to a pile of loose bricks around the base of the silo. The ruins of a burnt-out farmhouse sat a short distance away. At the edge of the field, Kenny looked up and down the highway, looking for signs of danger before he left the road. It was empty, with nothing but the shimmer of heat dancing just above the hot asphalt as far as the eye could see. Kenny's shirt was soaked through with sweat, and his legs chafed from the saddle. The horses, too, had a thick layer of sweat that had foamed into a lather beneath their harnesses. His mother was stoic, but he knew she must be feeling the heat as well. They were all overheated and exhausted, having ridden through the night by the light of the full moon to reach the site of the ambush. And now they were here. This was definitely the place. It was unmistakable from Andrew's description. Kenny took a drink of water from his canteen, trying to ease the lump in his throat. As they drew closer to the edge of the forest where the caravan had camped, a foul stench reached his nose like the sickening smell of roadkill after a few days baking on the pavement. Kenny spit and fought back the urge to vomit.
"Let me go down and see what happened, Kenny. You don't need to see this,"
Amy said. Kenny shook his head vigorously. "No, I'm going to." Amy sighed and slid down off of her horse. She brought a rag out of her saddlebag and wrapped it around the lower half of her face. Kenny followed suit, taking a handkerchief from his pocket. He wrapped it around his face, bunching it up under his nose and mouth to dampen the foul odor. It didn't help much. 4 bloated bodies sat around a long dead campfire in a ring of stones. He knew they were the caravan guards by the leather jackets they wore, the Joker's hangman patch visible on the back of one of the men lying face down in the grass. The bodies of the rest of the caravan team lay scattered about the wagons. The smell was intense and eye-watering. Kenny retched and doubled over, ripping the mask off of his face, unable to hold back his stomach any longer. He heaved repeatedly, keeping his eyes sealed shut until his stomach finally calmed. When he stood up again, he saw that his mother was in a similar state, and he turned away from the sight to prevent his stomach from revolting again. He looked at the bodies, surveying the area, terrified that Andrew had been wrong and that he would find Sarah lying there bloated and disfigured like the other bodies. The wagons were full of large blocks of salt. They were likely too bulky and heavy for the thieves to carry away. Everything else of value had been taken. The personal belongings of the caravan team had been thoroughly ransacked, their suitcases and travel chests tossed open and contents scattered across the field. The horses and mules were long gone. Amy joined him in the search, but neither of them found any sign of Sarah. He wasn't sure if he should feel relieved that she wasn't dead or dismayed that she was gone, kidnapped. Helplessness filled him. Where was she? What had happened to her?
"Mom, she's not here. She's gone. What if we don't—" "Don't you dare give up hope, Kenny Miller. We'll find her. We're both tired and hot, so let's slow down and think this through. Wyatt taught you everything he knew about tracking. You can track a deer across miles of woods with little more than a broken twig or a drop of blood to go by. The highwaymen took all the horses with them, so it should be easy enough for you to follow their trail. Get to it, son," Amy said.
Kenny mopped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath, trying to center himself. She was right. He couldn't let his fear of what might have happened to Sarah cloud his mind. He scanned the wilted green grass and patches of brown dirt in the pasture, looking for signs of what direction the highwayman had traveled. He found several sets of deep hoof marks that had hardened some time ago in the soil, showing where several horses had traveled. The marks led to a wide trail leading through the woods beyond the wagons.
"Here. They left this trail through the woods. The marks are a few weeks old." "Good job, Kenny. Let's go."
He mounted his horse and urged the animal on down the trail. It was wide and well-traveled, and the deep hoof marks were easy to follow in the soft soil, even at a canter. He followed the path as it meandered up and down the mountains, slowing his horse as they traversed tight switchbacks with sharp cliffs along the side of the trail. They traveled for a long while before they let the horses rest and drink water from a stream. The shade and water seemed to reinvigorate the horses, and they started back down the trail. 2 hours later, the trail emptied out into a pasture, and Kenny tracked the hoof marks until he came to the edge of a 2-lane highway. The trail went cold, and he searched along both sides of the highway, looking for any sign that the highwayman left the road again. The sun was low on the horizon, the clouds in the sky fiery red. It was going to be dark soon, and hard to see anything from atop his horse. He dismounted and led the steed as he walked along the roadside, desperate for any evidence of the group. Which way had they gone? Was he even going the right direction down the highway? What if they went the other way?
Kenny, it is time to call it a day. These horses need rest, or it's going to kill them. We need rest and food, too. We need our wits about us if we're going to find the highwaymen and get the drop on them.
He didn't want to stop looking, but he knew she was right. There wasn't any point in looking any further tonight. They were both spent, and they didn't want to run into the highwaymen in this condition. Kenny bit his lip, fighting back tears. Sarah was out there somewhere, terrified and alone. He spotted a small town a short distance ahead and rode until they reached it. The town, if it could even be called that, consisted of 10 or 11 buildings clumped together along the side of the road. A run-down motel advertised rooms available for rent. Kenny slid down from the saddle and lashed his horse to a tethering post out front, then went inside the motel office. A shriveled old man sat behind the desk, elbows on the counter and his head propped up in his hands, snoring loudly. Amy cleared her throat a few times until the man lifted his head and rubbed his eyes.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in. Not many customers these days. How can I help you?"
We need a room for the night and somewhere to stable and feed our horses, Amy said.
"Not a problem. We can take care of both. I take gold, silver, food, and just about anything else as payment. What have you got?"
Amy pulled a couple of silver coins out of her pouch and placed them on the counter, adding coins until the old man's face turned upward in a smile.
"Okay, folks, you got yourself a room. Here's your room key."
The old man turned and yelled through the open doorway to a back room of the office.
"Max, get out here. We've got customers."
A middle-aged man, clearly the old man's son, came through the doorway, yawning.
"These two have horses that need tending to. See that you give the horses a good rub down before you feed them. They look like they've been on the road for a while, and I'm sure their horses are run down."
The younger man nodded sleepily and went outside.
Is there anywhere to get something to eat around here?
Amy asked.
"Sure is. If you take a right out of the front door, not a half a block down the street, there's a bar called McFlynn's. The food is good, but mind you, keep away from their liquor. That rotgut they pass off as moonshine will make you go blind."
Thanks for the warning,
Amy said. Kenny opened the door and then followed his mother down the street towards the bar. It was easy to spot. All of the other buildings were boarded up. McFlynn's was the only building with an open door, and there were 2 kerosene lanterns hanging outside, ready to light up the approaching night. Kenny exchanged a glance with his mother. He was willing to bet the place had more roaches than paying customers. Inside, the room was empty except for a man sitting at a table near the window and a weasel-like bartender standing behind the counter, wiping the countertop. He looked up as Kenny pulled out a bar stool and sat down.
"Can I help you folks?"
What do you have to eat?
Amy asked.
"We've got potatoes cooked any way you like as long as it's fried, and fish. Can I interest you in some of our locally produced moonshine? Clean as a whistle, made using water from a mountain stream not far from here,"
the bartender said in his weasel-thin voice. He brought a jug out from beneath the counter and poured a sample of the moonshine into a cup and pushed it across the bar to Amy. She sniffed at the cup and recoiled. Amy picked up a spoon off the counter and poured a spoonful, then dug in her pocket for something.
It's a shame what some people try to pass off as moonshine these days,
Amy said. She lit a match and set the flame to the spoonful of liquor. The flame burned bright red for a moment and then cleared to a blue flame.
Lead burns red, and that means you're dead,
Amy said flatly.
I don't understand,
the bartender said, his face scrunched up in confusion.
There's lead in this moonshine. The moonshine was made in a still that has lead in it, most likely an old car radiator. You keep selling this stuff to your customers, and you won't have any customers left to sell to.
The bartender's mouth hung wide open for a moment, then he jabbed the cork back into the bottle.
So you know a little bit about moonshine, eh? I tell you what, I happen to have some high-quality moonshine. Just came into it. Top-of-the-shelf stuff. I was going to keep it all to myself, but for the right price, I'll make an exception.
The bartender disappeared into a back room and then came back with a new bottle of moonshine. Kenny looked at his mother in surprise, but her face remained an unreadable mask. It was Wheeler moonshine. He knew it as soon as the man came through the door with it. Every bottle was painted with the same fancy text and a mural, screen-printed onto the bottles painstakingly. A hang tag dangled from the jug's handle, a 6-digit hand-printed number written on it. The tags were used by Wheeler's distillery to track the bottles as they left. The tag number was recorded in town and indicated who the bottle was released to, and hence who was responsible for the sale. Everybody in Wheeler participated in the distillation process, whether it was providing grain, labor, or washing and painting the bottles. Every citizen also sold the end product, and they were paid a commission on the number of bottles sold, as evidenced by the number of tags they brought back with their profits. The hang tag was still on the bottle, meaning the bottle of moonshine wasn't sold. It was stolen. Kenny pushed himself out of his chair and was about to confront the man, but his mother kicked him hard in the shin. He sat back down quickly. Whatever she was doing, he would have to just go along with it. The bartender poured out a shot of the liquor into a fresh glass and scooted it over the counter. Amy smelled the small glass and downed the shot, then gave a wincing nod of approval.
That is good. Do you have any more bottles of that? I'll pay top dollar for shine that good.
Oh, I'm not sure I'd be willing to sell all of it. Like I said, it really is special moonshine, and I was hoping to save it for myself.
Amy reached into her pocket and produced a sack of coins, hefting it for emphasis. The coins clinked together loudly in the still of the small bar. She untied the bag and spilled a few gold coins into her open palm, smiling at the barkeep.
I think you'll find him quite generous.
With a nervous glance around the bar, the barkeep lifted the hinged countertop and tilted his head to the side.
Follow me. I've got several more gallons in the back.
Kenny followed his mother, who was on the bartender's heels as they went into the back of the bar. Shelves full of various liquors and other empty bottles lined the walls. 3 crates full of Wheeler corn whiskey and moonshine sat on the floor in plain view. As soon as the door closed behind him, Kenny shoved the man up against the wall, eliciting a shrill squeal from the man.
Take whatever you want. Please don't kill me,
the bartender cried out.
We're not here to rob you, Kenny said. Where did you get this whiskey? Tell me or...
Amy winked at Kenny and then put her hand on his arm, pulling him away from the bartender.
Whoa, slow down there, son. This gentleman doesn't know who we are or why we're here. Let's explain the facts to him first. He looks like a reasonable person to me, she said.
She went on to explain a different version of the caravan robbery story, selectively retelling it as a simple whiskey heist and leaving out the horrific murders.
Now that we're able to talk in private, why don't you tell me where you got the moonshine from? I know you didn't buy it, and I'll tell you why. This whiskey is made in my hometown. I've personally stirred the mash, run the distiller, and stuffed a cork in hundreds of these bottles. See that hang tag on the bottle? If you bought this from a legitimate seller, they would have taken the tag with them. They get paid a commission for each tag they turn in. None of these hang tags have been taken. Those crates you have there, those are worth 2 months of wages. Now, answer me truthfully. Did you steal it yourself or did you buy it from someone else?
Amy asked.
What do you mean? I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I had no idea it was stolen. How could I? I bought it from the same men I buy my other moonshine from. They made it right here in town. Liar!
Amy yelled.
No, you didn't. You knew something was different about this moonshine. You must have suspected it was stolen, or else you would have it out front, displayed in the bar. Instead, you kept it back here, hidden from sight. Now, tell me where you got it,
Amy said.
I'm losing my patience with you.
I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know where it came from,
the bartender said, whimpering. Amy sighed.
Kenny, I don't think he can hear very well. Let's see if I can help him hear a little better."
She seized the little bartender by both ears and pulled him up by them until he screamed with pain.
"Okay, all right, I'll tell you."
The little bartender seemed to deflate.
"I bought it from a man who comes in here sometimes."
"What does he look like? How long ago did he sell it to you?" Kenny asked.
Look, you can't tell him I told you any of this, all right? He'll kill me if he knows I ratted him out."
"We won't say a word. Now tell me everything you know about him."
"His name's John. He's tall, I don't know, about 30 years old. He has a tattoo on his right forearm, a snake wrapped around a dagger. He doesn't live around here, I know that much. I don't know where he works, but I've seen him come in here with railroad men before. He was right out—" No, that's all I know," the bartender said. Sweat poured from his pasty forehead, and his hands shook.
What aren't you telling us?" Kenny demanded.
"No, I can't tell you. He'll kill me if I tell you."
Kenny slipped his skinning knife out of its sheath and, quicker than the bartender could react, pressed the point of the knife into the man's fat cheek, stopping just short of drawing blood. "The man that sold you the whiskey did more than just steal it. He ambushed a group of people not far from here. Somebody kidnapped my fiancée. He and his men killed her mother and father and other people from our town. I don't care about the stolen whiskey. You're a chicken shit, but you're not a cold-blooded murderer. I just want the man that sold it to you. I need to find him quickly, and I'm getting impatient," Kenny said. The bartender's lower lip trembled.
Okay. He's out front, sitting at the table by the window. Please don't tell him that I was the one that ratted him out."
Amy let go of the bartender and rushed towards the door leading to the bar. Kenny was hot on her heels. He tucked his knife back into its sheath and pulled his pistol out of its holster. When they came through the door, the man's table was empty. Kenny burst through the front door, swiveling his head about, trying to locate the man. Off to his right, a horse beat a hasty retreat down the town's main street, its shoes clopping loudly on the pavement. His mother pulled her pistol and fired several shots after the man. Kenny calmly grabbed his rifle from the scabbard on his horse and brought it to his shoulder. He took aim through the iron sights at the fleeing figure on the horse and calmed his breathing down into a steady flow of air. In and out, he became one with the rifle. The target became the only thing in his awareness, and his mind ran calculations, compensating for the distance. 100 yards, 110 yards, 120 yards. He squeezed the trigger. The rifle reported. 120 yards away, the horse stumbled and crashed to the ground, sending its rider flying through the air. The horse and man screamed in pain as they hit the ground. Running up to the man, Kenny saw that his leg was bent the wrong way, twisted underneath his body. The horse whinnied in pain, bleeding from a gut wound. His mother put her pistol to the horse's head and ended the suffering animal's misery. "Who are you?" Kenny demanded, kicking the man's arm away as he reached for the pistol at his belt. Kenny stripped the gun from its holster.
"Go to hell. What do you people want?"
the man asked defiantly. Kenny kneeled down and set his palm on the man's broken leg, then put pressure on the wound. The man screamed in agony, flailing his arms against the ground.
Stop!
"Who are you?" Kenny asked.
"Bill Cheswold,"
he said in a raspy voice. "You must already know who we are and why we're here, otherwise you wouldn't have left the bar in such a hurry. So you know I'm in no mood to mess around. You killed some of our friends and ransacked our caravan. You took a girl and her brother. Where is she? What did you do with her?" Kenny shouted.
I don't know anything about—"
Kenny bore down his entire weight on the man's broken leg. The man screamed in pain, his eyes wide as saucers.
"All right, stop, please,"
he screamed. He turned his head to Amy, pleading.
"Please make him stop."
"You'd better tell him what he wants to know. You took away his fiancée and killed her family. If you think you'll find pity or mercy from me, you're sorely mistaken. Tell my son the truth, or he'll make you talk, one way or the other," Amy said.
The man seemed to finally resign himself to his situation.
I was part of a group of guys. We used to stop people from out of town and take their stuff. A few months ago, the railroad company started paying us to harass traders that weren't using the railroad to ship their merchandise. We stopped your people and took the liquor. Then they left. That's all I know," he said.
Amy gave him a withering look.
"You'd better come out with all of it, or I'm going to walk away. I can't stand cruelty, so I won't want to see what my son is going to do to you."
A few seconds of silence passed, and then Amy got to her feet.
"Do what you have to, Kenny. Just wait until I'm back in the bar so I don't have to hear it."
Wait, please don't let him," the man pleaded. "Where is she? What did you do with her? Her brother ended up in a prison, so where is she?" Kenny asked. "I took her up to Charleston and sold her. There's a warehouse by the train station that I take them to, an old soda manufacturing warehouse," the man stammered. "There's a guy there, pays good money for women. I don't know his name, but he's got a big scar on his face. I don't know what he does with them. I swear I didn't—"
"All right, that's all we need to know. Did you kill anybody? Any part of our caravan?"
Amy asked. No, I swear I didn't do—" Kenny pressed down hard on the man's leg, infuriated by his lies. Okay, stop, please. I shot 2 of the bikers and some other guy. That's all, I swear. I didn't kill any women or anybody else."
"Let's go, Kenny. How far is Charleston from here? There's enough moonlight to ride by if we stick to the highway,"
Amy said. "Please, just let me go. I swear I'll stop."
"We can't get too far. Mom, we're not just going to leave this guy here, are we? He killed our friends. He's kidnapped people.
If you guys just let me go, I swear I'll never—" His mother pointed her pistol at the man's head and calmly pulled the trigger, ending the man's pleas for mercy.
"Let's go, Kenny. There's no time to waste."
Chapter 9. Warden Butch Metz sat behind a wide mahogany desk with a surface so shiny and polished that a mirror image of the man shone in its reflection. His crisp uniform looked like it had been starched and ironed only an hour before. His hands were manicured, and not a hair on his head was out of place. Metz was a man who cared about appearances, and when Chief Howell walked through the door trailing dust and the smell of horse from the ride, Metz stuck his nose in the air, looking down at Howell in disdain as he carried in the crate of corn whiskey.
"Bud Howell, what brings you here?" Metz asked, with little enthusiasm.
"Warden Metz, it's good to see you again," Chief Howell said cheerily. "Last time we met, you were a deputy in Greenbrier County, gunning for the sheriff's job. I was sorry to hear you didn't get it, but when I heard you'd been promoted to warden, I thought to myself, if anyone deserves it, it's Butch Metz," Chief Howell said, smiling. He'd dealt with people like Metz countless times in his career. Whatever trade it was they professed to, politics was their real game, and politicians cared about only one thing: themselves. Metz softened a bit and gestured toward a chair.
"Please, sit down. What can I do for you?"
Chief Howell set the crate down on the floor and took out one of the bottles of Wheeler moonshine, then passed it to the warden.
"I came to congratulate you on your promotion, and I brought you a little something. A goodwill gesture, if you will. I have a favor to ask, and, well, I wouldn't come asking for a favor without greasing the wheels a little first."
Metz turned the bottle of corn whiskey in the sunlight, examining the contents.
"Would you look at that? Is that what I think it is? Top-shelf corn whiskey, the best you can get for 1,000 miles.
Howell removed another bottle from the crate, this one filled with a clear liquid.
"And this is the purest white lightning around. All natural, made with homegrown grain. This wasn't made by any old backwoods hillbilly with a radiator still. We got a large distillery operation. Everybody in town pitches in to help. All of the grain is produced locally, too. I thought you'd enjoy a little sample of our work." "Well, I'm hardly one to turn down a friendly gesture like that," the warden said.
He brought 2 glasses out of a desk drawer and set them down on the mahogany desktop.
"I got a case of this for you on my horse outside. You can have one of your boys bring it up later."
Chief Howell pulled the cork out of the bottle of corn whiskey and filled the 2 glasses.
"Very friendly indeed," Warden Metz said. "Bottoms up."
Howell looked at the liquid in the bottom of his glass. An old hunger burned inside of him, demanding to be fed. His hand trembled slightly, and he quickly grabbed his knee so that Metz wouldn't notice. Metz looked at him expectantly, and Howell picked up the glass. If he wanted information, he couldn't turn the drink down. He'd already resolved that he would do whatever it took to bring Tweed down, but this wasn't what he had in mind. Still, Howell tilted the glass up, feeling the burn coat his throat as the liquor made its way down. "That boy," Metz said, sipping at his own glass before he upended it. "Goodness, that is excellent. I can't tell you some of the terrible things people pass off as liquor these days. Here, let's have another." Metz poured 2 more glasses. "Tell me about this favor you need help with. How can I be of service?" Howell wrinkled his brow and made a show of seeming hesitant to ask his question. He had to be convincing for the ruse to work. If he started out asking questions about Tweed and his connection to Metz's promotion, Metz would clam up. "I came to see if you could help me locate a young man that was sent here after a drug bust many years ago. You see, I put the young man away, and the boy never came home after prison. His father has had it out for me ever since." That much was no lie. Roy had been a bitter adversary for many years. "Missing, huh? Haven't heard of anything like that happening," Metz said. He glanced out the window, as if seeking a way out of the conversation. His face flushed a bright red. Howell wondered at his reaction, but pressed on. "Anyway, look. The long and short of it is that the man's son was incarcerated here and was supposed to get out somewhere around the time of the EMP. You know how these mountain people can get, the ones that live way back in the woods. It doesn't take much to start a blood feud over something like this. I'm just trying to find some information about the man's son I put away so as to get his family off my back," Howell said. "You take my meaning?" "Oh, you don't have to tell me about that," Metz laughed. "I've had my share of death threats from criminals' families in my time as a deputy. I'd love to help you, but Warden Dodson left me a real mess. Tons of paperwork I still have to go through yet." "Sorry to hear that. It can't be more paperwork than police work, right?" Chief Howell asked. "Ha! You know what? I thought I had my hands full before. Look at all of this," he said, pointing to the stacks of papers on his desk and boxes of paperwork on the floor. "I'm up to my ears in paperwork. Honestly, I haven't even begun to look at all of it. This place was a mess when I got here. My hands are full with the staff and prisoners. It'll be another month before I get to any of this nonsense," Warden Metz said. "What kind of issues do you have with the staff? Anything I can help out with?" "Oh, you know, the usual stuff. Some of the guards smuggle in contraband, cigarettes, alcohol, that kind of thing. Everybody's trying to make an extra buck on the side," he said. "Huh. Well, we know how that goes, don't we?" Chief Howell said. "I'd say with as many prisoners as you got here, there might be some opportunities for an enterprising individual to reap the rewards. Prison is a hard place to be stuck, away from family, away from the outside world. I imagine that prisoners would pay to experience some of the creature comforts of the outside world." The warden gave him a sly look and grinned. "Well, as you say, you know how it goes." He tilted the bottle and poured 2 tall glasses of the liquor. "Say, that goes down smooth, and boy does it do the job." The warden was drinking far too quickly. His face was flushed and his earlier uptightness had disappeared. Years lived inside of a whiskey bottle had left the chief with an enormous tolerance for alcohol. 2 glasses of corn whiskey, 4 shots worth in reality, had left him with a pleasant buzz. Warden Metz was a featherweight. Howell could tell just by looking at him. Maybe now was the time to press for information. "So tell me, what happened to old Warden Dodson? There were rumors going around about the peculiar circumstances of his death. How'd he die?" "Dodson? Well, from what I gather, it was a hunting accident. He was out alone in the woods and his shotgun discharged while he was crossing a creek. He probably slipped in the mud. Nothing peculiar about it at all, really," Metz said. He looked out the window again, distracted. His jaw muscles clenched, and his hands trembled as he poured another glass of moonshine for himself and tossed it back quickly. Metz was getting touchy, and Howell knew he'd better back off a little and keep him talking. An idea hit him as he watched Metz pour another glass. The man didn't know his limits. If he was unwilling to talk, it might be easier to simply drink him under the table and get the information he needed from another source. The stacks of boxes and filing cabinets filled with paperwork in the office might be chock full of information. Metz had already admitted he hadn't gone through any of it yet. He wouldn't notice any missing paperwork for quite some time, if at all. "Well, I don't put much stock in rumor anyway. I say what's done is done. We have to look forward to the future, am I right?" Howell asked. Metz perked up at the change in topic. "I'll drink to that. Say, what did you say it was you wanted from me?" Howell sipped at his whiskey, slowing his pace. "I was looking for information on that prisoner that was supposed to be released. You know what? I'm not going to make you dig through all of those papers. Tell you what, why don't you just write me a letter saying that Seth Ferguson was released on time? Maybe you could put something nice in there about him. Say he was going to travel to Ohio, where he had a girlfriend. Maybe they were going to get married. That should get the family off my back. After all, who knows what happens to these convicts after they leave here? And who cares, right?" Metz smiled. "You're a man after my own heart, Howell. Not a problem. I'll take care of that for you right now." Swaying wildly as he backed up his chair, Metz removed a pen and official stationery from his desk and began to write the letter. "I can't thank you enough. Now listen, you think that corn whiskey is good. Wait till you try some of this corn moonshine," he said, popping the cork from the bottle. He filled both glasses with the potent liquor. "Oh, no. Now I couldn't." "Come on now. You're not going to make me drink alone, are you? What else have you got to do? You going to do that mountain of paperwork over there?" Howell chuckled. "Well, I guess one more ain't going to kill me." Metz propped himself up on an elbow, barely upright. He slid the note over to Howell and tilted his glass of moonshine back. "Holy hell, that burns like the dickens." Howell kept him talking and drinking for another half an hour, nursing his own drink. It wasn't long before Warden Metz was slumped over in his chair, passed out in an alcoholic stupor. Howell waited another 15 minutes and then began to examine the boxes of files scattered around the office. The filing cabinets were filled with prisoner records, incident reports, and invoices for services provided to the facility. Howell tried to locate Seth Ferguson's prisoner record, but the file was missing. He took a stack of recent invoices and other financial records and set them aside. Wheeling the rolling desk chair carefully backward, Howell moved Metz out of the way and perused the contents of the desk. Shoved underneath a stack of papers in a drawer, a leather-bound notebook stuffed with letters caught his eye. Howell snatched it up and hid it underneath the packing material in the crate he'd used to transport the whiskey, along with all of the other paperwork he'd lifted. Howell tiptoed out the door, cautious not to rouse the snoring warden from his sleep. Howell was too drunk to read through the files and process the information right now. He'd have to take a look at it in the morning, when his head was clear. The room swaying wildly around him, he retraced his steps from the warden's office to the penitentiary's front office and signed out. With great effort, he got on his horse and rode back to the little town he'd passed through earlier in the day. Right now, he needed a hotel with a bed and some water. Lots and lots of water. Tomorrow, he could look through the documents in the crate. Chapter 10. A full moon was high overhead, casting just enough light onto the street to navigate by. Deep shadows clung to squat brick buildings and warehouses on either side of the road. Railroad tracks inlaid into the asphalt beside the main street branched off at each intersection, leading into enormous loading warehouses designed to house train cars. The air was humid, still, and quiet, making the horses' steel shoes seem impossibly loud as they struck the pavement. Kenny sat on his horse, reins held in one hand, his other hand resting on the butt of his pistol as he rode down the middle of the street into the industrial section of Charleston. His mother's horse followed just behind him, lashed to his own horse and carrying her limp form slung over the saddle. She was bound, gagged, and had a burlap sack pulled over her head. Her hands and feet were tied to the saddle, and she gave a convincing grunt of protest and discomfort every once in a while, completing the appearance that Kenny was a kidnapper bringing in his prey in exchange for money. A short distance into the industrial section, he located the old soda manufacturing plant the highwayman Bill Cheswold had told him about. The building was 100 feet wide, several hundred feet long, and tall enough to accommodate a train car into the large open loading bays located at the side of the building. Kenny led the horse down the side street, peering into the shadows for any sign of Bill's contact.
"Hey, you, stop,"
a gruff voice called to him from the darkness. Kenny pulled his horse up short, looking around in the darkness, trying to determine where the voice had come from.
"Show yourself."
A match flared in the darkness and lit a kerosene lantern, dispersing the darkness and revealing the faces of two men in Martin Hale Security Company uniforms. They were tough-looking. One of them had a scar running the length of his cheek, its pale line standing out in stark contrast to his skin. The other man, who held the lantern, was a huge brute, his eyes dull and unintelligent, yet cruel and dangerous-looking.
"Kid, you'd better turn that horse around and get on out of here. You're going to get yourself into trouble,"
the scar-faced man said menacingly. Kenny swallowed to wet his dry throat. Summoning his courage, he slid down from his horse and gave the man a look of disdain. If he was to play the part of a kidnapper believably, he was going to have to show them that he wasn't someone they could push around. He took the lead of his mother's horse and led the animal into the light, illuminating his cargo.
"Why? I'm right where I want to be." "Who the hell are you, kid? What are you doing here?" Scarface asked again.
"Bill sent me. I'm supposed to bring this woman here and collect the pay,"
Kenny said. The Martin Hale men looked at each other, obviously suspicious. The brute cocked his head to the side and pointed his finger at Kenny accusingly.
"Tell us what you're really doing here, or I'm going to beat your little ass to a pulp."
Kenny slid the Glock halfway out of its holster, making sure both of the men could see his action.
"Is there a problem here, guys? 'Cause Bill is going to be pissed off if I have to go fetch him just to convince your dumb ass I'm with the program. Your choice, though,"
Kenny said.
"Is that right? I don't recall him mentioning anything about bringing on more people," Scarface pressed.
Kenny remained silent, staring down the two men, his Glock at the ready. Scarface smirked and turned to the brute.
"Damn, this kid is ice cold. A stone-cold killer. He's cool."
Scarface then turned to Kenny and nodded his head with respect.
"You're one hardcore kid. No wonder Bill brought you on. All right, let's take a look at what you brought."
The two men approached his mother's horse, and the big brute yanked the burlap sack off of her head. Amy gave a muffled scream and shook her head wildly. The man opened his eyes wide and gave a crude catcall, the whistle echoing loudly.
"Huh. Usually Bill sends us fresh meat. She's older."
The scar-faced man gave an evil cackle.
"Where'd you find her, kid? She's old enough to be your mother. The hell if I'm paying the usual price for her."
The brute leaned in close to Amy's face and squinted, holding the kerosene lamp close.
"Hey, she looks just like you, kid. What are you trying to—"
Lightning fast, Kenny pulled his Glock out and had it leveled at the two men before they could even blink.
"Don't move. Step back from the horse where I can see you. Keep that lantern up. Both of you raise your hands in the air and don't move a muscle."
The men backed up, anger and confusion written on their faces. With a quick glance behind him, Kenny reached over and helped his mother remove the ropes binding her legs together. With a twist of her wrists, the rope binding her hands unraveled and slipped off. She slid off the horse and frisked the two men, confiscating 2 pistols and a long knife.
"Let's go inside and have a talk,"
Kenny said. The two men turned and entered the building through the open bay door, then walked several feet into the cavernous warehouse.
"That's far enough. Put the lantern on the floor and then sit down and put your hands on top of your head," Kenny said.
His mother pulled the heavy metal bay door shut, which made a low rumbling noise as the door slid along a set of tracks and then slammed shut with an echoing boom. Amy walked over to a mechanic's tool chest parked near a workbench and rooted around, taking a handful of plastic zip ties out of a tray. She moved over to the men, moved the lantern several feet away from them, and then circled around behind them, binding their hands behind their backs with the zip ties. Kenny joined his mother and took a deep breath, calming his pounding heart before he began his line of questioning. Sarah's life was on the line. She was everything to him. He couldn't mess this up. He had to get these men to tell him what happened to her, and fast. The more time that he let pass, the less chance there was he would find her. He decided the direct approach would be best. There was no time for teasing out bits of information a piece at a time.
"You,"
Kenny said, nudging Scarface with his pistol.
We already know that you buy people from Bill Cheswold. He told us all about it. A few days ago, Bill brought my fiancée here and sold her to you. You're going to tell me where she is.
The scar-faced man threw his head back and gave an evil cackle.
Kid, I ain't telling you shit.
Her name is Sarah. She's 18. She has long blonde hair and...
Brute gave Kenny a vile look and shouted,
We ain't telling shit to you. You ain't nothing.
Mom, break the big dumb one's fingers. Start with his pinky.
The big man cursed and spit on the floor dismissively. When his mother leaned down behind him and took hold of his pinky finger,
Lady, you ain't going to do shit.
Last chance,
Kenny said. The man remained mute, but the sweat pouring from his forehead showed his fear. A few seconds passed in silence.
Do it,
Kenny said. A sickening crack was followed by the man's scream of pain.
Ah, shit,
the scar-faced man cried. His mouth hung open, clearly rattled. When the big brute's cries of agony subsided, Kenny squatted down in front of the scar-faced man.
Let's try this again. Tell me what you did with Sarah.
Man, I just started here yesterday. I didn't know what was going down. I haven't done anything wrong. I wasn't even here when Bill brought those two in and...
Liar! You just said those two. I only mentioned my fiancée. You were here when Bill brought Sarah and her brother.
Kenny turned to his mother.
Start with his thumb.
His mother leaned down and pried the man's thumb out from his balled-up fists as he attempted to keep her from getting at his fingers. With a merciless grunt, she used both hands and jerked the thumb backward. The scar-faced man screamed in a loud, shrill voice. His thumb stuck up at an awkward angle, twitching. Kenny stood up and then squatted down in front of the big brute. The man's forehead dripped with sweat, his eyes as wide with fear.
Your turn again, big guy. What did you do with Sarah, the girl that was brought here the other day?
All right. Please don't... Shut up and don't say a word. You're going to get us both killed if you tell them anything,
the scar-faced man said. The brute bit his lip and looked at the floor, his lower lip quivering.
Don't be stupid, guys. You're going to tell me everything you know. It's just a matter of how many broken fingers you walk away with,
Amy said. She leaned down and seized one of the brute's fingers and snapped it. Kenny shouted to be heard over the brute's screaming.
Let's keep going with the big guy. I bet he breaks first.
No, please, no more. I'll tell you whatever you want to know,
the big brute said. He didn't look so intimidating now. Tears streamed down his cheeks and drool dripped from his lower lip as he blubbered for mercy.
So, talk, Kenny said.
Bill came in here bragging about a big haul. He told us his gang took out some people that were loaded. He said they got horses, whiskey, gold, and all kinds of good stuff. That young guy he brought, we put him in on a train and sent him down the tracks. The girl, we sent her on a different train.
Where?
Kenny demanded.
Where was the train going?
To Huntington. I don't know what they do with the girls. All I know is a boat comes to pick them up once a week. I don't know where they go after that.
How long ago did you send her there?
Kenny asked.
2 days.
His mother shot him a look of concern. 2 days was a long time. Too long. She could be anywhere by now. Kenny's hands began to tremble and his body flushed with heat. These men disgusted him. How could you take a human being and treat them like an animal, buying and selling them? He knew Sarah's brother had been sent to a coal mine. Kenny was filled with fear, wondering what they had planned for Sarah. He had to deal with these men and then find her fast.
How long has this been going on? How many people have been bought and sent down the railroad?
Don't tell them shit,
Scarface said. Kenny stood up and kicked the scar-faced man hard in the gut, silencing him.
I've been here 6 months. They've been doing this a long time before me. I don't know how many people. I just don't know.
Amy turned to Kenny, stunned. It had been 3 years since the EMP, since the lawlessness started everywhere. Could it really have been that long? How many people had this kidnapping ring taken in the past 3 years? He would end this right here and now. Nobody else was going to go through what Sarah and her brother had been through. He walked around behind the 2 men, put his Glock in the holster, and took his knife out.
You're selling people into slavery. I can't let you keep doing that. There are families missing their loved ones because of what you've done.
He put the knife against the man's neck.
Wait, please, Scarface pleaded. I can tell you.
Just then the bay door opened and several men in Martin Hale uniforms walked through the door carrying kerosene lanterns, casting light on Kenny and his mother. The men stopped just inside the door, taking in the scene.
What the hell is going on here? Grab those two,
one of the Martin Hale men yelled. The group of men surged forward, clubs and bars in hand. Kenny pulled his Glock and fired a few hasty shots in their direction, causing the men to hit the floor. He turned and ran towards the back of the warehouse, hastily looking over his shoulder to see Amy running just behind him. He ran through a maze of old machinery, shelving, and crates until he found an access door on the side of the building and ran outside.
"Come on, let's get to the horses,"
Amy said. He ran as fast as he could, pausing to fire at the pursuing men as they came through the door he and his mother passed through seconds ago. As they rounded the corner, they saw their horses standing right where they'd left them. Kenny wasted no time. Launching himself into the saddle, he spurred his horse on at a full gallop down the empty street. He turned to check that his mother was still with him and fired several shots to keep the men from pursuing. The pursuers fell further and further behind, unable to keep up with the horses. Some distance down the road, Kenny turned onto a side street and raced out of town. His heart pounded like a drum from the pursuit, but as he caught his breath and his adrenaline rush subsided, he had only one thing on his mind. Sarah. What did they do with her? Was she still in Huntington? 100 equally terrifying situations unfolded in his mind. He pushed all of them aside and forced his mind to focus on what needed to be done.
"Kenny, are you all right?"
Amy asked. He nodded mutely, his mind fully focused on the path ahead. He would follow the train tracks to Huntington, to the end of the line. Chapter 11. At the helm of the Dawn Till Dusk, Captain O'Donnell gauged the distance to the approaching dock with an experienced eye. She spun the wheel hard to the left and cut the riverboat's power, letting momentum and the river's current carry the riverboat the rest of the way in a well-practiced maneuver. As the boat gently sidled up to the dock, her crew tossed ropes over large cleats on its edge, then pulled the ropes taut and tied them off with a cleat hitch. The riverboat secure, the crewmen laid down a gangway plank and prepared to offload the ship's cargo. Captain O'Donnell went through a shutdown checklist and gathered her ship's logs and paperwork. She had a meeting today with her biggest customer. If she could renew the contract and secure a 2-year extension, there would be enough work in the pipeline to think about building a third boat, one with a newer and better-designed steam engine. The first two were of her design, after all, and she was admittedly more of a tinkerer than an engineer. She needed a ship with a more efficient setup, one that would use less coal and reduce fuel costs. Coal had been abundant and dirt cheap last year when there were still numerous small railroad companies shipping coal to port cities on the Ohio River, all competing for the same business. Since the Appalachian Express Railroad Company had bought out all the competition and consolidated their shipping network, coal cost 3 times what it used to. Angry shouts down at the dockside distracted her from her work. Patty leaned out the window of the wheelhouse to see what the issue was. The dockmaster was shouting at her oldest son, Pete, and pointing at the moorings securing the riverboat to the dock. From what she could tell, he was telling Pete to let the lines loose and cast off, something about another riverboat due in at any moment. Captain O'Donnell sighed and grabbed her things. This was probably just another bit of drama cooked up by the dockmaster to justify the grift he demanded from ships entering his port. She didn't mind greasing the wheels to move things along more quickly, but the man was becoming a pain in the ass. She descended the stairs to the main deck and crossed the gangplank, interrupting the shouting match by stepping between the two men.
"Gentlemen, what seems to be the issue here?"
O'Donnell, you've got to get this boat out of here. We've got another boat due in any minute carrying priority cargo for Anchor Riverboat. You're going to have to come back tomorrow, the red-faced dockmaster said. Anchor Riverboat Company. Just hearing the company's name was enough to put her in a foul mood. That bastard Tweed had been pushing every captain on the river out of business, creating a monopoly for himself.
"I seem to remember reaching a friendly agreement with you last year to make sure we would always be welcome in Huntington. I'm surprised to run into an issue like this."
Don't get me wrong, Captain O'Donnell. We did have an agreement, but things have changed. I've got other arrangements now with bigger shipping companies. They push a lot of business through this dock, and when they say they need access, I've got to deliver. Just look around. Anchor has got tons of cargo on this dock. Come back.
Speaking of cargo, I don't see any of my customers' cargo ready for loading. Know anything about that?
She asked, pointing at the staging areas in an asphalt parking lot just off the dock. The areas had large billboards noting which cargo was bound for what destination, the riverboat carrying the cargo, and the due date. All 3 staging areas advertised cargo being transported by Anchor Riverboat Company. None of it was marked for her ship. Something was definitely up.
I don't know anything about that. You'd have to talk to the market clerk. All I do is make sure it gets on the right boats, the dockmaster said.
What would it take to unload our cargo today? I've got contracts to fulfill. I can't keep my customers waiting. My word as a captain is at stake if I don't deliver on time. I always deliver on time.
It's not a matter up for discussion. You have to move your...
Fatty opened the drawstrings of her purse and shook a few gold coins out into her palm, watching the dockmaster's eyes light up at the gold shining brightly in the sunlight.
Seeing as I'm already here, maybe you could find a reason that we can't move our boat just yet. We'll unload and be underway as soon as we can,
she said, suggestively. The dockmaster glanced around and then took the coins from her palm.
I think we can make an exception. You're having some engine issues and can't leave the dock yet, if I heard you right. I'll let one of the other boats know they need to make way.
The dockmaster marched down the dock, harassing another riverboat. What was that all about? Pete asked.
You let me worry about that. See that the cargo gets unloaded.
Captain O'Donnell walked into town, heading for the port's shipping clerk, Mark Schwartz. The title was misleading. He was in charge of the entire port, responsible for overseeing client contracts and ensuring suppliers moved their goods in a timely manner. He had over 100 porters and dozens of security men at his disposal, as well as having complete discretion over how the dock was run. She'd worked with the man frequently over the last couple of years. He was impersonal and a bit standoffish, but if anybody knew what was going on, it would be him. A short ways down the street, she entered the shipping clerk's office. The heat was stifling in the enclosed building. The clerk sat behind the only desk in the office, furiously writing in a notepad, his nose bent close to his work. He didn't stop writing or look up from his work as he addressed her.
Yes, what can I do for you?
How are you, Mark?
Captain O'Donnell asked.
Hot. I'm very busy. What do you need?
I was just down at the docks and my cargo isn't in the staging area. Can you tell me where it is?
Who is your contract with?
Mark asked flatly.
Schneider Farms. There should be 30 pallets of tobacco waiting for me.
The clerk glanced at her and then opened a filing cabinet, flipping through a file folder. He pulled a piece of paper out and set it on the desk, pointing to the line reading O'Donnell Shipping, crossed out in red ink, with his signature next to it.
Schneider canceled the contract with you. That cargo has already been shipped by another ship. You don't have any cargo.
When did this happen? I've been shipping for them for 2 years. Old man Schneider never expressed any issues to me.
That's not my business. Do you need anything else?
Who shipped the tobacco? She said.
That's not any of your concern,
Mark said.
I can take a guess who did. Tweed is pushing me out too, huh? The bastard's got 3 boats out there.
Mark glanced nervously at the open door, as if afraid to be seen talking to her.
Is there anything else you need? I'm very busy.
No, I think I get the picture.
Patty left the office and walked up the main street, taking note of more than a few dark glares cast in her direction from Tweed's porters. She ignored their stares and made her way to the Malden Salt Company's satellite office 2 blocks down the road. The loss of the Schneider's shipping contract wasn't a devastating loss, but it would cost her money. The trip wasn't a complete waste, though. She still needed to purchase salt for her fishery. It would occupy a quarter of the riverboat's cargo holds and would last the fishery for the next 2 or 3 months. As soon as she opened the door, she knew something was wrong. The Malden Salt representative was not his usual chipper self, eager to carry on small talk. His cheeks went bright red at her appearance.
Captain O'Donnell, it's good to see you. Please come in and have a seat. Let me get you a drink, he said. I don't have time for a drink today. I'm here to buy salt.
This is quite awkward. I don't know how to put this, but I'm afraid we aren't selling to the public any longer.
One of our larger clients has made arrangements for exclusive rights to all of our salt production," he said, wringing his hands. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience."
The harassment at the docks and the loss of the Schneider contract weren't big issues, but this was another matter altogether. Without salt, work at the fishery would slow to a crawl. Smoking fish took far longer and required more work than salt curing them. There wasn't another salt mine within 100 miles of here. Without the salt, the future of her company was in dire straits.
"What company bought exclusive rights? Do you know what this means for me? For all of the little businesses that purchase directly from you?"
she asked.
"I'm afraid that information is confidential as part of the agreement. I'm tremendously sorry that—" "Forget it. We both know who has the contract. Why bother pretending? Tweed is going to sell the salt now, and prices are going to skyrocket, just like coal prices did. Tweed is going to bend us little people over the barrel until there isn't a dime left to squeeze out of us."
The salt salesman looked down at the floor, unwilling to meet her glare. Patty stormed back to the docks. Upon arrival, her mood grew even darker. A gray-haired cop had her son Pete pushed against the boat, holding him there with the end of his baton. Several of Tweed's porters stood behind the cop, staring down her son. As she approached, her crew began to pour off the dawn till dusk and surround Pete, their fists clenched, muscles tensing. Whatever the cause of this, she needed to put a stop to it right now. Tweed owned this town now. That much was readily apparent. There was no point in letting her boys get baited into a fight they had no chance of winning. If the fight happened, Tweed's men would go free, and her own would be thrown in a cell.
"Officer, what can I do for you? Some of these boys acting up?"
she asked. The cop turned to her, his eyes cold as ice. "Your men were starting trouble, giving these porters a hard time. I don't want to hear any more from your crew today, or I'll haul their asses to jail. Understand?"
"Understood. It's the heat, officer. They get too worked up when it's this hot out. As soon as we unload, we'll be on our way," she said.
Turning to Pete, she yelled harshly,
"Get back on the boat. I told you to stay out of trouble."
The cop smirked and glared at Pete for a moment, then left the dock with the Tweed porters in tow. Once they were gone, she turned to her son. Her expression softened.
"Pete, get those last few crates unloaded, and then get ready to cast off. We're getting out of here."
"We didn't do anything at all. The men were busy."
Patty held her hand up and shook her head.
"I already know you didn't do anything wrong. You don't have to explain. That cop was looking for an excuse to throw you and the crew in jail. Get them back to work. We're leaving as soon as the rest of the cargo is offloaded."
"What about our pickup and the salt?"
he asked.
"Just do as I ask,"
she said. Pete nodded and went back to work, a confused look on his face. He was a good second in command and knew better than to question her once she had given an order. He put the men back to work and then set about preparing the riverboat for departure. She knew he would hold his questions until later, when they were alone. She had questions of her own that needed answering, and soon, if the family business was to survive. Tweed was pushing them out. The dawn till dusk was no longer welcome in Huntington, and she suspected it would be the same at the other port towns along the Ohio River for 200 miles in either direction, where anchor riverboats shipped. He'd already pushed everyone else out of the business and had now turned his sights on her. Ruthless and unethical, how was she going to compete with him? Her shipping contracts were gone. Cutting off her supply of salt was a smart move, a killing blow. He had left her with no way to make a livable profit with her boats. The cargo unloaded, Pete called out the all clear as the crew cast off the mooring lines and stepped from the pier to the riverboat. She put the dawn till dusk into gear and felt the powerful engine propel the boat forward against the river's swift current. She set course for home, glad to be away from Huntington with her crew intact. Whatever other nasty surprises Tweed had for her in the town would have to wait. She knew better than to hang around and fight when the odds weren't in her favor. They would steam home and use the travel time to think of a way out of this disaster. Her entire family depended on her to make the hard decisions, and at the moment, she was hard-pressed on how to proceed. Chapter 12. Chief Bud Howell woke up drenched in sweat, his head pounding like a drum. He closed his eyes and tried to go back to sleep, hoping to sleep off his epic hangover. but sunlight poured in from an open window, hitting him square in the eyes. He rolled over and stuffed his face into a pillow. A sour smell met his nose, rank and unfamiliar. Gagging, he pushed himself up off of the bed, confused. His head was spinning, and he looked around, wondering where he was. A motel. A nasty, cheap motel room. He couldn't remember anything that happened after leaving Mount Olive State Penitentiary and his meeting with Warden Metz. How he got here, he hadn't a clue. Some combination of riding an intelligent horse and dumb luck. Regardless, the cramped room was hot, humid, and had an unbearable odor that didn't help his nauseated stomach. Howell opened the door, shielding his eyes against the glaring sun. His eyeballs felt as if they would split in two, but it was better than the heat and the smell of the room. An elderly woman carrying an armload of towels and washcloths stopped when she saw him.
Good morning. Can I get you anything?
Water. Unless you have some coffee stashed away.
Coffee? I'd kill for a cup of joe.
The elderly woman chuckled.
Just the water, then,
Chief Howell said. The dizziness had subsided, and he retrieved the leather-bound notebook and stack of papers he'd lifted from Warden Metz's office. He took the items outside and sat down in a chair on the motel's porch. He flipped open the notebook, looking at the columns and rows of a handwritten ledger. It had a running balance on the far right-hand column and a numeric amount under the shipped column. There was no mention of what it was being shipped. There was only a date, an amount, and a sum of money. The total balance grew over time, and it had the appearance of a list of deposits. His curiosity grew. Was the warden getting paid by somebody for something? The amount of money was staggering, far more than a warden's paycheck. Whatever the old Warden Dodson was keeping track of, he didn't want it on the record if his notebook was found. It was interesting, but unhelpful. Howell set the journal aside and browsed the looted invoices. There were shipping bills, invoices for goods, bills for service rendered, payment receipts, and inventory statements from Mount Olive's vendors. The invoices spanned several years. Something interesting leaped out at him as his mind absorbed the details. A year after the EMP, the prison changed over nearly all of the vendors it did business with. This wasn't unusual at all at first glance. Many companies folded and went under after the EMP. New businesses hadn't sprouted up to replace the old ones for a year and a half in some cases. It was the new contract holders that caught his eye. The shipping contracts went to Anchor Riverboat Company and the Appalachian Express Railroad Company. There were services rendered bills from the Martin Hale Security Company and more bills from a Bachman detention facility. Martin Hale was a new player on the scene, and he was unfortunate enough to have come across a couple of these so-called security men when the trading railroad began to employ two of them on their routes as protection. They felt more like hired thugs than law enforcement to him. He'd never heard of Bachman Detention Facility, and he knew damn near every state and privately run prison in West Virginia. Anchor Riverboat and Appalachian Express Railroad. Sutherland said they were Tweed-owned companies. If he had to hazard a guess, Martin Hale and Bachman were as well. All signs of favoritism, but it wasn't the kind of dirt he needed to bring Tweed down for good. Setting the invoices aside, he picked up the stack of letters he found inside the leather-bound notebook. There must have been 50 letters, and he quickly picked up on a recurring theme. All of the letters were inquiries about prisoners that should have been released once their sentences were complete, but had never returned home. Mothers, fathers, siblings, and wives, all inquiring about the location of their loved ones. It didn't make any sense to Howell. With resources as tight as they had been after the EMP, most prisons had cut a lot of nonviolent offenders loose just so that they wouldn't be a burden to the system. For the most part, if you were still in prison after the EMP, there was a good chance that you were a hardened criminal, psychopath, or murderer. The judicial system just didn't have time to waste with recreational pot smokers and other small-time offenders. Was that why Metz had turned beet red when Howell asked him about Seth Ferguson not returning home after prison? Seth's disappearance had been meant as a pretext to dig up dirt on Tweed. Had he inadvertently stumbled upon something more? The new warden and the old were covering something up, Of that much he was certain. His thoughts went back to Bachman Detention Facility, the prison he couldn't recall ever hearing of before. What was that all about? Had Dodson been paid to ship prisoners to Bachman? But that just didn't make any sense. There wasn't much money in running a prison these days. Almost all of the private facilities had gone out of business. The state could barely entice anyone to work as a prison guard, which is why they brought in companies like Martin Hale to fill in the personnel gaps. The paperwork answered very little. He now had more questions than he'd started with. Chief Howell gathered up the notebook and paperwork from Mount Olive. With no other leads to follow, there was only one thing he could do: bring all of his questions to the address listed on the invoices for Bachman Detention Facility and find out what the hell was going on firsthand. Chapter 13. The sun hung low in the sky. Glowing orange and red light reflected off the mirror-smooth Ohio River as it flowed past the city of Huntington, West Virginia. After 2 days of hard riding, Kenny and Amy were finally at their destination. Kenny followed her through a narrow alley next to a warehouse in the city, skirting crates, barrels, and drums of dried carp stacked up 2 or 3 high. The fishy smell was overpowering in the confined space, but the alley provided them good cover. No one in their right mind would navigate the alley unless they absolutely had to. It was the perfect spot to sit and watch, though he had no idea what he was looking for. Sarah might be here somewhere, but she could also be long gone. All he could do was try to figure out where the kidnapped women were kept until they were put on a riverboat and sent away. If she had already been loaded on a boat, there was little chance of discovering where she was. It was his only hope. At the mouth of the alleyway, Kenny cautiously peered out at the street, taking note of the foot traffic and horse-drawn wagons as they made their way past. Down the street another 100 yards, he could see 3 riverboats moored at a pier next to the river. Wagon loads of goods were being loaded and unloaded from the ships by dozens of laborers, their shirts dripping with sweat from the stifling heat. After several minutes of watching, something across the street caught his eye, and he pointed it out to his mother. "Look across the street at that warehouse. See those 2 Martin Hale men guarding the front? I counted 4 more Martin Hale men coming in and out of that building since we got here. If Sarah's still here, that's got to be where she is. I just hope we aren't too late," Kenny said.
We'll tackle that problem when we get to it. For now, all we can do is try to locate her. You're right about the warehouse. If the riverboats only take the kidnapped girls away once a week, they would need somewhere to keep them under guard. That building is too heavily guarded to be a regular warehouse.
"Come on, let's go around back and see if there's another way in," Kenny said.
They didn't want to be too obvious about their intentions and walk directly across the street. Kenny led Amy through back alleys and walked several streets up from the warehouse before cutting across the main thoroughfare. Once across the street, they went behind the warehouses, keeping an eye out for the Martin Hale security guards. Now that he was closer, he could see a way inside. The warehouse was 2 stories tall and had windows that wrapped all the way around the side and back of the building. The windows on the upper level were propped open a few inches to allow air to circulate through the building. Discarded wooden crates and barrels were strewn about the alley. If they could stack a few of them up, he and his mother could climb inside. "Mom, go take a look in the window and see if there are any guards inside. I'll stack up some of those crates so we can climb in through the open windows on the 2nd floor.
Got it. Be careful, Kenny. Try not to make too much noise," she said.
Kenny slid through the alley, alert and ready to move quickly if a Martin Hale guard happened to come through on a patrol. He pushed a large wooden crate across the alley underneath the open window and stacked a smaller crate on top of it, but it still wasn't tall enough for him to reach the upper window. Kenny hefted a sturdy wooden barrel on top of the 2 crates. He was about to climb up on top of the barrel when he felt a tug at his pant leg.
"Kenny, I don't see any guards. Let me get up there. You're better at hiding. You stay here and keep watch."
"All right," he said, stepping down from the shaky platform. His mother climbed up, nimble as a cat, and pushed the window above her all the way open. She pulled herself up to the edge of the window frame, tipped the top half of her body inside, and then pulled her legs in afterward. A second later, she popped her head out the window, calling down to him quietly.
"Move these boxes back where you got them, or someone will notice," she said.
Before he could ask what he was supposed to do if someone came along, she had already left the window. Kenny disassembled his staircase to the second window, putting the barrel and crates back where he found them. Looking around for a hiding spot, he squeezed behind a couple of barrels, moving as far into the shadow of the warehouse across the alley as he could. His clothes were dark and blended in with the dark alley. Kenny reached down and ran his fingers through the mud, smearing it across his face, knocking down the glare of his naturally reflective skin. After that, he sat motionless, using his peripheral vision to check both directions of the alley. Wyatt had taught him, and years of hunting experience carried out the truth, that the most important thing to do in trying to hide was to remain motionless. The human eye, like many other animals, was hardwired to pick out motion. It worked both ways in nature. Motion meant an opportunity or a threat, depending on where you were on the food chain. He slowed down his breathing, tuning his ears in to his surroundings. Crouched on his haunches, he waited patiently for his mother to return. Hopefully she would find Sarah, or at least find some sign that she had been in the building. Otherwise, they were shooting in the dark. If she wasn't here, he didn't know where to start looking. There were 3 riverboats at the dock. The Martin Hale man that bought Sarah from Cheswold said the riverboat left with the girls once a week. What if she was on a riverboat that had already left and he was wasting time investigating the warehouse? That would put them even further apart and leave the trail cold. A man whistling a tune brought him out of his thoughts. The tune was followed by the sound of gravel crunching underneath a pair of hard-soled boots, approaching from further down the alley. In the very corner of his peripheral vision, he saw the man walking towards him. He couldn't make out details. If he turned his head, he might alert the man to his presence. He would sit still and wait. The whistling man kept coming down the alley, scuffling rocks under his boots as he went. As he came into view, Kenny saw that he wore a Martin Hale uniform. The man looked down at the ground as he walked, appearing bored as he made his rounds. Kenny's nose began to itch, and the itch turned into the tickling sensation, the kind that came just before a sneeze. He closed his eyes, shutting out all sensations, willing his body to shut the sneeze down and disobey the sensation in his nostrils. Just a few more feet, and the man would pass him by. He could make it. He just had to resist the urge long enough, and the feeling would pass. The whistling man ceased his tune and stopped abruptly a few yards from Kenny. "How in the hell did that happen?" he muttered to himself. Kenny, terrified that the man had made out his hiding spot, opened his eyes a fraction of an inch, still fighting the urge to sneeze. The man looked straight up at the wide-open window on the second floor, clearly puzzled. Kenny wondered how the man had noticed that the window was open, and then Kenny saw that the window was reflecting the dying sunlight, illuminating a patch of dirt in the middle of the alley. Some idiot left the window open. Probably Jake. Forget it. I'll go close it myself," the whistling man said. He looked around for a moment and then left the alley by the same direction he arrived. As the guard rounded the corner of the alley and disappeared from sight, Kenny scurried out of his hiding spot and ran across to the first-story window across the alley. He scanned the interior of the building, squinting to see by the dim kerosene lantern light inside the building. In the middle of the room, a central stairway led up to the second floor. The stairwell and second floor were more brightly lit than the rest of the warehouse. He spotted his mother creeping down the stairs. Panic set in. He had to alert her that the Martin Hale guard was coming into the warehouse to shut the window, but she was too far away to hear him unless he shouted or banged on the window, which would certainly attract the attention of more guards. Terrified that she was about to get caught, his mind raced as he tried to come up with a solution. Inspiration hit, and Kenny dug in his pocket for his signaling mirror. The signal mirror was not much larger than a silver dollar, had a hole in the center, and was polished to perfection so that it reflected a blinding ray of light. You simply held the mirror up and used the hole to aim the beam of light at an aircraft, and wiggle it about as you faced the sun until the reflection hit the aircraft. Pilots could see the reflection from a long way away. While he knew there was a slim chance of ever using it to signal an airplane again, it had proved useful as a way to quietly signal another person. He'd used it one time while deer hunting with his father to catch his attention. His dad had been reading, his nose stuck in a book oblivious to the 6-point buck standing 30 yards behind his tree stand. Kenny tilted the mirror towards the window, trying to catch the dying light of the sun and reflect it in his mother's direction. There just wasn't enough light. In the past few minutes, the sun had dipped down below the horizon. The red glow of the clouds was all that was left of the sun's light. It was too late anyway. Amy was stalking down one of the aisles of cargo, facing the back of the warehouse. Kenny watched in horror as the Martin Hale guard entered the room and swiveled his head in her direction. He backed out of the room and closed the door without saying a word. Frantic, Kenny banged on the window as loudly as he could without breaking the glass, trying to get his mother's attention. Clearly the security guard had gone for help. At best, she had seconds to get out of there. Amy turned at the noise and dropped down behind a crate, just as the security guard returned through the front of the warehouse. This time he had 2 other guards in tow, both carrying kerosene lanterns and pistols in their hands. The men fanned out, each taking a different path and heading in her direction. Kenny watched helplessly as his mother looked around for some way out of the warehouse. From where he was, Kenny couldn't see any way out. She was trapped like a rat in the corner of the building. If she tried to run for it, she would be spotted and outflanked by the 3 guards. There were no other doors or exits on the first floor. She must have come to the same realization. She waved her arm at him, signaling for him to leave. There was no way he was going to leave his mother here with 3 guards closing in on her. He ran through the alley towards the back of the building near where she was hidden. Kenny pried at the windows, trying to force them open, but they were locked from the inside and wouldn't budge. The windows were quite old, and the sealant around the edges had dried out, creating a loose seal around the panes of glass. He took his knife out of its sheath and stuck the tip of the blade between the glass and the sealant, trying to pry the entire pane out. One of the guards was a mere 20 feet from where Amy crouched. A row over, he panned his kerosene lantern as he searched the warehouse. Another few steps, and she would be in plain sight. Kenny dug into the sealant as quickly as he could, cutting around the edge of the pane of glass. The knife cut cleanly through the material, and he made quick work of it. He pried at the bottom of the glass and pulled the pane out with his fingertips. Kenny tugged to free the glass, and the pane came out with less force than he thought it would. It fell from his fingers, dropping away from him and against the sill. The glass shattered on the floor. The guard brought his lantern up and looked Kenny right in the eyes. He ran directly towards the window, passing less than a foot in front of Amy. The lantern clearly illuminated her, but the guard missed her in his haste to reach the window. She got up and ran towards the front of the building. Filled with hope, he silently encouraged her to run faster and escape the building. She was almost to the front door when a large shape burst out from behind a stack of barrels, tackling her to the ground. A second guard with a lantern drew near, and Kenny saw that a guard had been waiting for just such an escape attempt. The man quickly subdued Amy, pinning her to the ground.
"Run, Kenny, run!"
Amy screamed.
"Get help!"
Kenny watched helplessly as the stocky guard took a pair of handcuffs from his belt and forced her arms behind her back, cuffing her.
"Lee, get over here. We got her,"
the stocky guard yelled. The guard that had been running towards the broken window stopped and turned back, ignoring Kenny completely as he returned to where the guard had his mother detained.
"What should we do with her?"
the guard with the lantern asked.
"Stick her in here with the others,"
the stocky guard yelled. Outside the building in the alleyway, a Martin Hale guard shouted at Kenny.
"Hey, what are you doing there?"
Kenny turned and ran. He had to get out of here, but he had to get help. Where could he go to find help? There had to be a police station or somebody who could help him. He sprinted, running faster than the security guard behind him. He turned a corner and darted behind a large metal dumpster. The security guard ran right past him, oblivious to his presence. Kenny waited a few minutes until he caught his breath and then ran back to the main street. A short distance away, he located a police station. A gray-haired policeman sat on the steps, leaning his back against the building, fanning himself with a magazine.
"I need help. Somebody's got my mother. I need you to come quick, please,"
Kenny said, his words tripping over each other in his frantic state. The policeman sat straight up and looked him over, a skeptical look on his face.
"Say what?" "At the warehouse down the street. My mother and I have been looking for my fiancée. She was kidnapped last week, and we think she was taken to that warehouse. My mother went inside, and then 3 men grabbed her. Please, you have to help me," Kenny pleaded.
The officer got to his feet and tightened his cap on his head.
"All right, come on, follow me. We'll get this sorted out right now. What did you say your name was?"
Kenny Miller."
"Where are you from, Kenny? Do you know anybody in town? You have any other people with you here?"
The cop asked.
"I'm from Wheeler, and no, there's nobody else here. It's just me and my mother. Everybody else is back home."
"All right, Kenny. About how many of these men were there?"
"I saw 3 or 4 of them. Please, you've got to hurry."
3 or 4 men, huh? Okay. Show me where this warehouse is,"
the officer said. Kenny jogged down the street towards the warehouse, looking over his shoulder every few feet to see if the policeman was keeping up with him. A short distance down the road, Kenny slowed as they approached the front of the warehouse. There was no sign of the Martin Hale security guards who had been posted out front earlier.
"This is the one?"
"This is it. There were 2 men out front earlier, but they aren't here now."
The officer drew his pistol from his holster and moved towards the door.
"Stay behind me, kid."
Kenny followed the policeman into the warehouse, staying several feet behind him as they moved through the building. The warehouse was as quiet as a graveyard and dimly lit now that the guards with the lanterns were gone.
"Where did you see them take your mother?"
the officer said.
"Right here,"
Kenny said, pointing to the spot where Amy had been tackled. The gray-haired policeman looked around and then motioned up the steps with a flick of his head.
"Up here. There are lights on upstairs. Let's see if anyone is home."
The stairway led to a landing, which doubled back into a long hallway with office doors lining the hall on both sides. At the end of the hallway, light blazed from an open office door. Expensive-looking furniture filled the room, and a man in a business suit sat with his back to the hallway, rummaging through a file cabinet behind his desk.
"Shh,"
the officer whispered. He held his finger up in a come-here gesture and snuck down the hallway. He leveled his pistol at the man behind the desk and stepped into the office, then stepped off to the side of the door. He motioned Kenny to follow him inside. Kenny stepped inside the office, his heart pounding like a drum. He looked expectantly at the gray-haired officer, uncertain of his plan.
"Freeze! Don't move, asshole,"
the officer said. The man in the suit dropped his file folder and spun around, surprised.
"This boy came into the police station with a story about somebody kidnapping his mother and his fiancée. You know anything about that?"
"Is that so? Well, I heard some sort of commotion downstairs earlier. I can't say that I know what it was about. After all, I can't be expected to take care of everything myself, can I?" the man in the suit asked.
"Your men are getting sloppy, Tweed. The boy said there were 3 or 4 guards. 3 or 4? That's not nearly enough to keep watch over a warehouse this size. Maybe it's not just your men that are sloppy. You must be getting sloppy, too, if some dumb kid and his mother can nearly expose what you've got going on here. Makes me wonder if you're paying me enough."
Confused, Kenny looked at the policeman. The gun was no longer pointed at the man behind the desk. The gun was pointed at him.
"Use your finger and your thumb and take that piece out of your holster real slow and then put it down on the desk."
Kenny looked at the policeman with fresh eyes. In the bright light of the office, he saw something he couldn't have seen in the darkness on the street. The policeman's eyes were cold, hard, and distant, a merciless-looking man. Had it been daylight, Kenny wouldn't have trusted the man to help him get a cat out of a tree. This was a man who would gun him down without hesitation if he pulled his pistol out too quickly, and would probably enjoy doing it, too. He slowly removed it from its holster and set it down as instructed. Tweed cast a hurt look at the policeman.
"I'm getting sloppy. I'm paying you to provide security in this town. What am I paying you for if not to prevent just this type of intrusion? No, don't put this on my plate."
The policeman ground his teeth together, but remained silent. Tweed folded his hands together on top of his desk.
"Don't you worry about your little girlfriend, whoever she is. A lot of them come through here, so it's hard to remember them all.
And the other woman, your mother, she's a feisty one. Bit one of my men's fingers clean off. Before long they'll both be far, far away from here. I'll put them to good use elsewhere." "What do you want me to do with him?" the cop asked. "Is he going to be a problem? Are the others looking for him?" Tweed asked. "No, he came alone. Says he's from Wheeler. Send him to the mines and give him the usual treatment. A few days there and our secret will be safe. He'll forget all about this. Oh, and tell the men to get the girls out of here. Get them ready for immediate transport. We'll leave as soon as possible, just in case this young man alerted someone else to our activities."
Chapter 14. Bachman Detention Facility lay in the middle of a valley, hemmed in by steep and rugged mountains on both sides. A long and winding gravel road led through a mountain pass down into the facility. From what he could tell at this distance, the detention facility was little more than a squat concrete block administrative building surrounded by hundreds of canvas tents. There was likely more to be seen, but he wouldn't be able to glimpse the rest of the valley from here. Well hidden by the dense forest growth on the mountain slope, Chief Howell sat with his back to a tree, scanning the valley with a pair of high-power binoculars. His vantage point was too far away to see fine details of the camp below, but one oddity stood out even from this distance. There were no walls, fences, or other barriers surrounding the facility, nothing at all to define the inside from the outside. Prisons were built with solid concrete blocks, had windows with steel bars and chain-link fences topped by razor-sharp cyclone wire. This place looked more like a summer camp for youths than a real prison like Mount Olive. It was definitely a prison, though. He could see the striped prisoner uniforms from this distance, as well as other men in guard uniforms. Just now, 2 of the guards followed a crew of prisoners returning to their tents. The forest canopy was a good cover, but it also limited his view. He had to get down there for a better look, but he'd need to be on foot to approach more closely. His horse was just too loud. Howell led his horse through the woods, retracing his steps up the steep slope. A quarter-mile away, he found a quiet, secluded glen out of sight from the road, and he lashed his horse to a tree. He stalked his way back down the hillside, taking his time, and moved more cautiously as he approached the facility. Every few steps he paused to scan the woods around him and listen for others. 100 yards from the facility, he spied a portly guard walking the perimeter of the camp through the woods. The man walked with his head down, staring at the forest floor just before him, completely unaware of his surroundings. If he was going to get a closer look at the camp, he needed to look like he belonged there. That guard's uniform was his ticket inside. Howell moved quickly, seizing the opportunity. He inched his way through the woods, keeping tree trunks between himself and the guard until he was just behind the guard. Howell double-checked the woods around him to make sure there were no other guards, and then he closed the last 10 yards separating him from the guard. "Don't move, and don't make a sound. I've got a pistol on you," Howell said. The guard stopped dead in his tracks. "Put your hands on your head and walk backward to me." The guard did as he was instructed, and when he was within reach, Howell reached out and pulled the man's pistol out of his holster, then spun him around. "What's your name, son?" Howell asked. The guard gaped at him, his eyes as big as saucers. John, sir," he stuttered. "John, this is going to sound strange, but I need you to take your clothes off. I'm going to borrow them for a bit." The guard's mouth hung open. "What?" "Your clothes. Take them off," Howell said. The man hesitated and then stripped his clothes off, glancing at Howell's gun nervously. As the guard undressed, Howell noticed the company logo on the shirt. Martin Hale Security Company. "Do all of the guards here work for Martin Hale?" Chief Howell asked. "Yeah, at least I think we do," the man said, confused. "Okay, now toss them over to me." Howell scooped up the clothes with his free hand, then motioned with his gun, pointing up the hill. "Walk up that hill in front of me. Go on." Howell marched the man way up the hill, far from the facility and a short distance from where his horse was tethered. He located a sturdy tree in a clearing surrounded by thick undergrowth that would hide the man from view. "Sit down and wrap your arms around that tree. I'm not going to hurt you, but I need you to stay put for a while." Howell put the man's arms around the tree and cuffed him, then took the man's socks off and stuffed them in his mouth. The guard began to gag as Howell used the man's t-shirt to cover his eyes and secure the socks in place. The man uttered a muffled protest, gagging on his socks, his voice muffled. "Sorry about that. You might want to wash your socks more frequently in the future in case something like this happens again. I'll be back shortly." Howell stripped off his clothes and donned the Martin Hale uniform, somewhat irritated to find that the portly man's clothes fit him. Satisfied that he looked the part, he marched back down to the detention camp, determined to get to the bottom of what was happening there. Howell nonchalantly walked over to the administrative building in the center of the camp as if he had every right to be there. He knew from experience that the best disguise you could wear was confidence. Now that he was in the center of the camp, the forest no longer obscured his vision, and he could see the entire valley in both directions. Behind him lay several more canvas tents lined up in an orderly fashion. More concrete block buildings lay beyond the tents. In the other direction, the mountain slope had been stripped bare of vegetation. Gravel and dark-colored rocks covered the ground. A curving road with treacherously steep hairpin turns snaked its way up the mountain. Half of the road was unpaved, crushed gravel, the other half laid with railroad tracks. The tracks led to two pitch-black mine shafts carved into the side of the mountain. Dirty prisoners led mules and horses pulling mine carts loaded with coal along the railroad, their faces and bodies covered with black coal dust. A few hundred men in prisoners' garb were busy working on various tasks throughout the facility. Some carried pickaxes over their shoulders, headed into the cavernous dark mine. Others carried crates into the mine, handling them delicately. Another crew manned a large water pump near the entrance to the mine, where several mules were harnessed to a carousel-like contraption that used the horsepower to run the water pump. The pump brought water up hundreds of feet from deep within the mine and sent rivers of dirty black water cascading down the mountainside. It was a labor camp, a private prison manned by forced laborers in a secret location. This was getting weirder by the minute, but it was hardly damning evidence. There were plenty of states where prisoners were sentenced to hard labor for their crimes. Still, what bothered him was that none of the prisoners were shackled, chained, or otherwise restrained. They carried pickaxes and other tools that could be used as weapons within feet of guards. The guards themselves seemed relaxed and unconcerned, as if the prisoners posed them no threat. It was too bizarre not to have some explanation. What was keeping the prisoners from simply walking out of the camp? Perplexed, Chief Howell scanned the mining operation and then turned to walk back to the second set of concrete buildings at the other end of the valley. There had to be something more to the picture than what he was seeing. Hopefully, the other end of the camp would reveal some secret, but he had to hurry. The guard he had tied up to the tree would be reported missing at some point, and the alarm would be raised. Chapter 15. Kenny struggled uselessly against the two burly Martin Hale guards. They had him by the elbows, dragging him through the industrial area of Huntington towards a train. His hands cuffed behind his back, he couldn't slip his wrists out the handcuffs as much as he tried. Resisting in whatever way he could, Kenny dragged his feet through the gravel as the guards hauled him towards a boxcar with steel bars across the windows. It didn't slow them down, however, and earned him a smack across the back of the head from a guard. One of the guards opened the door of a boxcar and shoved him inside. The man chuckled and then slammed Kenny face first into the wall and kept him pressed there as he removed the handcuffs. The two guards pushed him down onto a wooden bench and replaced the handcuffs with a set of heavy shackles bolted to the bench and another pair of shackles that held his feet firmly in place.
"Let me out of here! You can't do this! People are going to look for—"
A large fist struck him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. Kenny struggled to breathe, doubled over with pain. The guards exited the boxcar, snickering as they locked the door and walked away. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw two other men around his own age were shackled to the bench next to him, heads hung low. Both wore matching black and white striped outfits, prisoner's garb. Kenny jerked the manacles binding his hands up as hard as he could, testing the strength of their connection to the wooden bench. They wouldn't budge. They were securely bolted into the bench.
"Forget it. We've already tried everything we could think of to get out of here. It's impossible,"
the prisoner on his left said.
"I've got to get out of here. They took my mother."
"Shut up. I don't want to hear it," the prisoner on his right side said. The man on his left leaned over and whispered.
"They killed his whole family. Something about them owing money to the wrong people. He won't talk to me much either. What's your name?" "Kenny. What's yours?" "Brian." "How did they get you?"
Kenny asked.
"I work on a riverboat. We finished unloading our cargo the other night and I got a little too drunk in town. A cop tossed me out of the bar and I gave him some lip. He beat me up pretty bad and tossed me in jail. He said I was going somewhere and I'd never be heard from again. No court, no judge, nothing. I woke up here,"
Brian said.
"They can't do this. Somebody has got to stop them,"
Kenny said.
"Listen to me. The guards are dangerous. Don't try to pull anything on them. We were both in the police station until they loaded us onto this train, along with one other guy. The other guy kicked a guard in the face. They took him out and beat him to death. Right there in the police station, right in front of the cop. He didn't do a damn thing, just sat there and watched, laughing," he said. "I think I've met the cop you're talking about. We've got to get out of here. My mother and I are trying to find my fiancée. These men ambushed her family, killed her parents, and took her and her brother. They sent her brother to a work prison or something, but he escaped almost as soon as he got there. That must be where they plan on sending us. If he can escape, so can we," Kenny said. "How do you plan on doing that?" Brian asked. "They didn't bother to change me into one of those outfits you're in. Just a second."
Kenny bunched his coat up and grabbed the hem of the coat along the bottom seam. He rubbed the coat's seam on the metal edge of the bench, moving it back and forth until the hem began to fray. It didn't take much effort before he was able to rip the flimsy stitching and open it all the way around the bottom of his coat. He kept a few emergency items sewn up inside the cavity formed by the folded-over cloth. His fingers touched 2 rings connected by a wire, exactly what he was looking for.
"What are you doing?"
Brian asked.
"I keep a few things sewn into the hem of my jacket. A steel wire saw, flint and steel, and a snare wire. In case I ever get stuck out in the woods without my regular gear, I've got everything I need to start a fire and catch food."
Kenny felt around the wooden bench to feel where the bolt securing his shackles was, and then began to saw into the wooden bench.
"Really, man, what are you doing? The wire saw isn't going to cut through those handcuffs. They're solid steel. That little saw will break,"
Brian said. Kenny kept working the saw, slowing as he neared the steel bolt attaching the chains to the bench. The saw wasn't one of the cheap department store gimmicky ones that would break the first time you used it, but he still needed to be careful not to twist the wire or torque it the wrong way. It would definitely break if he pushed it too hard. He sawed straight into the wooden bench until he neared the bolt and then cut a circle into the wood around the bolt. When the circle was complete, the section of wood containing the bolt dropped free of the bench. With the bolt gone, he was able to lift his hands and move his arms about, although the shackles meant that he couldn't spread them more than a couple of feet wide. He experimented with how far he could reach and tapped Brian on the shoulder.
"Oh, shit! Are you out of the handcuffs?"
Brian asked excitedly.
"No, but I removed the bolt keeping my arms to the bench. What good does that do us?"
Kenny felt around his ankles, searching for a similar bolt securing the shackles binding his feet. Hope turned to despair as he felt along the chain. It was affixed to a large metal plate bolted onto the floor by a solid metal ring. The plate was attached to the floor with 4 sturdy bolts. The wire saw was useless against the flat wooden floor. "I can't do anything about the shackles on our feet. They're bolted down tight to the floor." Chains clinked as the prisoner to his right sat up.
"You got the one on the bench, though, right? Can you get my hands free?"
"Yeah, I could try. Why?"
Kenny asked.
"If you can get all of our hands free, we can grab one of the guards when he comes in. Then we can get the keys off of him."
"I guess that's our best option. What do you think, Brian?"
Kenny asked.
"You guys had better be sure about this. If we don't get him the first time, we're trapped in here. He could beat us to death and we wouldn't be able to defend ourselves,"
Brian said.
"We're never going to get another chance at this. Let's do it. What's your name?"
Kenny asked the previously silent prisoner.
"Doug."
With the 3 of them all in agreement, Kenny set to work with the wire saw, cutting the same channel out of the bench and freeing the bolt securing the other 2 sets of shackles. 20 minutes later, all 3 of them were able to move their arms about and stand up if they wished, though the shackles on their feet kept them rooted in place. They worked out a plan for grabbing the guard and went through every possible scenario they could think of upon his return. Now, all they could do was wait. They waited in silence for several hours until they heard the 2 guards talking as they approached the prisoner transport car. Chains clanked together outside. It sounded like there might be another prisoner about to join them in the car. The guards would have to lock him down to the bench. It was one of the scenarios they'd planned for. Kenny tried in vain to calm the adrenaline rush coursing through his body.
"Keep your hands on your lap and your legs pressed together so the guards can't see our shackles are loose," he whispered.
The door opened and a guard held a kerosene lamp high. A second stocky guard sneered at them, then pushed a badly beaten prisoner inside and climbed into the car after him. The stocky guard punched the new prisoner in the gut. The man doubled over in pain and sank down onto the bench. The guard locked the battered prisoner's shackles to the bench and then kneeled down to the floor to secure his legs. What happened next was like a flash in his memory. It happened so quickly. Doug, the prisoner sitting on his right, reached out and tossed the chains connecting his shackles around the neck of the guard, pulling him into a tight embrace and choking him. The red-faced man spluttered and kicked out with his legs. He punched wildly with his arms, clawing at Doug's eyes with his fingers. Kenny secured the guard's arms, pinning them to his sides, while Brian restrained the man's feet on his left. He reached down to grab the guard's sidearm, only to find that Brian had already snatched it up.
"Don't touch that pistol. Call for help or do anything stupid or I swear I'll kill you. Give us the keys,"
Brian said, pointing the pistol at the guard holding the lantern just outside the boxcar. The guard's hand hovered over his own pistol, shaking wildly. Brian had gotten the drop on him. The wide-eyed guard outside the boxcar looked nervously back and forth between his fellow guard and Brian.
"I can't do that. You'll kill us both anyways after I give you the keys." "I promise you I won't. All I want is out of here. I just want to go home. Give me the keys, let me go, and you'll never see me again," Brian said. "Give keys," the guard being strangled spluttered. His fingers were inside the chain, trying to keep the chain off of his throat. "Don't want die. Boss don't need to know," the guard said, spraying spittle. The guard outside pressed his lips together, looking wildly between his coworker and Brian, uncertain what to do. Brian cocked his head, eyeing the guard down. "I promise you. Just give us the keys, and we'll all go our separate ways. Like your friend said, the boss doesn't need to know." The guard outside fumbled to take his keyring off of his belt, then tossed the keys inside the rail car. The keychain landed on Kenny's lap with a jingle. The night exploded into bright color as a shot rang out. A second followed close on its heels. Kenny's ears rang and his night vision was ruined, leaving him groping in the dark for the set of keys. The strangled guard flailed about, his boots striking the wooden floor and walls. He spluttered and gasped as Doug choked him to death. "What happened?" Kenny asked. "I shot the one outside. Quick, get us out of these chains," Brian said. The kerosene lantern had tipped on its side on the ground outside, but the flame still flickered. Kenny fumbled with the keys until he found the one that unlocked his shackles. Free at last, he removed the chains from the other men. The battered prisoner took off running just as soon as the shackles were off his feet, ignoring the hushed cries from the other 3 men. Just then, the upturned kerosene lantern went dark, its flame extinguished. Kenny climbed down and righted the lantern, then used his flint and steel to relight it. In the light, he saw that Brian and Doug were already stripping the clothes and boots off of the dead guards, replacing their prisoners' stripes with the Martin Hale uniforms. "Will you help me find my mother and fiancée?" Kenny asked. The guilty look on the other 2 men's faces gave him the answer he needed. They had been through too much already. They were going to flee. "Don't go back to town, Kenny. Run. Just run. Your mother and that girl are already gone," Brian said. "I've got to try. I can't just let them go," Kenny said. Doug shook his head at Brian and then snatched the gun out of his hands. He turned to Kenny and handed him the pistol. "Here.
I'm sorry, but I can't go with you either. Take this. Good luck.
Kenny nodded his head at the other two escapees.
Good luck.
He was on his own again, with no idea where his mother and Sarah were. What was he supposed to do? Where should he look? Tweed said he was loading them up and taking them somewhere far away. This was the end of the restored railway line going westbound. They couldn't go any further in that direction. Would he take them east on the train, or were they somewhere else? Kenny ran up along the side of the train. If they were going eastbound, they would be on this train. He ran all the way up to the locomotive engine. The prisoner transport car was the only other boxcar. The other cars were flat cars stacked with barrels. Since the train only ran once a week, Sarah and his mother had to be somewhere else. The riverboats. They had to be on one of the riverboats. The docks lay a half-mile from where he was. Even at this hour, men were loading and unloading cargo by kerosene lantern light. 100 men doing the job of what 1 or 2 forklifts could have achieved in a few hours in the old world. He ran towards the docks, moving as fast as he could by the light of the moon. He had to get there fast before one of the boats left. As he reached the docks, the sky brightened as the sun began to rise. Kenny watched the men moving goods for a few minutes, observing the flow of their work. 2 men stood up from their makeshift seats where they'd been eating and went back to work. One of the men had left his hat behind. Kenny followed behind them, snatched the hat up and put it on his head, then picked up a crate from one of the stacks of freight waiting to be loaded. Other porters nearby gave him no notice as they hauled the goods onto the ships. He kept his eyes on the ground and carried the box onto the ship closest to him. Looking around as much as he could without being too obvious, Kenny frantically searched the vessel. There was just too much space to cover on the huge riverboat. The bay doors protecting more valuable cargo from the weather were locked. Only weatherproof cargo in crates or barrels was stacked up on the main deck of the ship. Further up the dock, a loud horn sounded 3 times, coming from a riverboat.
You!
A man yelled at him from the dock.
Get over here now!
Kenny set his crate down on the deck and walked over to the man, holding his chin high with false bravado.
What the hell are you doing loading this stuff right now, slacker? Get over there and finish loading the King's Archer like everybody else. She's supposed to leave in 10 minutes, and you assholes still aren't finished loading.
Kenny nodded his head and made his way to the other riverboat. Which boat were they on? What if they were on the King's Archer, about to leave port? He couldn't possibly find them in 10 minutes. Kenny picked up a barrel from the dockside and joined the other men carrying cargo over the gangplank to the King's Archer. It was a massive riverboat. On board, he followed the other porters and set his barrel down on the deck. On the way back to get more freight, Kenny stopped dead in his tracks. Scarface, the man from the warehouse, was coming down a flight of steps leading to the second level of the riverboat. The scar and the scowl he wore were unforgettable. The brutish man trailed behind him. Both men had bandaged hands. This was it. Sarah and his mom had to be here. Kenny looked down at the floor so the men wouldn't recognize him, then went back to the dock and picked up a heavy sack of flour. This time, he stacked the flour inside a small storeroom next to some other goods. He scanned the deck of the ship and the dock with a glance to make sure no one was watching, and then stowed away behind the stacks of cargo. Kenny crouched down and waited for the ship to get underway. Once the porters were done loading the ship and left, there would be fewer eyes to worry about. Kenny held the revolver in his hand, thinking through a plan of action. After the ship was underway, he would wait another hour and let the crew settle down before he searched the ship from top to bottom. He prayed that his gut instinct was right. If he was on the wrong boat... Chapter 16. The Ohio River ran straight as an arrow for the next 4 miles, and over half a mile wide. It was the home stretch. 5 more miles downstream, and the ship would arrive at home dock. Captain Paddy O'Donnell pegged the riverboat's wheel with a loop of rope attached to the dashboard, locking in their trajectory to free her mind up for other tasks. A heated discussion was boiling over inside the cramped quarters of the wheelhouse.
"All right, boys, take it outside of the wheelhouse. It's too damned hot to argue in here," she said.
Her sons had made a rare show of force, banding together to voice their disagreement. It was the first time they'd ever questioned her judgment, and while she was irritated that they hadn't even given her time to formulate a plan, it made her proud that they showed backbone and stood up for what they believed in. "You've always steered this family in the right direction, but we think you're making a big mistake this time. We've got to do something about Anchor Riverboat before the situation gets any worse. Tweed's made things difficult for us before, but this time he's gone too far," Pete said. "It's one thing—"
"I can't believe you let that policeman walk all over us in Harrington,"
her middle son, Tommy, interrupted.
"We could have beaten the crap out of those Anchor dock workers."
Pete rolled his eyes, and her youngest son, Garrett, looked away, smirking.
"Don't think I'm turning a blind eye to this. I'm well aware of the danger he poses to us. Hell, we just lost the Schneider Farms contract to Anchor, and he cut off our supply of salt. He's made his intentions abundantly clear. I'm not saying that we are going to sit around and take this shit from Tweed forever. I'm saying we have to be careful about how we handle it. He's got everybody in his pocket. Police, banks, politicians. We can't get caught up in fistfights or respond to his other nonsense. There has to be another way, a different angle. When, not if, we make our move, we need to finish off his companies in one fell swoop and make sure his fall from grace is a hard one. People are either making money from him or are afraid of pissing him off. He's like a weed. Now that he's got a foothold, it'll be hard to dig him out," Patty said.
"There has to be something The clanging of the bow watch bell interrupted Garrett, signaling that something required her immediate attention. She unhooked the loop off of the riverboat's wheel and scanned the water ahead for trouble. Footsteps pounded on the staircase leading to the wheelhouse as the bow watchman ran up to give her a report. But as the dawn till dusk passed a small, tree-covered island obscuring her view around a bend in the river, she saw for herself what the cause for the alarm was. Just downriver from them, a large riverboat had sunk. Only its second deck and smokestacks showed above the waterline. Her heart skipped a beat as she recognized the bright gold-on-black script spelling the ship's name along the side of the wheelhouse. It was her other ship, the All Night Long.
"Shit! What the hell happened to her?"
Pete yelled. Captain O'Donnell turned the wheel, ignoring the angry cries of her sons as she steered the boat closer to the wreckage of the other ship. As they drew close, the issue became plain. A cavernous hole gaped in the port side of the riverboat. Her first impression was that the ship had struck a tree washed downstream during a storm, but she quickly dismissed the idea. A tree, even a fully grown oak, couldn't have done this kind of damage. The hole was much too large. The impact must have come from something with a ton of momentum to puncture her hull so severely. There was only one thing that could have done this. Another riverboat had rammed into the ship with its bow and staved in the side of the vessel. She'd stake her life that it was an Anchor riverboat ship that had caused the damage. Her nostrils flared as she steered the ship around the last bend in the river separating her from her home. A thin column of smoke rose into the air from the burnt-out husks of what used to be the family fishery and warehouse. The only thing remaining untouched was the dock itself and a single pier extending out into the river. The warehouse was a total loss. Nothing remained but ashes. Her clients had lost everything. Their cargo had supposedly been kept safe and secure, waiting to be shipped up or down river. Hundreds of crates and barrels of cargo had been lost. What the hell had happened here? Some of the crew stood by, silently fuming. Others raged and shouted at the destruction of their property. Her oldest son, Pete, was the only one with any sense. He stood by the railing with a pair of binoculars held to his face, scanning the area. With a look of relief on his face, he turned to her.
"It's okay. The house is untouched. I see Uncle Jamie and the others on the porch."
Patty let out a sigh of relief, releasing the tension built up in her gut. She was terrified that the family home had been burned down with the rest of the operation. The comfort was short-lived, overpowered by the destruction around her. Bile rose into her throat, and she struggled to keep the anger out of her voice as she commanded the crew,
"Make ready to dock. Sound the bell. Let them know we're coming."
Pete nodded and ran down to the bow of the ship, ringing the bronze bell loudly. Figures emerged from the family home, running towards the dock. She angled the wheel and cut the engine's power as they came alongside the dock, then reversed thrust, canceling out the river's downstream pull as she let the ship's momentum slowly take them alongside the dock. When the ship gently nudged up against the dock bumpers, the crew tossed lines out, securing the boat. Wondering if it would be the last time, she pulled a cord hanging down from the wheelhouse ceiling that rang a bell down in the engine room. It was the signal to the crew below deck to stop shoveling coal and let off the built-up steam pressure, which was no longer needed now that they were at rest. Patty made her way down to the dock, finding herself surrounded by a dozen family members that worked at the fishery and warehouse. Some wore the same angry expressions as her crew. Others looked despondent.
"Patty, thank God you're all right,"
her brother Jamie said, limping down the dock with the aid of a cane. His leg was bandaged around the thigh.
What happened here? Are you all right, Jamie?
"I'll live. They shot me, but the bullet went clean through. It happened last night. Some men set fire to the warehouse. We tried to stop them and put out the fire, but there were too many of them. Any time we stepped foot out of the house, they fired on us. We were pinned down."
Damn. And the all night long?
She asked.
"Yesterday. A ship I've never seen before sank her on this stretch of the river. I don't know whose ship it was. The name was covered up."
Did we lose anyone?
"No, your cousin got his foot caught in the wreckage when it happened, and he lost the foot. If infection doesn't set in, he'll live."
Everything had changed overnight. All that she had worked for and built was gone. The world had turned against her again, just as hard as it had after the EMP took everything away the first time. She had given her family a way to provide for itself, and now it had all gone to shit. They were up the creek without a paddle. Again. They relied on her, and now they had nothing to show for it. No, she corrected herself, the world hadn't turned against her. One man had. Tweed. The man was evil. This went beyond the pale. Damn the consequences. Now he'd taken nearly everything from her. It was time for some payback. Patty felt the rage grow cold inside her as she resolved herself to a terrible task. She would do everything in her power to kill Tweed for this and destroy his company. He would learn that you didn't get away with pushing the O'Donnells around. This family pushed back.
Listen up. Those of you that worked in the fishery, gather guns from the house and bring them to the ship. I want every rifle, shotgun, and pistol we can carry. If you can shoot and you want to get some payback, get on board now. Pete, get the crew to load the ship's hopper with coal and gather supplies. Arm the crew.
What are you going to do? Pete shouted over the family's roaring approval.
I'm going to find Tweed, and I'm going to kill him.
Chapter 17. At the far end of the camp from the mining operation, Chief Howell stopped in his tracks and did a double-take at the pitiful scene in front of him. A large cage made from chain-link fence and razor wire held 3 emaciated prisoners. The men were chained to sturdy metal posts sunk into the ground, their unnaturally thin arms bound above their heads, their skinny legs shackled to the base. The 3 gaunt skeletons of men had sunken eyes and skin that sagged off of their bones, both haunting and surreal. They were wasting away to nothing. It pained him to see men who were no different than the old television ads that showed neglected and emaciated dogs from the pound. Howell almost jumped out of his skin when one of the men sat up and looked over at him, casting a hollow-eyed stare in his direction. Against his better judgment, Howell inched forward towards the men to get a better look.
"Please let me go back to work, boss. I won't cause trouble again. Just put me back to work. Let me go back to work, please. You'll see. I swear I won't act out. You understand, don't you? I need it. I need it bad. Please, I need it,"
the prisoner muttered weakly. His hands twitched as if he were holding them to a hot plate. Howell backed away from the cage, not wanting to draw attention to himself. He wanted to question the prisoner, but couldn't blow his cover over it. "Pitiful sacks of shit, aren't they?" a voice said behind him. Howell flinched, surprised by the guard who walked up behind him seemingly out of nowhere. The guard laughed and clapped a hand on Howell's back.
Calm down there, buddy. You're about as jumpy as these twitchy bastards.
Chief Howell gave the guard a thin smile and shook his head.
They give me the creeps, that's all. They do at that, don't they? Well, it gives the other prisoners something to think about. Step out of line and this is what'll happen to you. Hell of a thing, though. That's some nasty shit there. One bitch of a withdrawal, the guard said.
Nasty, Howell agreed. He gave a friendly wave and walked off the way he came.
I'd better get back to it. They don't guard themselves, do they?
The guard chuckled.
That's a good one.
Howell kept going and didn't look back until he was far away from the caged prisoners. Looking more closely now at the prisoners passing him in the camp, he noticed something he hadn't seen earlier. All of them were gaunt and had a ghostly pallor. Their bodies were hunched over as they walked, like they were ready to drop from exhaustion. Their eyes were sunken and tired, with dark circles underneath, as if they hadn't slept for days. Yet their eyes shone with a maniacal energy that couldn't be contained. These men, there was something wrong with them, but what was it? He passed a tent where 3 prisoners sat on the ground talking. One of them had a severe tic, and his cheek rose up unbidden every few seconds as he talked. Another's hands shook uncontrollably. The third man's eyes darted back and forth, from left to right at a lightning pace. He'd overlooked their terrible physical condition because he'd become so used to seeing thin people over the last few years. It was common enough. But their condition didn't look like it was caused by a lack of food. They looked sick or drugged. Moving more quickly now, Howell set his eyes on the edge of the work camp. He'd overstayed his time here. The guard he'd handcuffed to the tree was sure to be missed soon. Just then, a familiar odor tweaked his nose, the powerful smell carried by the breeze. He knew that smell all too well. The sickening odor only came from one source, the manufacture of methamphetamine. If there was a single disease in small-town Appalachia worse than opiates, it was meth. Cheap, easy to manufacture, and seemingly impossible to stamp out. He peered through the open windows of the meth lab. Men in Martin Hale uniforms worked at chemistry stations, monitoring vats of steaming liquids and supervising prisoners who worked at various tasks. Prisoners standing at long tables ground the finished product up into a powder, then weighed and scooped the powder into plastic bags. Now it all added up. The gaunt faces, the driven look in their eyes, and yet the wasted, exhausted bodies ready to collapse. These were men cranked up on meth and being worked to death in the mines by the Martin Hale guards. The prisoners were addicts, working just to get their fix, not even trying to escape. The drug was a more powerful means of keeping the prisoners in the camp than barbed wire or manned turrets. No fences or walls were required. The power of their addiction kept them in line. As he peered through the window, a voice off to his right shouted at him.
"Hey, what are you doing there?"
Howell glanced over. It was the same guard that had made the callous remarks about the prisoners in the cage going through withdrawal. The man wore a confused and angry look on his face.
"Took a wrong turn. I'm going back on duty now,"
Howell said, and began to walk away.
"Hold up a minute,"
the guard said. Howell kept walking, ignoring the man.
"I said stop."
Howell ignored him again and kept walking. The man would either accept that Howell belonged here and wasn't obligated to respond to his commands, or the guard would see through his bluff. Either way, the further away he was, the better off it would be for him.
"Stop now or I'll shoot,"
the guard said. Howell slowed to a stop and turned around slowly. The guard stood there with his hand on the butt of the holstered pistol at his hip.
"I haven't seen you around here before. What's your name? Who's your supervisor?"
"I don't have time for this shit. Shoot me or don't. I've got a job to do," Howell said. He backed up a couple of steps, his eyes fixed on the guard's gun hand, watching it like a hawk. Howell's hand hovered next to his holster like a tripwire, taut and ready to spring into action. He kept moving backward slowly, waiting for the guard to make a move. A few more steps and he'd be out of shooting range unless the guard was an excellent shot. The guard drew his gun and brought it to bear. As his other hand came up to support the gun, time seemed to slow down. The guard aimed and fired off a round, the shot going wide. Howell had sprung into action as soon as the man drew his gun. His pistol was out of his holster in an instant, and he had his weapon up to eye level. Holding his gun with both hands, he fired, and the round took the guard in the chest, then squeezed off 2 more rounds, hitting the guard in the shoulder and his neck. The guard returned fire, and the round hit Howell in the middle of his chest. A force like a sledgehammer knocked the wind out of him, filling his entire chest with pain. Pushing through the pain, he brought his pistol up again and fired 3 more shots. The guard clutched at his chest and fell to the ground. Unable to breathe and racked with pain, Howell clutched his chest as he staggered forward. His body was flooded with adrenaline. All he could think of was fleeing. His vision closed in, tunnel-like. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he made it to the tree line at the edge of the forest before he collapsed and tumbled into a gully. The world grew hazy and dim. Chapter 18. The riverboat's steam engine thrummed as it turned the massive paddle wheel at the rear of the boat, sending vibrations through the walls and floor of the small cargo bay. The room's bay doors were propped open to allow the wind to reach the hold and cool the perishable goods, giving Kenny a clear view of the heavily forested shoreline. The sun had been up for an hour now, and the crew was settled in. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He left his hiding spot behind and prowled around the first floor of the ship. He moved quickly, but his footsteps were completely silent. Moving in silence was one of the many secrets Wyatt had passed on to him. Intended as a hunting technique to allow Kenny to move through the forest without making a sound, it worked equally well when you didn't want to be heard by other humans. He carefully placed the heel of his foot onto the deck, and then rolled the rest of his foot down until his toes touched his well. It took practice to get used to walking in such an awkward manner, but it worked. Kenny crept around the deck, peering inside cargo bays, finding nothing more interesting than sacks of flour and crates of other goods. He hadn't seen a porter or security guard since the riverboat had left the dock, but knew they had to be on the boat somewhere. Peering around a corner, he checked for guards and then moved into the central hallway in the interior of the ship. Both sides of the hallway were lined with closed doors, latched shut. He went inside the first room on his right. Several women were shackled to wooden benches, similar to the prisoner transport car he'd been put into. All of them showed signs of abuse and had gags stuffed into their mouths. Bruised cheeks, swollen lips, and abrasions bore testimony to their treatment at the hands of the guards. Kenny looked at the women's faces, frantically trying to find Sarah and Amy, but they weren't in the room. As the women realized he wasn't one of their captors, the space filled with their muted cries for help and rattling of chains.
Shh! You have to keep quiet. I'm going to try to get you out of here, but I have to find my mother and fiancé first.
Their pleading eyes transfixed him, begging him to take action.
I don't have a key to the chains. Just keep quiet, and I'll be back for you,
Kenny said. He closed the door, heartbroken by the whimpers and cries of the women as he shut the door. He was near tears as he secured the latch and sealed the women into the dark space again. But he had to find Sarah and his mother first, then locate the key to the locks before he could help the other women. Questions filled his mind. Where were they taking these women? How did they think they could get away with it? How long had they been kidnapping people? Kenny worked his way along the hallway, opening 3 more of the cells. All of the cells held chained women, but his mother and Sarah were still missing. Kenny worked his way through all of the cells on the right side of the hallway and began to open the doors on the left side. Each cell he opened and didn't find Sarah, his stomach rose a little further into his throat. Kenny was in a panic and threw open the next-to-last cell door. Relief filled him, and he exhaled the breath he'd been holding in. Sarah and Amy were chained to a bench like the others, their hands and feet bound with shackles. Sarah had a black eye, her face swollen and bruised. His mother's bottom lip was split open, and dried blood from the wound stained her chin. She had 2 black eyes, her nose looked broken, swollen and askew. The rest of her face was lacerated and puffy. She'd been beaten badly. Both of them looked up when he opened the cell door as the small room was flooded with bright daylight. His relief to see that they were still alive was short-lived. Adrenaline filled his body as rage took control of his mind. He wanted to kill whoever had done this and make them suffer. He pushed the anger aside, chiding himself that this was a rescue mission and not a quest for vengeance.
"Kenny,"
his mother whispered urgently,
"how did you find us?"
Sarah saw him and began to sob.
"Kenny!"
Sarah, thank God you're safe. I need to find the keys to the shackles and get you out of here. How many guards are there? Do they all have keys?
He asked.
"The 2 men who put us in here were the same guards from the warehouse, the one with a scar on his cheek and the big, ugly one. There must be others, though. When the big one saw that I was a prisoner, he expressed his unhappiness about their broken fingers,"
Amy said. Kenny's face flashed hot and his blood boiled.
He did this to you?
"That's not important right now. Like you said, we need to focus on getting out of here first, and then get these other women out of here, too. Do you have any weapons? Who else is with you?"
Amy asked.
I'm alone. I haven't seen any guards, but I haven't been on the 2nd floor yet either. I've got a pistol with 4 shots left. Nothing else. We can't shoot our way out. I'm going to try to get the keys quietly. Stay quiet until I get back."
"God bless you, Kenny. Good luck,"
Amy said. Kenny left the cell and latched the door shut again, leaving everything exactly the way he'd found it. He needed a set of the guards' keys. He had no idea how he was going to do that without alerting the whole riverboat, but he had to try to find a way. A wide staircase led to the 2nd floor. He tiptoed up a few steps, but retreated when a man carrying a tray of drinks walked by the stairwell in plain sight of him. Kenny could hear voices talking loudly, their conversation carrying down the stairwell. Heart pounding from the close call, Kenny resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't go up the stairwell to the 2nd floor. It would be a suicide mission. There was no way of knowing how many guards were up there and whether they were armed or not. Searching the first deck again was the only option. He'd been through the outer and inner holds in the middle of the ship, but hadn't explored the front or rear. He made his way to the stern, and finding nothing there, went to the front of the boat. At the bow, a single guard scanned the water in front of the ship, on the lookout for drifting logs or other debris that would obstruct the boat or damage its hull. The man hadn't seen him, intent as he was on the river ahead. The guard had a club hanging from a leather loop, a holstered pistol, and a set of keys dangling from a belt loop. There was no way of knowing whether the keys were for the prisoner's shackles, but he had little to lose. Ascending to the 2nd floor was a far riskier idea, and he only had one go at this. He had to get it right. Sarah and Amy's lives were on the line. Kenny ran up behind the man and struck without warning. Throwing his right arm around the man's throat, he put the guard in a headlock. He squeezed, applying as much force as he could, strangling him. The guard spluttered and coughed. He threw his elbows back, hitting Kenny in the ribs. When that didn't work, the guard scratched at Kenny's eyes and tried to jab a finger into his eye socket. Kenny closed his eyes tightly and dipped his head into the crook of the man's neck, protecting his vulnerable eyes. He twisted to the side suddenly and threw the guard off balance, driving him down to the wooden deck. The guard thrashed wildly, gasping desperately, pulling Kenny's arm away from his neck. With a wild burst of energy, the guard got to his feet and stumbled forward, carrying Kenny along with him, Kenny's arm still wrapped around the man's neck in a chokehold. The guard pulled a rope attached to a large bronze bell mounted on a wooden pillar near the front of the boat. He rang it wildly, jerking the rope again and again. Veins stood out on the guard's temples, yet he kept ringing the bell, despite being strangled, his face a deep purple color. In a panic, Kenny squeezed tighter, giving the chokehold all of his strength. The guard finally fell to his knees and collapsed from the lack of air. Just then, 3 more Martin-Hale men ran down the stairwell, yelling out as they caught sight of Kenny choking the guard. They pulled their pistols out, just as Kenny swiveled around, using the guard's body as a human shield. Shots rang out, and Kenny felt the guard's body jerk and flinch as the bullets tore into him. The salvo of fire ripped into the man, and his body went limp in Kenny's grip. The guards blasted away, taking ill-aimed shots from the hip. Kenny pulled his pistol out and aimed carefully, making every shot count. He fired once, then again and again, taking out 2 guards and wounding another. He dropped the dead guard and took the man's pistol from its holster. 4 more guards poured down the stairwell and spotted him. The men used the wall next to them as cover, ducking back behind it after firing several shots. Kenny leaped behind a crate as they opened fire on him, bullets tearing chunks out of the wood. Kenny fired back at them, but was forced to retreat from their superior firepower. He got up and moved several yards back behind the partial protection of a stack of cargo. Crouching down, he aimed the pistol at the corner of the wall the guards used for cover, waiting for someone to appear. A few seconds later, a man darted out from around the corner, exposing part of his head. Kenny waited, knowing that the man would grow bold and expose more of his body. The guard darted his head out again, and then, just as Kenny knew would happen, he came around the corner, exposing his torso. Kenny fired 3 times and hit the man's center mass with each shot. The guard fell to his knees, clutching at his wounds, a look of disbelief on his face. Kenny's pistol was out of ammo, and he dropped it to the deck. He took the pistol seized from the dead guard. Fear gripped him. He didn't know what kind of gun it was and had no idea how many rounds it held. He couldn't pull the magazine out and check. The guards might rush him at any second. Weighing his options, Kenny kept his eyes fixed on the wall, waiting for another guard to show himself. A hard object pressed against the back of his skull. Kenny's blood ran cold as he registered the voice behind him. "Freeze. Drop your weapon now," the voice commanded, shoving the gun for emphasis. Caught flat-footed, Kenny dropped his pistol and raised his hands up into the air slowly. "Now, put your hands on your head and stand up." Kenny did as he was instructed, making no moves that would provoke the man to fire his weapon. "Got him! It's all clear," the man behind him shouted. 3 guards came around the corner. Their eyes lit with recognition, and a sinister sneer appeared on their faces. It was the scar-faced man and his sidekick, the brute, still nursing his broken fingers, the digits wrapped in white cloth. "Son of a bitch, look who it is," the scar-faced man said. "Get him upstairs. The boss will want to see this." They frisked Kenny and then shoved him forward towards the stairs. At the top of the steps, the second deck was open towards the bow of the boat, enclosed by a wooden railing. Tweed sat in a chair beneath an awning covering the deck.
"Well, I'll be damned. Look at you, kid. Come over here. What I want to know is how the hell you made it out of that rail car, and how'd you get this far? Impressive. How old are you, boy? 16? 17? You've got spirit, kid. But spirit ain't enough in this world. Money and power, that's what's important. You killed a few of my men, but I can always hire more. You're all you've got. What can you do about it now?" Tweed asked. "You're evil. That's the difference between you and me," Kenny said. Tweed chuckled, shaking his head. "Boy, this is the way of the world. Can you believe that before the EMP I was a school teacher? Can you believe that? Everything was taken away from me. My family, my home, my future. And you know what I did once I hit rock bottom? I changed. I started something bigger than myself. I bought up railroad companies, riverboats, and 100 other industries that formed after the EMP. Big things are happening, and only the bold will reap the benefits. I was like you once. I thought what you did mattered. I thought there was right and wrong. I realized there's no such thing. There are people who use others and those who get used. Let there be no misunderstanding between us. What I'm going to do with your mother and your little girlfriend isn't personal. It's only business." Tweed took a sip of his drink and waved his hand. "Take him away. The lecture is over for today.
"What do you want us to do with him, boss?" the scar-faced man asked.
Tweed rolled his eyes and then looked apologetically at Kenny. "It's no wonder you killed so many of my men. I mean, really. Not a lot going on upstairs with this bunch, is there?" He turned to the scar-faced man. "Kill him, then dump the body overboard." Strong hands gripped Kenny by the elbows and pulled him towards the stairs to the first deck. At the top of the steps, the guards spun him around.
"You remember me, right? Look at my hand, you little punk. I'm going to beat the living shit out of you before I kill you,"
the big man said, holding his bandaged hand up for emphasis.
"Careful, those steps are steep."
The man kicked him in the gut. Kenny tumbled down the steps backward. The world was a blur as he went head over heels. He put arms over his head, instinctively protecting himself. His shins and elbows cracked into the hard wooden steps, sending jolts of pain up his limbs. At the bottom of the steps, he curled into a ball, his entire body racked with pain. Before he had a chance to stand up, his arm was twisted behind his back. It felt like it would be pulled from the socket. He cried out with pain, struggling to stand up and get his arm out of the painful hold.
You're not getting away this time."
The man twisted Kenny's wrist and put his heavy boot on his back, smashing his face into the deck.
"Your mama is the one that deserves this, but boss won't let us ruin the merchandise. Hold still. This is going to hurt."
The brute forced Kenny to extend his other arm out flat on the deck.
"Come give this kid a taste of his own medicine."
"Be a pleasure," the scar-faced man said, then stomped his boot heel down on top of Kenny's hand. Kenny's mind was awash with pain, and he flailed about with his free arm, trying in vain to free his hand from underneath the man's boot.
"Oh, we ain't done yet. You got some more pain coming," the scar-faced man said.
The man drew his leg back and delivered a kick to Kenny's rib cage. Kenny wanted to scream, but the kick had knocked the wind out of him. His heart pounded in his chest, looking around, desperate for help that wouldn't arrive. The brute released his arm and then kicked him in the ribs too. The man stomped his boot down on Kenny's other hand, grinding the fingers beneath the hard sole. Kenny nearly blacked out from the pain. His stomach revolted, sick with terror and agony. Kenny sprayed vomit, covering the brutish man's boots.
"Damn it, look at what he did."
The brute grabbed a handful of Kenny's hair and dragged him to his feet, then punched him in the face with a wide-armed haymaker. Kenny went flying across the deck and collided with a riverboat's guardrail. Stars appeared in his eyes as he struggled for breath. The big man's boots were coming towards him. Filled with guilt, he knew he had to escape. He wanted to fight, to get up and kill the men, but there was no strength left in his body. If he lay here and let the man continue to beat him, he would die. He would be no good to his mother and Sarah if he were dead. Summoning the last of his energy, Kenny got to his feet, took a deep breath, and threw himself over the guardrail.
"Shit, grab him!"
the scar-faced man yelled. Kenny splashed headfirst into the water. It was muddy and dark. He couldn't see anything in the brown water. Confused and tossed about by the river's current, he couldn't get his bearings. He kicked his feet, unsure if he was heading towards the surface or the river's bottom. Just as his lungs felt like they would explode, Kenny surfaced, gasping for breath. His arms were nearly useless as he struggled to swim against the Ohio River's powerful current. Kenny leaned back and tried to float on his back down the river. His arms and legs grew weaker by the moment, drained from the fight. The King's Archer was 100 yards downstream and pulling away fast. Kenny looked around and found that he was in the middle of the river, a half-mile to the shore in either direction. His arms cramping up, Kenny struggled to keep his head above water and watched as the riverboat carried Sarah and Amy around a sharp bend in the river, slowly disappearing from his sight. Chapter 19. Chief Howell scrabbled up the side of a steep slope, limped across the gravel road that snaked up the mountain, and then collapsed beneath a heavy thicket of undergrowth, exhausted from the strenuous climb as he escaped from Bachman Detention Facility. He stripped his shirt off and wrung the sweat out of it, grateful to have made it to the top alive. He unfastened the Velcro straps of his bulletproof vest and pulled it over his head, wincing at the pain it caused his chest. An angry red bruise radiated out from where the guard's bullet had hit him. It hurt like hell, but he would live to see another day. Bulletproof vests were hot, sticky, and nearly unbearable in the heat of a West Virginia summer. Considering the alternative, he wasn't about to complain. Howell's stomach gurgled in complaint. He wasn't sure if it was from the bullet wound, an upset stomach from the moonshine, or the disturbing sights in the prison camp. His hands clenched into fists as he thought about what he'd seen. 3 years after the United States had weathered the worst catastrophe in its history, Tweed was taking advantage of the situation, monopolizing every industry in West Virginia. As if that wasn't bad enough, he'd turned those prisoners into drug-addicted slave laborers. What he knew now was enough to shut down Tweed for good, but what could he do with the information? If he took his story to the state capitol, he could try to convince people of the truth, but it sounded too crazy to be true. Besides, he had no way of knowing who was in Tweed's pocket. Howell was one man, and all of the evidence hearsay. Tweed could have one of his thugs put a bullet in him and silence all accusations. He didn't have any substantial evidence beyond his testimony, just the leather-bound notebook he lifted from Warden Metz's office and the stack of letters from missing prisoners' families. He needed hard proof of what was going on in the camp. There wasn't enough time to get it, though. The guard's body would be found, that much was for sure, but since no one else had seen the shootout, it would remain a mystery to Martin Hale's staff. Would they shut the prison down for fear that their activities could be exposed? It was doubtful. With the prisoners' free labor, they were making money hand over fist. It would take more than one dead guard for them to shut down the operation. He had the letters in the notebook, the inquiries from the prisoners' families. An idea started to take shape in his head. They might be his only hope. All of their addresses were on the envelopes. He could reach out to each and every one of them and spread the story of Tweed and his misdeeds far and wide, so everyone knew what had happened. And if he could urge those families into action, he would have a sizable posse that he could bring to bear. Roy and his scavenger crew were due back in town soon. They could split up the stack of letters and travel to each home. Together, they could convince relatives of prisoners that had gone missing to form an alliance and put a stop to this. Each family he convinced could then contact another, spreading the information like a virus, redoubling the effort with each retelling. A frightening thought occurred to him. This might not be the only Martin Hale work camp. There was little government oversight since the EMP. Tweed could have work camps set up all over the state, hidden in remote locations just like this one. Howell fetched his horse and then led the animal to the portly Martin Hale guard he'd taken hostage. The man couldn't be released, and under normal circumstances Howell would keep him tied up and throw him over the horse. But Wheeler was a long way off, and Howell was in no shape to walk that far with a wound to his chest.
Well, friend, I've got some good news and some bad news. The good news is that you're going to live to see another day. The bad news is that I'm going to make you walk so far today that you'll wish you were dead by the end of it.
Chapter 20. The King's Archer disappeared around the bend in the river, the thickly forested shore hiding her completely from view. Feeling the last of his energy being drained from his arms and legs, Kenny knew he had to find a way to float if he couldn't swim. Floating on his back wasn't going to cut it for much longer. An illustration from one of his dad's old sea survival manuals popped into his head. He'd found the book in the bathroom reading rack at their home in Baltimore. At the time, he'd come out of the bathroom with the book, laughing at his dad, who was terrified of boats and open water, asking him why he needed a sea survival manual. Now, though, he wished he'd read even more of it. Kenny kicked off his shoes, letting them float away with the current, then stripped his pants off and brought them up to his chest level and began to back float again, his feet pointed downstream. He knotted the end of each pant leg tightly, then flipped the pants over in the water, catching a large bubble of air in the sealed-off legs. The pants formed a V shape, and he cinched the open waist together and pulled the improvised float close to his body. He stuck his head under the water and blew air into the pants, inflating them fully. The float wasn't perfect, but it greatly reduced the amount of energy he had to expend to keep his head above water. Every few minutes, he had to add air to the pants until they completely re-inflated and cinched them shut again. Drifting along in the muddy water, completely lacking the energy to swim to shore, Kenny clung to his flotation device and fought to hold back his tears. The hopelessness of the situation washed over him. Sarah and his mother were gone. Even if he could swim to shore and find a rowboat or canoe, the King's Archer would be long gone by then. There was no craft on the river that could match the speed of a steam-powered riverboat. They were gone for good, and there was nothing he could do about it. Kenny wrestled with his guilt. Should he have waited for another opportunity? Should he have tried to get help? Alternate versions of events ran through his mind as he struggled to come up with a different solution for something he knew he had no power to change. The past. How would he tell his father when he returned home? What would he tell him?
Hey, Dad. Not much happened while you were gone. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I lost Mom and Sarah.
How could he tell his dad that he tried and failed to get his mother back? Kenny knew that his father wouldn't blame him, but that only made it worse. His father would have died trying to get Sarah and Amy back. He wouldn't give up, no matter what. He could almost hear Wyatt's voice in his head, counseling patience while they hunted deer.
Strike when the time is right. Not before. Wait for the perfect moment.
Kenny knew he should have waited for a better opportunity instead of tackling the guard when he did. Instead of grasping at straws, he should have waited and gone for a sure thing. He got it now. He really understood. He was lucky to be alive. Not that it mattered, because his mother and Sarah were gone. Kenny turned his anger inward. He would never let emotion dictate his actions again. He would be cold and hard, and then, once his mind was set on a plan, only then he would allow emotion to fuel him and see him through the course of action. Kenny stared downstream, blowing air into his makeshift life vest periodically. The only sound was the rush of river water. He snapped out of his self-loathing as he noticed the sound of rushing water growing louder. In a panic, he wondered if there were any waterfalls on the Ohio River. He didn't know anything about the river or what lay ahead. A few more seconds of listening made him realize there was nothing ahead making the noise. The rush of water came from directly behind him. He turned to see that a large riverboat had somehow steamed up right next to him and caught him by surprise. Kenny barely had time to register any details of the boat before a net was thrown from the ship, entangling him in its grip. He fought to free himself from the net, but he was being dragged into the boat. It was all he could do to keep his head above water. Hauled from the river, he was unceremoniously dumped onto the ship's deck, aggravating his wounded hands and rib cage. Kenny heaved all of the water he'd swallowed back up onto the deck and then looked up to face his captors. They were hard-looking men with stern eyes. They stared at him, clubs and pistols gripped tightly, as if daring him to make a move. Who were these men? They looked no different than the Martin Hale guards that had just tossed him off the other riverboat. Did they work for Tweed, too? Kenny wondered if he should jump back into the water and escape, but that idea was dashed. His improvised float was long gone, lost in the struggle to be free of the net. Exhausted as he was, he'd have no way to keep himself afloat. Something was strange about this ship. The other crew, the ones not encircling him, worked furiously, repairing damage to the front of the ship. The ship had run into something huge, at least as massive as itself. 8 of the crewmen carried a 2-foot-wide long section of the log to the bow. It was easily 30 feet in length. They looped ropes and began to fasten it to the front of the ship so that it stuck out 20 feet from the bow, dipping down towards the waterline at the end, skimming the water. Curiosity filled him, but he had more pressing issues. The crew stared him down, their ill intent visible on their faces. Facing such a pitiless crew, Wyatt's words echoed through his head.
Strike when the time is right, not before. Wait for the perfect moment.
He was powerless against these men. He had to try a different angle than useless, angry posturing. It would be wiser to wait and see how they treated him and find out who they were before he leapt to conclusions, or leapt back into the river.
Thanks for fishing me out of the river. I appreciate it.
Kenny said, self-consciously standing there in only a shirt and his boxers. "Who are you? What were you doing out there floating in the river?" one of the men asked.
"I fell off of a boat,"
Kenny said. He didn't want to say too much more. If he mentioned the ship's name and they were Tweed's men, he would be in deep trouble. "What boat? What was the name of the ship you were on?"
"I don't know. I can't remember the name of it,"
Kenny said. The man sneered and cocked his head towards the river. "If you don't like our company, we can put you back in the river where we found you. I don't know who you are or what you're up to, but you smell like trouble to me." "Boys, toss him back in," the man said. Strong arms grabbed Kenny, and he was nearly over the rail again when a woman's voice called out.
"Put him down,"
she said with authority. The crewman set him down on his feet, but kept a firm grip on his arms.
"Answer me truthfully, or I'll let them toss you in,"
the woman said. She kept Kenny fixed in her unforgiving gaze.
"Tell me the truth. Who are you? Why were you in the river?"
Kenny weighed his options, but knew there was no other choice but to tell her the truth and hope for the best. Whoever she was, this woman was no fool. She looked like she could spot a lie in an instant, and she didn't look like she made idle threats. He would be tossed back into the river, this time with nothing to use as a float, and he'd be as good as dead. If she worked for Tweed, he was as good as dead anyway.
"My name is Kenny Miller. I'm trying to find my fiancée and mother."
"I told you not to lie to me, boy. You were floating down the river looking for your fiancée and mother. Are you crazy or an idiot? You'll need a better story than that."
She turned to the crew and commanded,
"Toss him over."
Halfway over the railing, Kenny reached out and latched onto the rail with both hands, clutching at the railing in a death grip. He hooked his leg through the railing, using all of his strength to resist the men trying to toss him over.
"It's true,"
Kenny shouted, the words spilling from his mouth frantically.
"My fiancée was kidnapped and her family was killed. My mother and I tracked her to Huntington and we tried to rescue her, but my mother got caught. I tried to get help from a cop there, but he turned me over to Tweed."
"Who? What name did you say?"
she asked.
"The cop called him Tweed."
The woman glared at him for a moment longer and then motioned to the crew.
"Bring him back on board, boys. Let's hear what he has to say."
She turned her gaze to Kenny, and her voice softened a bit.
"Tell me what happened to you, Kenny."
"The cop handed me over to some Martin Hale security men, and they put me in a prison car, a railroad car. There were 2 other guys there with me. The guards were going to ship us to a prison camp, but me and the other prisoners killed the guards and escaped. I went back to Huntington and tried to find Sarah and—"
"Who is Sarah?"
"Sarah is my fiancée. I tried to find her and my mother and got on a boat that was leaving Huntington. I didn't know if they would be on board or not, but it was leaving and I didn't have any time to make a decision."
"That still doesn't answer why you were in the river."
"I found my mother and Sarah, and a bunch of other women being kept prisoner on the ship. I tried to kill one of the guards and take his keys, but he made too much noise and help came. Tweed had his men beat me. They were going to kill me, but I jumped overboard."
"What was the name of the boat? Did you see any markings on the side of the boat?"
she asked.
"The King's Archer."
"The King's Archer? And Tweed was on board. Are you sure?"
"Yes, I saw him."
"How long ago?"
the woman demanded.
"I don't know, maybe 15 minutes ago?"
"All hands to your stations,"
the woman yelled.
"Feed the boilers, get her red hot."
The crew leapt into action, scurrying every which way as they moved to carry out her orders. The 2 men remained next to Kenny, gripping him by the arms.
"Let him go,"
she said to the 2 holding him.
"Kenny, I don't know what quirk of fate brought you here today, but I'm inclined to believe it was divine providence. When we saw you floating in the river, I thought you were one of Tweed's crew. We sunk one of his riverboats less than 5 miles up the river. Most of them jumped overboard and swam to shore."
The woman extended her hand and shook his hand with a surprisingly strong grip.
"I'm Captain Paddy O'Donnell, and this is my ship. Most of the crew are my sons and nephews. Come to the wheelhouse with me and we'll talk more."
"But what are you going to do?"
Kenny asked, still uncertain. Captain O'Donnell paused on the stairwell, turning back to address him.
"We're going to catch up to the King's Archer, and I'm going to make Tweed pay for what he's done to my family."
Her eyes blazed with such an intense anger that Kenny was convinced she meant what she said. She ran up the flight of steps leading from the main deck to the wheelhouse, and Kenny dashed up after her. She threw a lever all the way forward, and the riverboat's paddle wheel churned faster, propelling them down the river in pursuit of the King's Archer.
"Tweed sunk one of my boats, beat my brother nearly to death, and then burned our family business to the ground. I want payback," she growled. "Tell me more about this business with the kidnapping. How did you know your fiancée was taken to the warehouse?"
Kenny relayed the story of tracking down the highwayman to the bar, and then the trail that led to the warehouse. Captain O'Donnell ground her teeth together as she listened to his story, scanning the river ahead like a hawk for any sign of the King's Archer.
"That son of a bitch. I knew Tweed was pushing people out of the shipping business and railroads for the last couple of years. Recently, he's become even more aggressive, sinking ships and destroying property. But kidnapping? Slavery? That's a new low even for him," Captain O'Donnell said. "My niece, she disappeared last year. I wonder if—"
Captain O'Donnell said. She gnashed her teeth together, and her cheeks flared.
"Don't worry, Kenny. We'll catch Tweed and put a stop to this."
"You have to be careful. The Martin Hale men on the King's Archer have guns. And with all of the people imprisoned on that ship, you have to be careful and not put them in the crossfire," Kenny said.
"We'll be careful, but we've got to stop him. There's no way to avoid a gunfight."
"I need to go on board again and free Sarah and my mother," he said.
Captain O'Donnell leaned out of the wheelhouse and yelled down to a crewman.
"Pete, bring this boy a gun. Oh, and get him some damned pants, too. He's going over with the boarding party."
Turning to Kenny, she said,
"When we board, you show the crew where the prisoners are and make sure they all get off Tweed's ship safely. You look like you're about done in from your go-around earlier with Tweed's men. Let my men take care of Tweed. You see to your mother and fiancée."
Kenny wanted to confront Tweed and make him pay for all that he'd put Sarah and his mother through. Sarah's parents were dead, and Tweed's men had beaten them both. He knew Captain O'Donnell was right, though. He was in no shape to be on the front lines of the fight.
"All right. Thank you for your help. I thought there was no hope."
Captain O'Donnell spun the wheel and turned the massive riverboat to follow a bend in the river, her ship racing downstream as it moved with the river's current. The outline of a steamship became visible as they rounded the bend, a thick black cloud of smoke rising from its smokestack.
"Don't give up hope. Not yet."
Patty leaned out of the open wheelhouse door and yelled to the crew below,
"All hands, prepare to board."
Chapter 21. A cloud of dust rose into the air, kicked up by the hooves of 100 horses, obscuring the valley below. Chief Bud Howell raised his arm up high above his head and pointed to the left and to the right, signaling to the massive posse gathered behind him that it was time to split up and move into their assigned positions. 20 members of the posse remained with Howell, their horses stomping restlessly as they waited for the other groups to get into position. The animals seemed to pick up on their owner's tension. As a strong wind drove the cloud of dust away, Howell brought his powerful binoculars to his face, scanning a clearing at the far side of the valley. Dozens of horses and riders were gathered there. Their individual features were indistinguishable from each other at this distance, but Howell picked out what he was looking for. A horseman waved a red flag above his head. Roy, leading the other half of the posse, signaled their readiness. Howell raised his own flag high over his head, waving it about. Through his binoculars, he saw that Roy had tossed his flag to the ground, their signal that everyone was ready and they would move on Bachman Detention Facility immediately. Chief Howell dropped his flag and pulled a metal flask from his jacket, swigging a drink of corn whiskey before he stuck the flask back into his jacket pocket. His nerves were shot, and he was at the limit of his mental reserves. Utterly exhausted, he had no willpower left to fight his craving. 2 days ago, he'd made the trip back to Wheeler. On the way, he bought a second horse from a farm a few miles away from the prison camp for the fat Martin Hale guard to ride. As promised, by the time they arrived at the farm, the man's feet were blistered and raw from walking up and down the steep mountain trails Howell had taken to get there. Howell swapped his horse for a fresh mount and tied the prison guard on the second horse. The fat guard's punishment wasn't over, though. He'd never ridden a horse before, and when they arrived in Wheeler, the man was bawling like a baby, his behind riddled with saddle sores. Howell had been relieved to see that Roy and his crew had kept to their schedule and were already in town when he arrived. He filled Roy in on what the situation was. It took some persuasive arguing to keep Roy from rushing into the prison camp with only the few men they had at their disposal. Roy was understandably frantic at the news that his son might still be alive, imprisoned in the camp. Howell laid out his plan to gather the prisoners' kin together, and Roy had reluctantly agreed. Dividing the stack of letters from the prisoners' families up between Roy, himself, and 4 members of the Joker's hangmen, they rode to each farm, convincing the relatives to help, one by one. Each of them traveled to another residence listed on the letters. By the end of the next day, Howell had an army composed of over 100 armed and outraged people at his disposal. It was a motley crew, to be sure, but they were unified in purpose by their desire to free their loved ones and punish those responsible. The air seemed to be charged with electricity, rife with tension. The fathers, mothers, brothers, and wives of the missing prisoners rode horses, carrying shotguns, rifles, pistols, and various handheld weapons. They outnumbered the Martin Hale prison guards 2 to 1. They were armed to the teeth and had the element of surprise on their side. It was now or never. Howell had to get them moving before they were spotted, or the guards would have time to mount a defense.
"There's a signal. Let's move out," Howell said.
He took one last drink from his flask and spurred his horse on. The posse thundered down the worn gravel road, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that masked their approach to the facility. As they reached the outskirts of the camp, a cry went up from the guards keeping watch at the perimeter. A few of them pulled their pistols out and fired, but they were quickly shot or rode down by the posse, trampled underneath the heavy hooves of the horses. Chief Howell led the group with him to the camp's administrative building. As they neared the building, guards broke out the windows and opened fire. Shots rang out around him. He pulled the reins, did a tight turn to the left, and charged for the cover of nearby trees. Most of the others in his group followed him, although a few kept riding towards the building, opening fire with shotguns and pistols from horseback. 2 members of his posse were cut down before they made it close enough to hit anything with their return fire, and a 3rd man was shot in the back as he realized his mistake and turned to retreat. Howell slid down from his saddle and ran behind a large tree. He smacked the horse on the backside and watched it retreat to a safe distance up the hill. Unslinging his Remington 700, he brought the weapon to his shoulder and knelt in a shooting position, using the tree's trunk as an anchor point to steady his aim. He estimated the distance to the administrative building to be 70 yards. Howell watched the windows, looking for a target. One of the guards fired a shotgun at the posse through a broken-out window, then ducked behind cover. The guard hadn't been trained well, or he wouldn't have presented his entire body in the window when he fired. Instead, he would have only exposed what he needed to aim and fire. It was about to be a fatal mistake. His target selected, Howell kept his sights on the window and waited. The guard showed himself in the window, and as he brought his shotgun up to his shoulder, Howell squeezed the trigger, sending a .308 caliber bullet through the man's chest, dropping him instantly. Members of the posse next to him followed his lead and opened fire from the cover of the trees. Many of the rounds hit the side of the building, or went wide, but they at least provided him covering fire and allowed him to concentrate on taking out the men inside the building. Howell methodically shot each and every guard that exposed himself until no more dared to show their faces. He watched the building for a while, ensuring that there were no more combatants inside. With no targets left in the building, Howell's team ceased fire, but in other parts of the camp, hostilities still raged. The soft pops of pistol fire were heard amongst the larger boom of shotguns and crack of rifle fire, echoing throughout the valley. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked a building 100 yards to the right of the administrative building. A massive shockwave went through the air, nearly knocking Howell off his feet. The explosion blossomed into an orange and red fireball that expelled black smoke as it rose into the sky. The explosion must have come from the meth lab he'd found, likely a result of a stray round from a gun battle breaking a beaker of some unstable chemical. Howell shrank behind the tree and shielded his face from the debris that came raining down a few seconds after the explosion. After the falling debris died down, he peeked out and saw the ruins of the meth lab burning brightly. Other nearby buildings began to burn, their roofs ignited by the flaming debris thrown free from the explosion. The front door of the administrative building opened a hair, and someone inside waved a white T-shirt through the open space. A voice called out from within,
"Don't shoot! We give up! We surrender!"
Chief Howell trained his rifle on the open doorway, ready to respond if the Martin Hale guards tried to pull a fast one. Some of the posse members closer to the administrative building shouted a response to the guard's surrender. "Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up!" There were a few tense moments where nothing happened, and then a single guard came out holding the white T-shirt. He took a few tentative steps outside the doorway, looked about nervously, and then walked forward with his arms held high. 2 other Martin Hale guards followed him, waiting to see how the first guard was received. The men slowly moved away from the building. Seeing no signs of any weapons on the men, Chief Howell lowered his rifle and stood up, preparing to take custody of the surrendering guards. Shouts rose above the distant gunfire, some argument among the posse members closest to the building. "Die, you sons of bitches!" a posse member yelled. Some of the posse members opened fire on the unarmed guards. The guards screamed as they were riddled with bullets, their faces masks of disbelief as they died. "No, damn it!" Howell yelled, scowling at the posse members still shooting at the dead guards. Howell shook his head in disgust. He knew there would be bad blood when he brought these family members on board with the posse, but it was a shock to see. It was a risk he had to take to raise a force and free the prisoners. The shooting of unarmed men sickened him, but he knew some of these family members would be out for retribution for what was done to their kin. Ugly as it was, he felt little sympathy for the dead men. They had it coming to them. Not a single man among them could claim ignorance or innocence of the prisoners' treatment. What they had participated in was reprehensible and unforgivable, an ultimate abuse of power. "Let's go see if they need help up at the mine," Chief Howell said, motioning to the posse. It was the only place he still heard gunfire. After the meth lab exploded, there had been a brief exchange of gunfire, and then the area was silent. Good riddance. They followed the gravel road to the mine, and Howell passed several freed prisoners walking away from the mine. The men's gaunt and dirty faces were blackened by coal dust, looking up at the posse in disbelief and awe. Something else was present in their eyes besides that hollow look. He saw hope there, that their nightmare might finally be over. One of his posse members, a gray-haired man wearing jean overalls and a baseball cap, rushed forward and seized a thin prisoner in a bear hug. Wide-eyed, the prisoner asked cautiously, "Dad?" The gray-haired man roared, crying as he clutched his son. The sight spread murmurs and cries of sympathetic joy amongst the posse, and they began to look around for their own missing loved ones. Chief Howell wiped the sweat from his brow with a shaky hand and took the flask of whiskey from his pocket, drinking until the sweet liquid built up the calming and familiar heat in his chest. Strengthened, he continued up to the mine, witnessing other tearful reunions. Word must have gotten to the men deep in the mine because streams of prisoners came out of the pitch-black hole in the side of the mountain. Chief Howell watched them trickle out. Posse members stood outside in the sunlight, intensely searching the faces of the emerging men, looking for familiar faces. Roy was there, foremost among the posse, standing in the deep shadow of the mine. Roy's head swiveled from side to side in search of his son. Howell could see the conflict on Roy's face. The man had dropped the angry and tough shell he wore to keep others at bay. Roy's eyes gleamed with tears, and his face showed his worry and fear. The stream of prisoners coming out of the mountain slowed to a trickle, and after a while, no more emerged. Dozens of families outside of the mine hollered, whooped, and yelled, reunited with their families. Others weren't so lucky, and they clung to each other, consoling one another in their grief. The families passed words of comfort around and reminders that there could still be other Martin Hale prisons to shut down. Their loved ones might be out there. Roy, who had been standing alone in the mouth of the cave for several minutes now, walked into the darkness, passing from sight. Chief Howell knew how devastated he was. He knew the feeling of losing a son, and couldn't imagine what it felt like to lose a son and to not know his fate. Howell was torn as to whether he should go find Roy and try to comfort him, or whether his presence would only serve to open old wounds and enrage him. An ear-shattering shout erupted in the darkness, echoing from the mine. Howell winced, expecting the worst. A moment later, Roy emerged from the darkness. A prisoner leaned on his shoulder for support, Roy's arm around him as the younger man hobbled out of the mine. Roy's face was split with a wide grin, and he repeatedly looked over at his son, as if to see if he was still really there, or it was a trick of his mind and his son would disappear. A great weight lifted from Chief Howell's chest, as if he'd been freed of a terrible burden. He'd come expecting the worst for Roy's son. It had been years, after all, and he had held out little hope of finding him. His own face lit with a smile, Chief Howell took his flask out and drained it. His debt was paid. Chapter 22. Kenny stood just outside the wheelhouse of the Dawn Till Dusk, staring intently at the massive outline of the ship in front of him. A cloud of smoke and steam rose from her smokestacks, and her paddle wheel left a wide band of roiled water directly in her wake. The King's Archer was in his sights. Sarah and his mother were on the ship, as well as Tweed. He clung to the rails with a sweaty grip, his hands shaking with anticipation of the coming confrontation. The Dawn Till Dusk gave off creaks and groans as its steam engine was pushed to its limits. The ship streaked down the river like an arrow, the log extending from the front of the ship like the blade of a knife, aimed directly at the paddle wheel of the massive ship in front of her. The King's Archer stayed its course, steaming down the center of the Ohio River. Even if the crew had been aware of the danger, there was no way the larger ship could outrun Captain O'Donnell's smaller and faster ship. The King's Archer was designed for one purpose, to be the biggest freight hauler on the Ohio River. 60 yards of open water separated the mammoth ships, closing rapidly. Kenny's pulse pounded in anticipation as he watched the two ships grow closer and closer together.
"Brace for impact!"
Captain O'Donnell yelled. Kenny clung to the doorframe of the wheelhouse and bent his knees, but was wholly unprepared for the amount of force generated as the two ships collided. His hands were ripped away from the doorframe and he was thrown across the deck of the ship. His body slipped underneath the deck railing, and he hooked his arms and leg around the rail at the last moment, preventing himself from dropping into the river 10 feet below the second deck. The noise of the impact was ear-shattering. Splintering wood, twisting steel, and the crack of broken deck boards filled the air. The log tied to the Dawn Till Dusk's bow was jammed deep into the back of the King's Archer, wreaking havoc as it prevented their paddle wheel from turning. The Archer's engine strained and groaned against the log jammed in the paddle wheel, but the log wouldn't budge. A deep grinding sound filled the air, as if steel beams had been shoved into an oversized pencil sharpener. Finally, the pressure became too great, and the Archer's steam engine exploded. The side of the ship erupted, forced outward and upward as the huge steel boiler ripped through the ship's thick oak planks as if they were wet cardboard. The boiler was thrown 50 feet into the air and landed in the river with a hissing sound as the red-hot metal was quickly extinguished. A cavernous hole was left behind, exposing the ruined remains of the engine room. Victor Tweed and his crew appeared at the railing on the top deck, peering down at the gaping hole in the ship and the ruined paddle wheel behind the boat. Tweed's face was a mask of rage as he shouted orders at his crew. He lifted his gaze, following the log rammed into his ship, up the bow of the Dawn Till Dusk, until he stared Kenny right in the eyes. A look of surprise crossed Tweed's face. His shock didn't last long, and Tweed ran a finger across his throat, glaring hatefully across the water.
"Cut it loose!"
Captain O'Donnell yelled. On the deck below, the crew set to work with axes and saws, cutting loose the heavy ropes binding the log to the bow of Dawn Till Dusk. When the last rope was cut away, her crew gave the all-clear sign. Kenny got to his feet and made his way to the wheelhouse, just in time to feel the deck lurch beneath him as Captain O'Donnell put the engine in reverse and the ship began to pull away from the King's Archer. Once the two boats were separated, she thrust the engine into gear and spun the wheel, coming alongside the King's Archer.
"Get ready to board!"
O'Donnell yelled. The crew tossed hooks and ropes over to the King's Archer and drew them together. O'Donnell killed the power to the engine and let the river's current and momentum push them the last couple of yards together.
"Come on, Kenny. We don't want to miss the action."
Kenny ran down the stairs to the first deck and then joined the crush of the O'Donnell crew as they climbed over the rails and ran across planks laid between the two ships. Gunfire erupted, and men scattered in all directions as they moved for cover or returned fire. Pete, Captain O'Donnell's oldest son, charged forward with 2 of his crew on his heels. A Martin Hale guard came around the corner and opened fire with a pistol. One of Pete's crew was hit in the arm, but raised his pistol and returned fire. Before the guard fired his second shot, Pete cut him down with a blast of buckshot from his shotgun. Chaos ruled the lower decks as the 2 crews fought with pistols, shotguns, knives, and even their bare hands. Kenny raced to the center of the ship, to the locked bays where he had last seen Sarah and his mother. As he rounded the corner, a man with an axe rushed towards him, swinging it wildly. Kenny skidded to a halt and arched his body backward. The axe blade whistled as it carved a path an inch in front of his face, sinking deep into the ship's wooden wall. The man pulled at the axe to free it, but before he could free it, Kenny brought his pistol up and shot the man 3 times at point-blank range. The guard fell to the floor. Kenny searched the still twitching man's body, rifling through his pockets, and took a pair of keys. He ran down the central hallway until he came to the cell where his mother and Sarah had been earlier. Kenny threw the door open, only to find the 2 women were gone. Panic set in. He fought against his fear of what could have happened to Sarah, trying to stay calm and rational.
"Please help us. You have to help us,"
a woman pleaded with him. Kenny shook free of the fear paralyzing him, and he fumbled with the keys as he struggled to find the one that fit the lock to her shackles.
"My mother and—" "Yes, I know them. Amy and Sarah. The man in the suit and his guards came and took both of them away. You must hurry," she said.
Kenny finally fit the correct key into the shackles and unlocked the woman's hand and foot bindings.
"Here, give me those keys. I'll set the other women free. Go now. Find them,"
the woman said. Kenny ran across the deck, sidestepping a struggle between a Tweed crewman and one of the O'Donnell men, then raced up the steps to the second deck. Kenny tripped up the last 2 steps, banging his shin painfully on the hardwood. As he scrambled to his feet, he heard Sarah cry out. Kenny searched the first 2 rooms he came to on the upper deck before he found a room with a brass sign reading Captain's Quarters. He kicked open the door. Sarah was tied to a chair in front of a desk, and Victor Tweed stood behind the desk, holding Amy in front of him at gunpoint, using her as a human shield.
"Don't do anything stupid, or I'll blow your mother's brains out," Tweed said.
"Please don't hurt my son,"
Amy cried.
"Shut up!"
Tweed moved the gun from Amy's head, pointing it at Kenny.
"You and the rest of those savages destroyed my ship. Now listen to me, punk, and listen good. You're going to give me that other boat. You go tell O'Donnell I'm taking it. You tell her to get all of her men off of that ship and turn it over, or I'll kill these 2. She's not going to let you take her ship, even if I told her to. Let them go and—" "You deaf, kid," Victor shouted. "Don't think I won't kill them. Get O'Donnell and tell her what I said."
Kenny looked from Sarah to his mother, fearful for their lives. Tweed was holding his mother too close for him to get off a clean shot. It was too risky. He might hit her. He was about to leave the captain's quarters and fetch O'Donnell when he saw his mother's eyes widen expressively and look down, as if she were telling him something. Kenny followed her gaze down to her right hand. She held 4 fingers extended and then pulled one back. It was a countdown. With 3 seconds left, he brought his gaze back up to meet Tweed's so that Tweed wouldn't catch on to whatever it was she was about to do. Kenny was in the dark as well. He would just have to trust her and be ready to react.
"Listen, Mr. Tweed," Kenny said, trying to buy time. "I can't go back to Captain O'Donnell and—"
Her countdown finished, Amy violently threw her head against Tweed's face. A sickening crunch filled the air as the hard bone at the back of her skull broke Tweed's nose. She twisted out of his grip and seized his gun arm, pointing it off in a harmless direction. Tweed fired his gun, but Amy clung to his gun arm, keeping it aimed at a wall. Now that his mother had twisted off to Tweed's side, he had a clear shot. Kenny brought his pistol up lightning fast and fired 3 shots into Tweed's chest. His nose still bleeding profusely, Tweed wore a look of shock and let his pistol fall from his grip. He looked down at his chest, clutching at his tie and suit jacket as he tried to open his shirt. 3 neat holes formed a perfect triangle in the center of his chest and began to stain his white button-up shirt bright red. With a last gurgling attempt at breath, Tweed fell to the floor, dead. Kenny rushed to Sarah and hugged her tightly. The feel of her hair in his face and the delicate smell of her lilac-scented perfume was more than his overloaded senses could handle. He pulled back from her and looked at her face. All of his anxiety left him as he saw her smile.
"What took you so long, Kenny?"
his mother asked, smirking. Kenny shook his head and laughed. The excitement over, his adrenaline rush began to subside. The sound of gunfire became less frequent on the deck below as the battle drew to a close. With Sarah and his mother safe, a wave of exhaustion came over him. The pain in his ribs and hands throbbed insistently. His muscles were cramped and aching, pushed to their limit by the struggle to stay afloat in the Ohio River. All he wanted to do was lay down and sleep. Chapter 23. Carrying loads of wooden planks and steel parts along a pier, repair crews climbed the scaffolding attached to a pair of massive riverboats floating alongside the bank of the Ohio River. The riverboats were moored to a long pier, situated close to the O'Donnell family home and business. Men worked diligently, replacing damaged decking and support timbers on the dawn till dusk. Next to the second ship, a steam-powered crane hoisted a new boiler into the air, cautiously guiding the steel tank through a hole in the hull. Other men carried armloads of steel pipe into the hold, and a man on the second deck was hard at work, painting over the ship's old name. Captain Paddy O'Donnell crossed the plank, crossing over from the pier to the second ship, appraising the painter's work.
No, don't paint over the whole thing. I want a big red X painted over that. Paint the new name over there,
Paddy yelled at the painters.
But if I just put an X over it, people will be able to see the old name. Are you sure that's...
That is exactly what I want. I want everybody to see whose ship this was and who owns it now. Put the new name right over there,
Captain O'Donnell said, pointing to an unpainted section of the wheelhouse. The painter shook his head and went back to work, painting a broad red X over the script of the ship's old name. The painter finished the crude edit and began to outline the ship's new name in stylish, flowing script. His paint strokes quickly took shape, and Paddy smiled at the results. The Queen's Prize. Her oldest son Pete had dubbed the new ship, a far more fitting name than the King's Archer. The ship was hardly compensation for the loss of everything Tweed had destroyed, but it was a start. After inspecting the work being done to install a larger steam boiler and paddle wheel into her new ship, O'Donnell returned to the wheelhouse of the Dawn till Dusk, where she felt most at home. Looking out over the burnt husk of the old warehouse and fishery, her gaze shifted, resting on the new buildings being constructed 100 yards away. Carpenters were hard at work unloading timber from wagons, reclaimed lumber they took from an abandoned building in town. They would rebuild, start again, just as she had done after her husband died, and as they all had after the EMP. This was just one more speed bump in the road of life. For generations, the O'Donnell family had been survivors. They understood what it took to overcome the odds. Survivors didn't rely on luck and understood they wouldn't win every battle. What made a survivor succeed was picking yourself up off of the ground and getting back up on your feet after each and every stumble, long after others had given up. Survivors were defined by their stubborn refusal to quit. It was as simple as that. She glanced over at the Queen's Prize, remembering the vicious battle to take the ship. Fate had intervened, handing her an opportunity to take action against Tweed. Her sense of justice in the world had been restored by his downfall. She wouldn't let the family business be endangered again. O'Donnell had a plan, a vision of the future she wanted to help build. As soon as the two ships were repaired and her own affairs were in order, she would find the riverboat captains that Tweed had pushed out of the business. She would convince them to seize their old ships and begin again. What they all needed was an alliance of independent riverboat captains, something larger than themselves, something meaningful to ensure that this would never happen again. There was a power vacuum right now, similar to what had existed and allowed Tweed to come into power. That vacuum would be filled, but she would make sure it was filled by people with a different set of values than Tweed's. For all the damage it had done, the EMP had also done some good. It had leveled the playing field for the little people. Their labor was now much more valuable to the community. Captain O'Donnell was in no hurry to see big business and people like Tweed come back into power and profit at the expense of the common man. Chapter 24. Chief Howell sat behind a desk covered in stacks of papers and hand-drawn maps, scowling at the disordered mess laid out before him. He couldn't concentrate. His mind kept turning away from the work at hand, daydreaming of a glass of whiskey in hand and a nice cool spot in the shade. The hunger inside of him for a drink was powerful, but he forced himself to focus on what needed to be done and purge the need from his mind. His own addiction put a fine point on why it was so important that he focus. In the rows of tents of the former detention facility, more than 200 men were hours away from experiencing the first stages of withdrawal. Howell had little time to waste. He had to come up with a plan to feed, house, and care for the men while the highly addictive drug left their systems. The meth lab run by the Martin Hale guards had gone up in flames during the fight to free the prisoners. Initially, the destruction of the lab was the last thing he thought of as a problem, until he was faced with the proposition of 200 men experiencing cold turkey withdrawal. After months, and in some cases years, of being dosed with high-potency methamphetamines, their bodies expected to receive the drug like clockwork. There was no more of the drug left, and with no meth lab, there was no way to manufacture enough of the drug to wean all of them off. It was a crisis that needed to be dealt with immediately. A brown-haired woman walked through the bullet-hole-ridden doors of the detention facility administrative office and tossed a stack of paper down in front of Howell, putting her hands on her hips.
"Here's the list you asked for. I don't know how to put this any other way, but 20 of them aren't going to make it until the morning. They would have died whether we freed them or not. 50 of them are so thin and weak that they are at risk of dying from dehydration and malnourishment during withdrawal. The rest of them should be fine as long as we can keep them hydrated. It's a real mess."
"Thank you, Dottie. Let's call the families together this afternoon and prepare them for the worst, and then fill them in on the recovery plan. Fortunately, we have plenty of shelter, clean water, and food. We need to let them know what to expect as their family members go through withdrawal and how to support them best," Chief Howell said. The woman gave him a grim nod and then left. Howell was exhausted. He hadn't slept for more than an hour in the last 2 days. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and rest, but there was nobody else available with experience that could take charge of the situation. Hell, he was hardly qualified to organize something like this, but he was all those men had. Somehow he had to help them through their ordeal, even if he could only provide them with food, shelter, water, and a safe place to stay while the drugs left their system. Skimming the report Dottie had left, the lines of text jumbled together and words danced about. His tired eyes wouldn't focus. He couldn't see clearly enough to read. Howell tossed the stack of papers on the desk and made his way out of the building. It was time to get out of the stifling heat of the office and see what it was they were up against. Chief Howell walked down a row of tents. A short distance from the administrative office, he saw a familiar face. Roy kneeled down next to his son, who lay in the grass just outside of the tent, his head propped up on a rolled-up jacket. Seth's face was pale, and his hands trembled. It looked like the early onset of withdrawal symptoms. Likely he had been towards the end of his shift in the mine and due for his second dose of the day when Howell and his vigilantes freed him. "How is he holding up?" Chief Howell asked. Roy sighed and ran his hand over his son's head, smoothing down his coal dust-streaked hair. "I'll be back in a minute, Seth. I'm going to talk to the chief for a few minutes." Roy got to his feet and cocked his head to the side, indicating he wanted to talk elsewhere. After they were out of earshot, Roy broke the news to the chief. "He's thin as a rail and weak. They had these men strung out like you wouldn't believe. This is going to be a rough week." "I know it. We're going to do what we can for them and see that they all pull through. They've been worked like animals. All of them are weak. Come to the administrative center this afternoon and pass the word along that everyone should come. I need to make sure everyone is on the same page," he said. "Will do. And, Chief, thank you for finding Seth. I won't forget it," Roy said. Howell nodded, unsure of what to say. He watched Roy walk back to sit in the grass by his son and then paced around the rest of the camp, taking everything in. There was much left to do before the day ended. The dead from the morning's battle needed to be buried. 8 of his posse had died. All of the Martin Hale guards perished in or shortly after the battle. No trials had been required.
The angry families had carried out swift retribution. Few of the prisoners or family members cared what happened to the guards' bodies, but Howell still talked them into burying the bodies so that they wouldn't spread disease over the coming weeks. The last thing they needed was an epidemic on their hands. Chief made his rounds of the camp, sick to the stomach by the inhumanity of what had been done to the men. Convicts or not, they were still human beings. There were probably more camps out there, just like this. The idea gnawed at his mind. Howell would send the word out to fellow law enforcement officials he knew he could trust and have the camps shut down one by one. And then he would make sure Victor Tweed and his accomplices were punished for what they'd done. After that, he would head home for some well-deserved rest and maybe hang his hat up for good once Jack was back in town. Chapter 25. A gust of wind blew through the open window of the small farmhouse bedroom, stirring Kenny from sleep. He opened his eyes and stared up at the underside of a bunk bed a couple of feet above him. His mind foggy, he was uncertain where he was for a moment. Eventually, he remembered he was in Danny's room, on the bottom bunk of the bedroom they now shared. He groaned and rolled over, stuffing his face into his pillow to block out the morning light. Even now, a week after the ordeal with Tweed, every muscle in his body was sore. Kenny settled back in and was on the verge of drifting back to sleep. Pow! A loud noise like a gunshot roused him immediately from sleep. Kenny sat bolt upright, smacking his head against the wooden frame of the top bunk. His pulse pounding, he looked around for signs of danger. Danny stood next to the bed, holding a shoe in his hand, smirking at him. So it wasn't a gunshot. It was his younger brother playing a prank. Apparently, Danny had slapped the shoe against the side of the bunk bed frame, nearly giving Kenny a heart attack in the process.
"You awake?"
Danny asked. "Danny, what's the matter with you?" Kenny barked, rubbing his forehead.
"Mom said you should get up,"
Danny said.
"Now you're up?"
"Remind me why I saved your bacon back in Baltimore?"
Kenny asked, pulling his jeans on.
"Because I'm the son with the brains and the good looks? Mom would be devastated if something happened to me. Can you imagine if all she had was you?"
Danny asked. Kenny shook his head from side to side.
"Moron, I'll be down in a minute."
"Don't be too long. Sarah and Andrew have been up for an hour already,"
Danny said. Danny was having a lot of fun pushing his buttons. Now that they shared a room, Kenny was a captive audience. They had doubled up in Danny's bedroom to free up his old room for Sarah. Andrew used the spare bedroom down the hall. With their parents gone, Amy had insisted that Sarah and Andrew stay with them until the siblings were back on their feet. Andrew planned on going back to his parents' farm, but it was clear that he wasn't ready to go back there just yet. It was too soon after his parents were killed to be in the home that carried so many memories. He was still reluctant to even talk about what had happened. It was a tight fit with that many people in the Millers' old farmhouse, but they spent most of their time working outside anyway, where space wasn't an issue. Kenny hadn't asked Sarah if she planned on going home when her brother left, but he hoped she would stay here with him. He wasn't ready to let her get too far out of his sight after what they'd been through. The thought of losing her was too much to bear. He never wanted to leave her side again. With his mother around, they were under constant supervision, but it was fine with him. Things had slowed down between them. Sarah needed to work through losing her parents, and Kenny knew she needed time to heal before she was ready to move on. If it took 10 years, he'd wait for her, and she was worth every minute of waiting. Kenny made his way downstairs and went into the kitchen, where his mother, Sarah, Andrew, and Danny all sat around the kitchen table eating breakfast.
"Good morning. We weren't sure if you were going to wake up again,"
Amy said.
"Fortunately, I have a good alarm clock, otherwise I might have slept all day."
Danny gave an evil chuckle, glancing around the table. Kenny sat down and made himself a plate of food. There was cornbread in the bread basket, sliced ripe tomatoes, and a bowl full of scrambled eggs. He scooped a large helping of eggs onto his plate. It still seemed strange to him that everything they ate was grown right there on the farm.
"I'm going over to my folks' place to pick the ripe veggies and check on the house. I should be back by the afternoon,"
Andrew said. Danny snorted, then looked over at Kenny and smirked. Danny's face turned beet red and he turned away with a smile. They both knew that Andrew was going to see his girlfriend a few miles away, and that if Andrew even made it to his parents' farm, there would be very little to show for his vegetable-picking expedition. Kenny bit the inside of his lip to keep from smiling. His mother still didn't know, but it wasn't his job to fill her in on all of Andrew's business.
"I'll be down in the new field today with the mules. I've got some plowing to do,"
Kenny said. Danny snickered and clapped his hand over his mouth to contain his laughter.
"I'll go with you and keep you company while you plow the field,"
Sarah said. Danny stomped his foot underneath the table, his red face showing behind the hand clamped over his mouth.
"Danny, what's gotten into you?"
Amy asked. Danny pushed his chair back from the table and excused himself from breakfast. Kenny looked up from his plate of food, feeling his mother's gaze on him. Her eyes were narrow slits under a furrowed brow. She shook her head and sat down. Kenny spread his hands apologetically.
What? What did I do?"
His mother made a plate of food, as red-faced as Danny had been.
"Anyway, I'll be working with the chickens this morning. A few of those hens are broody. I'm going to swap out some fertile eggs and let the ladies hatch some chicks. We've lost a few to foxes, so we need to bump up our numbers anyway. Take a basket lunch along if you think you two will be down there all day,"
his mother said.
"I'll pack one,"
Sarah said. Kenny finished his breakfast, put on his work boots, and went to the pasture where the mules greeted him at the fence. A lot of people thought mules were stubborn animals, but he knew they just had a longer memory and were less forgiving than horses. If you mistreated them, they would never forget it. It worked the other way as well. He always had an apple or some other treat ready for them in his pocket, so they were always happy to see him. He grabbed the tack from the stable, and after a few moments of tacking their harnesses, he led the mules through the gate over to the house. Sarah was waiting there for him, a picnic basket in her hand. She smiled at him. It was the first time she'd smiled in a week. Kenny's pulse quickened. They walked in silence over the crest of a hill and down to the new section of field Kenny had cleared. Sarah set the lunch basket down in the shade of a tall oak tree near a small creek that ran through the narrow valley. A work table sat under the tree, and Sarah picked up an unfinished hand-woven basket. She took a slender switch from a tall stack of willow branches on the table and wove it into the basket. She was a natural at weaving, completely self-taught. Everybody in town wanted her baskets. Each one was a work of art and had a different pattern of light and dark branches woven together into intricate patterns.
"Have fun. Don't work too hard,"
Sarah said. Kenny smiled and led the mules over to the field. He hitched the mules up to the plow and set the blade into the earth. He looked over every minute or two, checking on her, but the mules drew his attention away. The animals were antsy, stomping about nervously, their ears pulled back tight against their heads. Kenny wondered what the issue was, but pushed the thought aside. About to command the mules to pull the plow, he paused. Something itched at the corner of his mind, a nagging nuisance that bugged him. Absently scratching at the nearly healed wounds on his arm, Kenny looked down and realized what it was bothering the mules. Wasps. The stings on his arms had nearly healed, and after the larger misadventures of the past week, he'd nearly forgotten about the wasp nest he and the mules had unearthed. The mules hadn't forgotten a thing. He looped their lead on a nearby stump and walked up and down the field, looking for any signs of the insects. As he walked across the freshly turned soil, he thought back to when he walked the field years ago with Wyatt, listening to his stories. Every field, glen, and winding path through the woods on the old homestead held some memory of Wyatt. During the short time he'd been with the family, he'd become like a second father to Kenny, teaching him everything he knew about hunting, fishing, nature, self-reliance, and the human condition. Kenny missed him greatly, and wished that Wyatt could see the results of the hard work his family had done around the farm, how productive and full of life it was. 3 years of hard work had turned it into a true homestead, capable of sustaining the family. It hardly seemed fair that Wyatt wasn't here to witness it and enjoy the results. Without him, Kenny couldn't imagine what would have happened to his father or the rest of his family. It wasn't fair that they were here and Wyatt was gone, but he knew that very little in life was fair. People who deserved to live died, and people who deserved death lived. He'd been bitter about Wyatt's death for a long time, but it was time to let it go. It's what Wyatt would have wanted him to do. Floating in the Ohio River after he'd jumped overboard to avoid being beaten to death by Tweed's men, he had been in a dark place, bitter about human nature. After Captain O'Donnell and her crew had plucked him out of the river, he'd half wanted to jump back in, suspicious and untrusting. But working together with Captain O'Donnell, Tweed got what was coming to him. Self-reliance had its place, but trusting in others and having faith in the goodness of humanity, most of them at least, had allowed them to stop Tweed. Without each other, Kenny and O'Donnell might never have succeeded in killing Tweed and saving his prisoners. Satisfied that there were no more wasp nests in the field, Kenny took up the lead and set the mules to work. The plow left a mound of dirt behind it as it furrowed a path in the field, turning the black bottomland soil over as it went. The smell of the dark soil was earthy and rich. Every few feet the plow would kick over a large stone before continuing on, jarring his arms up to the elbows. By the end of the day, his arms would be numb, but the effort would be well worth it. Wyatt had been right about the field. More than once he'd said that the real treasure was in the black soil of this field. It was rocky, but once Kenny plowed it and removed all the field stones, it would by far be the most productive land on the homestead. A few hours later, he finished plowing a quarter of the field and then unhooked the mules from the plow. It was nearing midday, and the animals deserved some water and a break. He brought them down to the creek and let them drink from the cool flow, and then lashed them in the shade of a tall tree so they could graze the green grass there. Kenny picked up his shovel and crowbar and went back to the field to clear the large field stones. Sweat poured down his face and his body as he toiled in the hot sun. He went down each row, dropping his crowbar down into the soil a few inches, listening for the sound of metal hitting stone. When he found a stone, he pried up the offending rock and hauled it off to the edge of the field and added it to a growing pile of rocks there. Lost in his work, Kenny lifted the crowbar and dropped it down into the earth in search of more stones. Clink. The bar hit something solid a few inches under the soil, and a hollow metallic noise rang out that was quite unlike the gentle rapping it made against a stone. Curious, Kenny sank the crowbar down again and again, feeling out the edges of the object. He stuck the crowbar underneath the object and pushed down hard. A small metal box with rust-covered hinges popped out of the soil. Kenny brushed the loose soil off of the box and picked it up. There was a small lock on the box, its keyhole stuffed with soil and rust. Wondering what could be inside, he set the box on one of the large field stones he'd uncovered and used the crowbar to hammer at the lock. The lock, rusty as it was, disintegrated under the first blow. Kenny opened the box and found a cloth sack inside. The sack was heavy, and when he opened the drawstrings and dumped the contents into his hands, 30 large gold coins spilled into his palm, shining bright in the sunlight. Kenny's mouth went dry, and he felt lightness in his chest. Memories of Danny and him digging holes all over the homestead the year they arrived came back to him. Wyatt had teased them about buried treasure on the homestead. After Kenny grew bored with digging the holes, he assumed it was a game devised by Wyatt to keep him and his brother distracted from their hunger during the first hard winter. He never imagined it could be true. Wyatt had always said the real treasure was here in the rich soil of this field, and in typical Wyatt fashion, there was more than one layer of meaning to his words. He could almost hear Wyatt chuckling at the discovery. The coins were worth a fortune, a small treasure. There was way more than enough here to buy the plot of land for his farm. With this, he and his family could purchase cows, pigs, a few more horses and mules, and still have enough left over to buy land for Danny when he married, if any woman would have him. Sarah waved at him from the shade, lifting the lunch basket high for him to see. Kenny wrapped the coins back up and stuck them in his pocket. He waved back at her and walked over to meet her. He would wait until after their picnic lunch and a long break with her in the shade to tell her about the find. If he shared the surprise with Sarah now, she would want to walk up to the house and tell his mother, who would be overjoyed to hear of it. To him, the news could wait. His time with Sarah was worth more than its weight in gold.